15 to 31. The Golden Knights Deployment, Preparation, 1. Satu's here. I've seen manga that inform the readers with this as the title on the first page. I wonder if there would be people who mistook it for another work if that wasn't written? Master, so intense. At this rate I'll break. Slender legs are wrapped around my waist, voluptuous hills are pushed on my face. Co Core 2. Master, master, master. I pat Core 2 who seeks me maddeningly. Guilty. Arisa and Mia separate Core 2 away from me. Master, master, master. Core 2 is frantically stretching her arms toward me even while being pinned by Hikaru and Lulu. I stare back at her bewilderingly. I received Core 2's intense hug the moment I got back to the solitary island palace with unit arrangement, thus I don't know why she's like this. What's wrong, Core 2? Master, master, master. Since she can't give any meaningful reply, I ask the girls for the situation while grasping her hand. Do you know what this is about? Well? We had just gathered here after pausing the sea fishing contest because the brownies told us that Core 2 seemed strange, so we don't really know. Maybe something's happening at Dejima's dungeon. Following Arisa, Hikaru gave a reasonable opinion. Right, I'll go see it for a bit. I use unit arrangement to move to the of Dejima's labyrinth. What? The dungeon core is flickering intensely, the room is basked in red and blue light. Report the current situation. Master, someone is. The core answered intermittently. From outside, I invading, me. Apparently, the dungeon is getting hacked. The hologram window displayed by the core shows the current information of the labyrinth. It's trying to make the monsters go on a stampede outside the labyrinth. Hey. I'm guessing so from the displayed information. Oh no. It's a pinch Nanodasu. When I looked at the direction of the familiar voices, I saw Tama and Poka looking up at me from my shadow. When their eyes met mine, they sank down into the shadow until around the eyes with a we got found out expression. Looks like Tama followed me here with Shadow Fairy. Right then. Private Tama, Private Poki. This is an emergency mission. Nanodasu. When I said that, the two jumped out of the shadow and waited with Chopin poses. Annihilate the monsters overflowing from the labyrinth's entrance. Aye sir. Roger Nanodasu. I move the two to a small shrine near the labyrinth's entrance with unit arrangement. The labyrinth and the labyrinth island are under my rule, so moving on them is an easy task. Alright, now the monsters have been taken care of. Moss, support, PLEs. Got it. I touch the dungeon core and directly connects to the core's consciousness. Contradict with master's orders. The state of someone's will fighting against core flew to me. It seems it's master instead of Ga Shujin-sama inside core's mind. I won't obey. Just as core said, the dungeon core seems to be under a heavy load. Core, turn the one connecting from outside over to me. Yes master. After a light headache, the arrogant voices reached my mind directly. A choice, requested by a being of higher order. Do you want to obey, and yes/no, appeared in the edge of my vision. Of course it'd be no, but I'm not going to choose just yet. This comes from some manga or anime. Only people who are prepared to get hacked hack. Or so. It might be a bit different, but it mostly sounds like that I think. I trace back the faint magic essence that flows in the dragon vein. It's quite far. After going through several magic clumps, miasma caverns, and sources, it's even further than those. It's like a cracker that attacks through several network servers. It seems the other side sensed that they were being traced back, threatening will streamed from the source of the interference. It feels like the divine messages I heard in Makiwa Kingdom. If I have to say it insolently, it stinks of gods. Irritating. The unpleasant noise-like feeling in my mind was wiped out by that single word, and then I continue the trace with my cleared mind. Selbera's labyrinth? No, it's still even further. When I pursue that further. It fled. Hey. The line was abruptly disconnected. The trace I pursued completely disappeared there. The dragon vein or source it used to connect was probably physically destroyed. Master, thank you for your aid. Nat, this much is nothing. At this rate, there's a high chance that the other labyrinths are going to be forced into doing stampede. Core, with my authority as the dungeon master, cut off the connection to the dragon vein. You're prohibited from reconnecting until I give you the permission. The connection has been cut off. 16 days remaining until magic essence is exhausted. Famu, I thought Core would reject me, but it's expectedly obedient. What happens when you run out of the magic essence? The dungeon core will enter sleep mode, all activities of the labyrinth will stop. This includes the volcanic restraint. That reminds me, the labyrinth here does that. It is possible to extend the active time to 721 days if the volcanic restraint is suspended. Would you like to suspend the volcanic restraint? No, don't. If the volcanic activities resumed, the labyrinth island will become uninhabitable, and it should have a big effect on the crops and fishing industry of the nearby Dejima Island. I ponder a bit. I'll bring magic essence from another place with space magic. It's a bit thick, and the flow rate is strong, but endure it. Yes, master. Please, stop mixing shyness in your thought when you have that synthetic voice. I connect to the magic essence convergent in the elemental stone refinery in the void sky with space magic and pour it to the dungeon core straight. Master, amazing, master, master, be gentler, master, I'm breaking, master. When I heard the entreating coquettish voice of Core, I understood that Core and Core 2 have the same personality. The voice stir up my sadistic side, but I'd feel bad bullying it, so I suppress the rate of flow to half. While I'm at it, I also charge the holy swords used for magic storages that I've been neglecting. The amount of magic essence is plentiful in exchange of the slower flow rate, so I charge 100 holy swords at once. It has become much more easier to do it than when I was charging with my own hands. Thanks to that I forgot to recharge though. Finished. Mission complete. Nanodesu. Tama and Poka came back just when I started the magic charging. Little meat. The monsters here are all Kananomo, it's no joy nodesu. Kananomo? Did she mean Kanamano, metal utensils? Certainly, most of them are golems and monsters with no substances, there's only a few that are edible. Salamander. Poka caught a dungeon crocodile nodesu. Poki and Tama fill the room with bodies of monsters on the floor and look up at me with a praise me face. What a big catch! Should I make hamburg steak of dungeon crocodile and salamander for the lunch today? Great! Poki is very happy nodesu. When I suggested that while patting their heads, the two jumped up in joy. I've made it so that Core can cut the charging connection through space magic itself, so I can leave it to charge by itself. Core, cut the connection once you've charged enough magic power. Why yes, master, master, master. Core's reply was amorous somehow. Don't forget to contact Core 2 when your magic power has been depleted to half. Yes, master. Will it really be alright? I've set a method for safety just in case. I suspect that Core would try to charge magic power until it broke somehow. Welcome back, Sato. Sira has requested her return from Duchy capital. When I got back to the solitary island palace, the girls welcomed me with complicated faces. Arisa reported in a business-like manner while averting her eyes from the object on the floor. Lulu's and Liza's faces are red. When I look at Princess Tina, she averts her eyes with reddened face. It was probably because they saw the antics of the object on the floor, Core 2 who's lightly breathing with an expression like she's just done it. She must have been connected to the dungeon core and directly received the sensation from over there. It seems a woman with such an appearance is still within the limit for Demon Lord Shizuka, her loose lips are just slightly loosened. I'd like to believe that she doesn't have any strange thought for the girls here. Mwu. I pat the head of Mia, who's nursing Core 2 while looking like she doesn't really understand, and bring everyone besides Core 2 to the living room. I'll leave Core 2 to the experienced married brownies. How was over there? Wait, before that, I'll call Sira-san and the others back here first. After confirming with Sira, I called the 3 dispatched to the duchy capital back here with unit arrangement. We're back. Good work. I wait for the 3 to sit on the sofa and continue the talk. Please report your situation first. Yes, allow me to tell you the conclusion first of all. The gods are giving the divine punishment to Weasel Empire, and for the surrounding nations' sins of being negligent to monitor Weasel Empire. Arisa and Hikaru began to boo when Sira got to the sins of being negligent to monitor. I agree with them, but we can't continue like this, so I silence them. Will be given similar punishment, so it's said. When I asked what kind of punishment it would be, another oracle descended. The effect of the blessing that holds back the monsters in one place will be annulled. What is blessing that holds back the monsters? So I ask. Nana, who had the same question as me, asked. It's a blessing that keeps monsters from coming out of the monster dominions and labyrinths through God's authority. Is that a blessing? Yes, it is not commonly known, but we're taught that in the temples. Sira replied Arisa's question with the face of a clergywoman. Isn't the miasma density the reason why monsters don't come out of their dominions and labyrinths? The scholars from my time also postulated such thesis. Princess Shiztina and Hikaru raised an objection at the temple's common sense. That shouldn't be denied of her doctrine. Sira immediately reacted and stood up. Calm down, Sira-san. I don't think Sira-san is telling a lie. Sita-san. I calm Sira down and make her sit again. I think the fact that monsters prefer places with high miasma concentration is true. However, populated areas, slums and graveyards are also places with high enough miasma concentration. I learned this after getting miasma sight skill. There were stagnated places that resembled the inside of a labyrinth. Places with high miasma concentration does not always equal places with monsters, though I can't say that it's certain since undeads sometimes do appear in graveyards. I wait for everyone to chew the words before continuing. Excluding Tama, Poki, and Lady Karina, who looked sleepy from all the difficult talk, the other girls seemed to understand. In other words, I think a power that attracts monsters to labyrinths and magic lumps does exist. Leaving aside as to whether that's a god's blessings or not. And, if the gods have some kind of mean to erase that power, there's a high chance that stampedes will happen in various places. Stampedes are certain to happen in various places. However, I can't confirm whether the ones who hack dungeon cores to cause the stampedes are the gods. It's very grey. Oh no. Nanodesu. Tama and Poki reacted to the word stampede and stood up on the sofa. When Liza made a zip your mouth gesture at them, the two quietly sat back on the sofa at the same time. For some reason, they're taking the shellfish pose by hugging their knees and rounding up. Of course Golden Knights will deploy, right? Of course. All right. When I affirmed Arisa's question, she stood up on the sofa like Tama and Poki earlier and raised her fist to the sky. Arisa. Nanine. Losing to Lulu's sad line of sight, Arisa took the shellfish pose beside Tama and Poki to reflect on her action. Lady Karina looks like she wants to join in too somehow, but please hold yourself back because that's not a pose a young lady should take. Now then, before the Golden Knights deployment, I want to talk about the Weasel Empire I saw. After I said that, everyone straightened themselves with a serious face. Of course, that included the 3 who had become shellfish. 15 to 32. The Golden Knights deployment, preparation, 2. Satu's here. I think ending something without a fight is the best. However, I do think that's not the same as not resisting at all. It's necessary to take the appropriate actions against an opponent who invades further the more you yield. First, let's start from the most important matter. I have saved most of the general populace, reincarnated and transported people of Weasel Kingdom. Thank God. Sira, who looked worried, sighed in relief. As expected of my Mu. Our master, right? Arisa changed her praise slightly due to Mia's dissatisfied mutter. Many soldiers and the privileged class who abandoned the people and escaped the cities lost their lives, but since no one asked about it, I didn't mention it. All the cities in Weasel Empire besides the capital and Dejima Island have been turned into white salt by the gods' apostles, becoming ruins with no one left. You kiddin' me? Except for Tama and Poka, who don't really understand, everyone becomes pale. Only Arisa is composed enough to joke. And, only the Temple Knights and Science Corps in the Empire's capital have any kind of success in repulsing them. Sira reproached the people opposing God's apostles, muttering in a low voice, "How impious," but I decided to pretend that I didn't hear it since it was something that couldn't be helped for religious people. In addition, demon lords manifested near the imperial capital and barged into the battle. But why? Who knows? Arisa's question is natural, but I too don't know the reason why. There were some reincarnated people at the places where the demon lords manifested, so I couldn't help but think that maybe they were forced to turn into demon lords by the gods' apostles. They probably didn't drink demon lord orb like Shinboy did in Shiga capital when he turned into a demon lord. And mysteriously, even God Zakuon participated in that three-pronged melee. Hey. But why? I didn't ask the reason. I shake my head while soothing the peevish Arisa. A wise man does not court danger, you see. God Zakuon might tell me if I interviewed him directly, but it felt like I would raise a battle flag if I made some strange connection with him. That's quite true. Better not step on a tiger's tail. It seemed Arisa remembered the thing she said to me when I went to Weasel Empire. She nodded in consent. For God Zakuon to descend and personally deliver the divine punishment. Unbelievable. You're right. My old friends said that the cost for a god to descend was extremely big, so they absolutely won't descend. Hikaru affirmed Sira's muttering. Yes, even in the history of the temples, excepting the invoke deity ritual magic, the only record of the advent was 20,000 years ago during the war against the dog-head evil god. God Zakuon should be killed by the dragon god 30 years ago, did he not manifest in the world at that time? Or is it merely because it's not written in the history of temples? It bothers me a bit. Think I'll ask about it to Ace-san when I visit Baruinan Forest later. The one who told me that was the female intelligence agent in Selbera, the Labyrinth City, but since she got the information from Zakuon God's priest who in turn learned it from an oracle granted to a Miko of another god, she probably doesn't know much more even if I ask her. Then, there was probably a priest that could perform the ritual magic. The old Zakuon priest I saw in the slum quarters flash on my mind. If I'm not mistaken, the reincarnated person who was with him called him Patriarch Badrazog or something. I checked and found that him and his sympathizers weren't among the Empire people I rescued. God's damnation is near. People. Pray to God, ask for mercy. The old priest Badrazog was giving that sermon with flaming madness in his eyes. That fanatic seemed like he was capable of sacrificing his and his followers' lives as the compensation for the god's advent. Well, whatever. Guessing won't tell me if it's right or not, and the person concerned is already dead even if I know anyway. I put the subject back on track. And, the Weasel Emperor became a demon lord and challenged God Zakuon in order to have the final duel against the god who destroyed his country. I doubt that Weasel Emperor would fight from the front. He's probably going to fight by throwing all the resources he has in hands and do all kinds of craftiness. The Emperor became a demon lord and battled God Zakuon Hui. Can he win? I think it's probably impossible. I shook my head at Arisa's question. In the first place, the unique skills of the Emperor who became a demon lord aren't suited for battle. Even if he uses it with all his wisdom, damaging the god is probably the best he could do. The self-destruct system that the tactician prepared is probably their last hope. That's the situation right now. I don't intend to interfere as long as the god doesn't target here. There's neither merit nor duty for me to go against the god and jeopardize my friends. I omitted the matter about my identity being found out by the tactician and the Weasel Emperor, and the true identity of tactician Tuya as elf sage Trezewiya. I can just tell them about those matters during a chat over some tea later. Now then, let's decide on the deployment of the Golden Knights. I clapped my hands to reset everyone's consciousness, and began to talk about the way to prevent the monster stampede calamity news that Sira brought with her. I'm thinking of dispatching people to Selbera City and Siriuhu City which have labyrinths ahead of time. Other than those places, the rescue squad will be deployed whenever we get a report from the branch offices of Ikagoya firm. I tell and look at the girls. No one seems to object. Sato-san, me too. Of course, I want Xena-san to go to Siriuhu City. Poke will go with you with her dragon steed, Lyuryu, so you should be fine even if a greater demon and dungeon master come attacking. There are Ikagoya golem units and Xena-san's little brother, Chevalier Marientail over there, and they've thinned the labyrinth's monsters quite a bit, so deploying there a bit late should be alright. I'd like to entrust Labyrinth City Selbera to Nana and Mia. We've also thinned the monsters there and there's a lot of combat forces like the Guild Master and the Explorers. There should be no real problem with Nana's defensive power and Mia's spirit magic. What about Youk Kingdom's labyrinth? Lulu asked timidly. There's a revived labyrinth in the hometown of Lulu and Arisa that was invaded by Youk Kingdom. Even though she probably doesn't have many good memories about the place, she probably would hate it if her hometown is infringed by monsters. Right. Someone should go there too. Lulu, could you go? Why yes. Then, I also. You can't, Arisa, I have another duty for you. The duty thing is a lie. Arisa and Hikaru can't be deployed outside since I've acquired the information. People who hold God's fragment cannot go against God, in the Weasel Empire. I don't know whether that's true or not, but looking at the abnormal rate of Demon Lord occurrence in the Weasel Empire, I feel that it's not necessarily wrong. I'd like to believe that they should be fine with the anti-mind attack items I made for them, but even it's fine against God's apostles, I feel that it won't quite suffice against God. Besides, Lulu should be fine alone. Lulu demonstrates the strongest firepower at long range, but she also has the next strongest defensive equipment after Nana, can use force magic up until the advanced level, and has refined her self-defense skill enough to completely handle a Shiga 8 sword. She's not standing out due to her shy nature, but she's the all-rounder who can fight at multiple range among Team Pendragon. She's probably going to be fine alone as long as the opponent isn't a Demon Lord class. Of course, I'll be sending some brownies and accompanying golem units with her as a support though. Hikaru, please ask Tenryuhu to exterminate Monster Stampede if she finds one near Fujisan Mountains later. I can open a gate that connects to the Heavenly Dragon Shrine and let her talk with Tenryuhu from there. Or maybe I should ask Arisa to connect them with her. Okay. So Arisa and me are in the house-sitting team. Yeah, sorry, but your turn will come a bit later. Tenryuhu and the other dragons should be able to cover the vast monster domain area along Fujisan Mountains. Shizuka too. Okay, let's wait for our turn while playing cards here. Demon Lord Shizuka has the important role of extracting the God's fragment from the Demon Lords that have occurred in various places, so she has to stay here regardless of the reason. The remaining ones are Liza, Tama, Lady Karina, Sira, and the Princess. Let's change the plan for a bit. At first I planned for us to wait in the solitary island palace until we get a report from Ikagoya firm, but since each of them is probably worried about their hometown and places they're related to, I've decided to dispatch them to each of those places. I can bring them back to this palace with unit arrangement anytime anyway. I'll ask Tama and Liza to be the emergency dispatch units. Karina-sama will be going to Muno Earldom which has many monster domains neighboring it. I understand. I will protect Muno Earldom with all my might. Lady Karina pushed her fist on her breast and accepted the order. The demonic breasts are transforming, I feel like they're shooting a dangerous level of charm wave. We will not forget to protect Satudano's and Lizadano's posts either. Thank you, Rika. An attentive is wonderful. Sira-san, please go to the duchy capital where the ruin of a labyrinth sleeps. Yes, this time I will protect duchy capital and its people whom Satu-san has saved before. Sira stares at me with eyes full of determination. I feel like she's going to work hard alone, so I tell her not to forget to contact me before things get dangerous. I'm going to give small light ship to the two to assist their movement. It's a high-speed dimensional airship. I leave the steering to the Brownie flying squadrons. Am I going to the royal capital? Yes, due to the frequent disasters in Shiga Kingdom, the populace are most likely anxious. Therefore, please parade around the capital with strong-looking golem knights to encourage the people. I can't let her go to the front line after all. Ikagoya firm will prepare the prototype that can operate a maximum of 1024 non-combative search-type drone golems. Please use it during the parade. It's the magic tool for control that Arisa back then jokingly said to appear in manga, isn't it? How very wonderful. The princess who isn't really pleased with jewels and dresses gets into magic books and this kind of romance hard. The prototype is quite big, so a small airship will carry it. Since the princess's room is big and the floor is sturdy, it should be able to hold the throne. In addition, I asked her to search for enemies around the capital after the parade. What about Tama? Tama asked with a worried look. Tama will wait with Liza for now, okay? I pat the disappointed Tama's head and nod at Liza. Don't worry, your turn will come soon enough. Yes, master. I went to Baruinan Forest while everyone was preparing for their dispatch. Long time no see. Satu. Having come to the treehouse in Baruinan Forest, I felt happy when I saw my beloved. I gently embrace her and get healed by her warmth. Satu-san. Please reserve such a shameful act for when you've gained divinity. Hello Lua-san. If it comes to this, I should have left it at that when tactician Tuya accused me of being God Zakuan. Wait, I can't. It'll just get found out immediately. I separate myself and then Ace-san stares at me as if she's steeled herself. I really shouldn't tell you this, but just a little while ago we got a notice from gods during the Sacred Tree meeting. Sacred Tree meeting is a meeting where the representative high elves from each world trees in the world gather. It was a notice about the execution of divine punishment toward Wes Elkin Empire and the absolvement of demon gods' blessings in the monster domains and the labyrinths in the whole world. And we were warned not to tell this and not to give support to the king of every country. I see, so that's why there wasn't any contact from Baruinan Forest to the solitary island palace at all. Dispatching light ships too, giving information too, everything has been banned. Then, should I return the brownies dispatched at the solitary island palace too? No, only the elves were prohibited. We can't put up words for you, but spriggans and leprechauns who are good at fight, and also trolls. I put a finger on Ace-san's lip. I'd be happy for reinforcement, but I want to avoid worsening Ace-san's position. It seems she's barely ever interacted with gods, but they're still acquaintances for hundreds millions of years after all. Having the brownies there are quite enough. But, those children are not good at fighting. Fighting isn't the only thing needed. The girls can fight with all their power on the front line precisely because of the brownies' support. It'll troublesome in various ways if the brownies aren't there. Putting aside cooking, we've left the brownies to do washing, bed making and taking care of the garden after all. I'm not sure if Ace knows. I asked about the information I heard from the female intelligence agent of Selbera City. God Zakuan incurred the dragon god's anger and was killed 30 years ago. Yes, that's the truth. Do you know where he was killed? It's probably at the Dragon's Valley or a sanctuary somewhere. Looks like Ace-san doesn't know where he was killed either. By sanctuary, do you mean the same place as the one in the duchy capital's Tianyan temple? It's a place made from a torn part of the god world where the 7 pillar gods are living. I think it's similar to the another world, subspace, Satua showed me before. I have never been there, but from what I heard from high elves who had visited there, it was a wonderful place filled with pure air and thick divinity. I see, so they fought in an like place similar to the temporary battle area in games. It must be a place where they can fight with full power without affecting other places. Right. Lastly, I have to tell them about Trezewiashi. I ask them to call me as mother, which is also Trezewiashi's daughter, Lilanato-san. It's been a while, Sato-san. Been a while. Is Mia healthy? She must healthy, right? Yes, she's very healthy. I greet Lilanato-san, who's in contrast with the taciturn Mia, and then get to the subject once I clear my throat with some tea. Toya was. Yes, he was living as the tactician of Weasel Empire known as Toya. I see. Lilanato-san casted her eyes down while talking in a short sentence similar to Mia. She probably also knows that divine punishment has befallen Weasel Empire. Thank you for telling me. My gratitude for you. Her smile looks forced, but I'll leave the consoling role to her husband, Lamisayashi. Have you told Jiril and Ahar? No, I have yet to. Then I'll go tell Jiril, who's in Bruinen Forest, myself. I thanked Ace-san for the offer and left Bruinen Forest. I also have to tell Elder Dahar in Balhart City, but they probably don't have the leeway to have a reminiscent talk right now either. I'll talk to him later. When I got back to the solitary island palace, a report from Ikagoya firm informed us of the monster stampedes. It's growing tense. You're right. I ponder for a bit. Everyone, listen to me. It might be difficult to keep the secret while fighting this time. Although there's no need to actively proclaim it, you don't need to worry about getting found out. So I tell the girls. Is that all right? Yeah, if you worry about it and end up forsaking a life you could have saved, you'll be regretting it forever, right? That's true, but Arisa probably wants to say that it'll make the sightseeing tour harder. It's all right. We can use illusion during the tour and we can visit anywhere without problem by disguising ourselves. It's been proven when we visited Weasel Empire in animal costumes. I look at everyone and say, now, it's time for the Golden Knights deployment. I send the girls clad in silver and gold and glittering armors one after another to the battlefields. At this time, even though I had noticed the contradiction between the thing little girl in painting told me, divine punishment can't happen unless all the 7 gods who arrived riding on the world trees assembled. And the story about divine punishment I learned from the Weasel Emperor and the Slates. I didn't realize the significance of that. I only learned about that a little bit later. At the day Weasel Empire disappeared from this continent. 15-33. The Golden Knights deployment, 1. It's not from Satu's POV this time. Oh yeah, finished too. Yaas, got me some edamame, gonna share em with others later. Thank ya. Got some smoked cheese in our home, take em with ye. Lookin' forward to em. The villagers are having a carefree conversation. This place is one of the mountains north of Shiga Kingdom that goes to the Fujisan Mountains, in the territory of Earl Muno. One of the villages governed by Viceroy Brighton of Muno Earldom. I'ma go to the city to sell some cheese, you selling too? Gonna sell some dried fig. They're popular cause they said the Viceroy's wife likes it. Lina-sama ain't the wife of Viceroy-sama, they said, you know. Was that aight? Ain't she gonna marry him once she got old enough? Yay, she's pretty after all, and they said she's a daughter of some upper noble sama. Since Viceroy Brighton is often absent, the daughter of Viscount Emline, Lena Emlyn is working as a magistrate in Viceroy's place. At first she was just a figurehead, but now she's shown her quick-wittedness, she can govern as a viceroy with no problem. It's a pity that this fact is rarely passed on to the Viceroy, Viscount Pendragon. Their carefree life was disturbed by the gods' divine messages. Monsters that rarely show themselves began to attack the villages one after another. However, there is no damage to the villagers and the domestic animals. Dog God Sama, thank ye. Cat God Sama too, thank ye. The golems protecting the villages took care of the coming monsters. Many villages held meat festivals for revering. The people call and worship the golems as gods, and the viceroy as great god. The gods are seeking prayers by way of divine punishment, but it seems the people in this territory are far detached from that. Carriere, Kung Fu Ki Enoch. The Kung Fu kick of a silver knight sank into the torso of a hydra that attacked Muno City. A four-headed snake attacks the silver knight who stopped moving. Looks like she has successfully sealed her original technique name, Karina Kick, thanks to the repeated special trainings. Impertinent, Disuwa. The silver knight jumps off the torso and then does a rotating kick with her hands on the ground, mowing down the snake heads. Another head grew back on the stump of the cut neck. Poki and Tama would be happy if they're here Disuwa. She's sure that they would happily say, unlimited meat, all you can eat Nanodasu. Silver Kung Fu. Don't let your guard down. The tail is coming. The deadly poisonous tail attacked the silver knight like a spear, but a scale-like light appeared in front of the knight right before it hit and stopped the tail. It was an act that would expose the identity of Silver Knight Kung Fu if there were people who saw it, but her special characteristic in the form of her breasts are already too pressing obvious, it just feels too little too late instead. Kung Fu Spiral Punch. Whirlpool of blue light appears on Silver Knight Kung Fu's arms. Every time her fists gouge the Hydra's torso, its tissue is destroyed such that its regeneration can't keep up. The huge Hydra used up all its strength before long, becoming a corpse in front of Muno City's gate. The army of Muno Earldom is favorably fighting against the other monsters. While no small feats were attributed to Chevalier Zotol for reorganizing the territorial army and the Vice-Captain Chevalier Hauto's commands, it's mostly thanks to the magic cannons and improved fire wands supplied by Ikagoya firm and the upgraded equipment and magic swords the soldiers carry. Next, it's just cleaning up the remnants right. A small dimensional airship that looks like a miniaturized light ship appears from the gap in space in front of the muttering Silver Knight Kung Fu. Good work. Silver Kung Fu Sama. We're going to the next battlefield, so please get on. A small pilot peeking from the hatch prompted Silver Knight Kung Fu. The pilot is a brownie wearing futuristic-looking flight uniform. Good work, Karina-sama. Thank you, Disuwa. In front of the Silver Knight Kung Fu Karina, who was resting in the living room of the solitary island palace, her loved one presented her with some sweet yellow-orange juice. How was Muno City? Why yes, I defeated them with no problem. Satu's line of sight was directed toward the silver ornament she wore. The city suffers no big damage. Karina Dano defeated some slightly strong hydras. We didn't meet any Master of Dominion class of monsters. The one replying was the ornament Rika. Rika's master, Karina, is prioritizing the resupply of sugar content. Her bracelet made a ringing sound when he had her fill. Looks like we've arrived at the next battlefield Disuwa. I'll prepare many things for dinner, please be careful not to get too late, okay? Yes, I'm looking forward to it. While departing triumphantly, the thing in Karina's mind was probably not Satug but the dinner dishes. It seems love affair still hasn't become her priority yet. Monsters. It's a dead end here, so I inform. As expected of Nana Ain-san. Wrong, so I deny. Refer to me as Golden Knight White, so I recommend. Golden Knight White is holding back the overflowing monsters of Selbera Labyrinth by herself. By all means, she's not Nana of Team Pendragon. But, that way of talking is Nana Nasan's right. The muttering explorer was elbowed by his friend on the side. Idiot. Read the mood. Go for it. Golden Knight White. Ain't that right, you're awesome. Golden Knight White. It appears the explorers here have come to a tacit understanding. And then, the explorers began to attack the stopped monsters like a surging wave. And, on top of a spire of the Western Guild. Miyasama. Large monsters have crossed over the mountain from the blue territory. Muyu, golden night green. Pardon me, Miyasama. No, golden night green sama. Boys of various fairykins gave their report while pointing at the southern mountain to the small golden night green, who has confirmed another monster invasion besides the labyrinth's one. This is bad. Nagas and colored moles are coming from the northern mountain too. Muyu, perplexity. North and south. The fairykin boys are looking pale at the prospect of a pincer attack by monsters. NN, decided. Since her colleague is fully displaying her defensive capabilities below, Golden Night Green activates a facility to assist the spirit creation while thinking that being found out poses no problem. Activate, Fairy Hill. With Golden Night Green at the center, rainbow-colored spirit light is released. It's the same spirit light her beloved emits. Spirit enchantment. Golden Night Green begins to chant while smiling satisfyingly. It's the secret art of spirit magic spirit creation spell whose use is restricted only for high elves. People who have spirit seer skill might shed tears if they saw the unfolding scene. The spire was colored by such beautiful dances of spirit light and spirits. Magic Dragon King creation. Tiamat that looks as if it's composed of light flies in the sky. Annihilate the monsters. By Golden Night Green's order, Tiamat, who's circling in the sky, shoots out 2 breaths, annihilating the monsters at each ridges of the mountains afar. From the excessive ridiculous power, cold sweat streamed down on the cheeks of the girl under the helmet. Overkill. Golden Night Green decides not to use it on the ground and hurriedly deport Tiamat back. The battles on the ground still continue on, but Golden Night Green, who has judged that there is no turn for her, begins to play a tune that rouses fighting spirit after drinking a honey-flavored magic recovery potion. Encouraged by the heroic music, the explorers and the labyrinth army are determined to fight the monsters. It's really peaceful. Why yes, Lulu-sama. It really is, isn't it? Golden Night Black, Lulu Watari is looking at the peaceful town and the revived labyrinth below. For some reason, the brownies accompanying her are behaving strangely. Ikagoya firm has confirmed that there's no sign of monster appearing from the labyrinth. The monsters there are drying up in the first place. It might be better for us to be vigilant of the monster domains instead of the revived labyrinth. The brownies who came with her on an airship disclosed the newly acquired information beside Lulu. Monsters san aren't coming, are they? Silence rules the place for a while. I wonder what's wrong, Lulu cutely tilts her head. After looking at each other's, one of the brownie begins to talk after readying itself. No, that's cause Lulu-sama shot them all down even before they came into view. Since a while ago, Lulu has been tepidly sniping down every wyverns and serpents who showed themselves from behind the mountain with her accelerated gun. She did it so naturally one might have misunderstood, but frankly speaking, it's pretty much a superhuman feat. The pace is so high even the 20 gargoyles working to gather the dropped materials can't keep up with it. Lulu contemplated for a while, but unable to quite comprehend the issue, she repeats the same words from earlier. It's really peaceful. Yes, you're absolutely right. It must be, can't be helped for the brownies' tones to sound slightly stiff. Invitation to a tea party. Yes, there is not much time until the time your highness has promised Melton-sama and Bontina-sama. When Princess Shiztina came to her private room in Shiga Kingdom's capital from the solitary island palace, a court lady who looked relieved caught her. Princess Shiztina pondered for a bit, and then she remembered that she had accepted an invitation to a tea party from her sister of different mother and the second queen. Usually Princess Shiztina would have declined such an invitation. She was confounded why she accepted this one, but then she remembered that they asked her to appraise a rare magic book as a pretext, so she couldn't refuse it. The court lady asked her if she wished to change. She said I'm fine like this and then walked to the salon where the tea party was held. Court ladies and maids hurriedly chased after Princess Shiztina. Shiztina-sama, Sir Pendragon has not returned yet. Yes, unfortunately, Sato won't come back until after he visited the countries along the course. Princess Tina replied with an answer she had prepared at the expected question. It's really an unusual magic book, isn't it? I wonder if this is ancient language. Yes, that appears to be the case. Perhaps the knowledgeable Sir Pendragon could read it. Princess Tina gave an evasive answer. Well, I wonder about that. I won't know before showing this to him, even while thinking, Satu who can even read language from the age of gods must be able to read this. Even if she can't read it, she memorizes the characters on the title and decides to check it later. Slaying a demon lord is an achievement ranking next to ancestor King Yamato-sama. Yes, it's a great deed done without God Parion's blessing and talisman like Hiro Hayato-sama's followers. Shistana-sama has really make a wonderful gentleman hers. The girls who sneered at her behind her back when they heard her getting engaged to Sir Pendragon, she's getting late married to some upstart viscount, completely ignored their own shortcoming and looked at Princess Tina enviously. Was that dress given by Sir Pendragon too? It's so wonderful, it looks like jade silk, but it's even more supple and has more mystical luster to it. It's like the fairy silk in the fairy tale. Princess Shistana's dress is a rare article made from fairy silk that only appears in fairy tales. It's the meticulous work of the forest fairy, elves, and the house fairy, brownies. No matter how great an authority one holds, it's something that cannot be obtained unless one prepares to part with wealth enough to buy a country. Just when the envious stares of the queen and the princess became unpleasant, a retainer came with a bad news informing the arrival of a crowd of monsters on the mountain. She was going to use this chance to escape the tea party, but unfortunately, her turn never came. Her golem army didn't even need to fight the monsters. Liza and Tama, who got the information from Ikagoya firm Golden Knight Orange and Golden Knight Pink, destroyed them instead. The traces of destruction at the actual site didn't look like they were made by people, and with many pools of blood left at it. Mysteriously, not even one body of the monsters remained. Princess Tina, who got the information from her reconnaissance drone golems, thought, now that we got the meat, we're having meat dishes at dinner tonight. Sira, are you feeling unwell? Head Maiko no, Lily-sama. It's nothing. The two are facing each other in the sanctuary of Tinyan Temple in Duchy capital. Being inside the tranquil sanctuary is enough to heal your heart. However, according to the story she heard from her beloved, there's a high chance to establish a conversation with God Tinyan here. She can't talk carelessly here. What do gods expect from people? Thus, she spun words with a safe content. Gods expect for people's devoted prayers and gratitudes for their happy life. However, they have even forgotten to do such trivial things. Lily-sama. Sira was going to call Lily, who suddenly spoke, but then she immediately perceived that it was the words of God Tinyan through Lily and stopped herself. And then, they seek greater prosperity each days, be envious of others, and finally become a slave of their desire. Sensing sublime divinity from Lily, Sira's thought is filled with awe, changing to revere. She couldn't even blink. Why are the taboo? Why do gods who love people conduct such a merciless act? My dear Maiko, gentle girl, ask your own heart, seek the answer. Before long the divinity that had filled the sanctuary lapses, and she can finally regain control of her unmovable paralyzed-like body. Tinyan-sama. While hugging the unconscious Lily, Sira held deep gratitude at the god who had personally given her troubled self a pointer. 15-34. Golden Knight's deployment, 2, Siriuhu City's boy knight. Not from Satu's point of view this time. What's wrong, Uni? Martha-san, would Siriuhu City be alright? Priest Sama said the bad ones are the Wees Elkin, right? Nothing to do with us. The maid little girl and the inn lady's daughter are having such conversations at the gate inn of Siriuhu City. Even the people who gathered at the temples to seek salvation right after the gods' divine messages have returned to their daily life. Outwardly at least. Get out of Siriuhu City, demi-humans. Go away. An act of barbarism that would make any sensible person frowns is being carried out in one of the vacant lands inside the city. Brats dressed in good clothes are throwing stones at demi-human children. Many stones missed their target, but several of the ones thrown by older boys hit theirs. Please, stop. I'm sorry. Please. Neither the fast Dogen, the agile Catkin, nor the smart Weaselkin could defy the don't move from their order of their master. Asking for mercy was all they could do. It's an ugly scene that would make decent human beings feel sick, but it appears to be a pleasant entertainment for the humans here. Of course, not all the people in Shiryu City regards this as an entertainment. What are you doing? Cease at once. A beautiful girl showed herself up from a carriage parked at the side of the road. With her long blonde hair, her strong-willed blue eyes filled with dignity of a noble are glaring at the people participating in the ugly festival in the park. The woman over there, are you a government official? Earl Shiryu should have given a direction not to abuse beast people pointlessly. The Earl has prohibited owners of beastkin slaves inside the city from abusing them because he has a dealing with the influential Viscount Pendragon who has beastkin slaves. It seems the fact that Viscount Pendragon's cooperation is crucial in order to put the management of Shiryu City's labyrinth on track is not divulged to the low-class government officials. This is a filthy place. It's not a place some great priestess Sama should come. For the female official who's aware of her declining beauty, a fresh young girl accompanied by a handsome knight is an object of envy. Due to her uncontrollable envy, the female government official spout out words to drive the girl away. Do you mean to say that you don't intend to obey Earl Shiryu's decree? Did you hear otherwise? The girl raised her brows in anger at that answer. Because that was equivalent to rebelling against the Lord. It'd be a different story if she were one of the ignorant populace, but it's absolutely intolerable for someone who gets their payroll from the Lord. Sir Marientail, cut down this official. I have confirmed that she's clearly rebelling against the Earl. The girl gave a merciless order to her accompanying boy knight. A slight anguish floated on the boy knight's face that looks similar to his big sister's, Xena Marientail. Anasama, are you sure about this? It doesn't matter. A fool who can't abide her lord cannot be anything but harm. A cold smile shows up on the beautiful girl's face, she mutters, this is my mercy. It seems there is no one here who's aware that Anna is the name of Earl Shiryu's daughter. Besides, if we arrest her here, her whole family will be executed. The boy who knows the depth of the girl's compassion and her inflexible nobility draws his sword. Pale blue light twinkles on the sword's surface. Be at ease, it will be painless. Are the people over there your friends? I've to execute them along with you if they are. And no, I'm not. Me neither. Me too, I'm not. The boy knight let the scurrying men in the vacant lot go, but he acted when the boys who were throwing stones tried to do the same. Whoops there, I can't let you kids go just like that. The boy knight goes around and cut in front of the children using flickering movement and then he drops his fist on them. The person himself intended it to be a light punishment, but due to his tempered body from the level ups in short term, his version of light didn't seem to be light at all. The kids are groaning in agony on top of the grass in the vacant land. The boy knight looked a bit awkward at first, but then he turned serious when his ears caught the shrill noise from the bone conduction alarm. Anasama. Looks like it has begun. Yes. Anna understood that an unprecedented crisis has befallen Shiryu City from the short exchange with the boy. It cannot be helped. We will have to end our tryst. Tryst. The boy knight's face reddened at Anna's joke. It's an innocent scene between a boy and a girl, but it appears the gods of this world aren't kind enough to allow that. Black particles extending to the sky can be seen at the direction of the labyrinth. It seems the labyrinth monsters are overflowing outside. Go Knight Marientail. As for me, I will accomplish the role that's been assigned to me. Yes, Anasama. The boy runs through alleys with speed of wind. Was there anyone who noticed that he looked like her big sister during the initial appearance of the labyrinth? I wish to city core. With my authority as the nobility of Shiryu, cancel the contracts of these people. Confirmed the qualification as the nobility of Shiryu to cancel the contract. When Anna spoke to the ring she took from her chest, a voice could be heard out of nowhere. Cancelling the contracts. At the same time of that voice, blue light flows from Anna's ring and wraps the beastkin children. Your healing will be at Parian Temple. Get into the carriage. Buff, Kinf move. Or D, Bin. I've already released your slave contracts. We don't have much time, quickly move. The beastkin inadvertently obeyed Anna, who was used to giving command, and then they raised shouts of joy when they found out the pain didn't come even though they moved. At the vacant lot left by the carriage and the beastkin children, the female official who narrowly escaped death timidly lifts her head. She totally forgot about me. Good grief, just who does she think? The female official couldn't finish her cursing. The last thing reflected on her sinking dark eyes were a gigantic camel cricket and a brutal claw that looked like the Grim Reaper's scythe stuck on her chest. Are you guys all right? Marentail-sama. The labyrinth blockade has failed. A soldier of the territorial army with wounds all over his body answered the boy knight. At first the blockade was working. A part of the territorial army composed of nobles who thought the monsters coming out of the labyrinth looked weak undid a part of the blockade as they tried to score meritorious deed for themselves. What happened to those guys? Their bones are over there. One soldier laughed with a gloomy face. Marentail-sama. I'm sorry for being late. We will help the blockade here. Marentail-sama, please exterminate the monsters who have scattered in the city. Understood. I'll leave here to you. The branch manager of a Kaguya firm appeared with a group of golems and was left to take care of the labyrinth's blockade. Platoon Commander Allison, I will entrust the command here to you. Leave the direct battles to the golems, please don't let any monster that crosses the blockade alive. Where are you going, Company Commander? I'm going to dispose of the monsters scattered in the city. Those sounded like he was abandoning his duty as a commander, but there was a reason for that. The boy knight's level is higher than anyone here, but his actual battle experience is shorter than anyone here. Thus he decided to cede the command to the experienced platoon commander Allison, and went to do a sweeping outside. Platoon Marientail will be divided into 4 groups. I give the right to command the groups to the non-commissioned officers. Hunt every monster you see while waiting for the reinforcement from Territorial Army to arrive. Yes, Commander. The 4 military units went on to slaughter the monsters that attacked the citizens. Among them. Amazing, he defeated a monster that could even defend against Great Axe in one blow. Oh wow, look at that. He defeated another one. Awesome, didn't know there was a knight that strong besides Kiguri-sama. Oh. How nimble! He kicked the wall to get to the roof. The citizens who saw the boy knight's deeds shouted as if they were watching an action movie before their eyes. But you know, the sword of that knight-sama earlier. You saw it too. It really was shining blue, wasn't it? Such conversations continue to repeat and spread inside the city, the notion that boy knight Marentail's true identity is the silver-masked hero seemed as if it was true by the time the monster number had decreased. And then they lived happily ever after. Would have been nice if it ended like that. The holy sword would cry, you know? I advise. The boy knight is facing off against a jet black demon in the open space in front of the castle. Moreover, 2 camel crickets bigger than houses are accompanying the demon on its sides. One who attacked Siriuhu city before jet black greater demon. Pleasantly correct. I delighted. The greater demon draws a dark red great sword out of thin air. Now let's fight. I battle. At the northern end of Shiga Kingdom, the boy knight's battle against despair has just begun. 15 to 35. Golden Knight's deployment, 3, Little Hero. Not from Satu's perspective. Physical reinforcement, Herculean strength, agility, concentration. Boy Knight Marientail buffed himself using his skills. The boy knight was being wary of the greater demon as they faced against each other, but the demon only looked at the boy knight gleefully, as if it had no intention to attack at all. I don't know what you're planning, but you'll regret that carelessness. Are you ready now? I bored him. The boy knight used flickering movement and changed his course perpendicularly when he got close to the greater demon. However, the greater demon is unaffected by the feint, it keeps its gaze at the boy knight. The boy knight who had gotten right beside the greater demon recited the command word quick increase, the holy sword in his hand shined and the boy's running speed increased fivefold. The greater demon slightly smiled at the boy's actions. For a greater demon, this much speed is as good as standing still. The corner of the greater demon's mouth disgustingly lifted at the imagination of the boy's last moment. Acceleration formation. A light ring appeared in front of the boy knight, and then he explosively accelerated when he passed through it. It was such a speed that made even the greater demon's kinetic vision lost him. Moreover, the boy knight was not aiming to attack with a powerful large slash, but a stabbing technique that made use of his speed to its fullest. But yet, a simple acceleration equaling constant speed? I ridicule. The boy knight, which attacked at a speed that even made his outline looked blurred, was intercepted by the greater demon's mere instinct. The boy knight was blown away by its jet black tail, bouncing while breaking the stone pavements and crashed into the bookshelves of a bookstore, stopped moving. The boy knight is hidden by the broken bookshelves and piles of old books. Now, entertain me more, I expect. Normally, one wouldn't have lived through a counterattack of a greater demon. Even if they did, they'd probably be critically injured. Even though that's the common sense, the greater demon's line of sight is unshakably fixed at the bookstore where the boy knight disappeared into. Sure enough, a blue light jumped out of the white dust. Whoa! Responding to the boy knight's war cry, the holy sword he holds shines blue. The greater demon doesn't counter the second attack and blocks him with its dark red great sword. The clash scatters blue and red sparks around. Lonesome struggle, I pity. Looking down at the boy knight who's wielding the holy sword with both his hand, the greater demon's free hand swings down. Its poisonous claws are wet with abominable radiance. He ain't alone. A good-looking man who ran past the open space with flickering movement slashes the greater demon with trailing red light of magic edge. The greater demon's tail counter-attacks were all handled skillfully by the blonde-haired good-looking man. Kiguri-sama. Yo, Marian tail. Kept ya waiting. The one who has appeared as the boy knight's reinforcement is the strongest level 40 knight, pride of Siriuhu City. A huge lightning attacks the greater demon. Hehe, thanks to you buying time, Lightning Geezer got to launch a serious blow. This is Rindolf-sama's Ruin Thunder. The thunderbolt cast by the chief magician Rindolf Shi, known as Lightning Geezer, made the greater demon stopped moving. Numbing surprise, I delighted. When the greater demon threw out its chest, its burnt skin scattered, and flawless skin appeared. Even a surprise attack with advanced lightning magic is not effective against a greater demon. Quickly returning the favor, I swift attack. Jet black lightning released from the greater demon's horn extends toward Lightning Geezer, who's on top of the castle's spire. However, a wall of light that appears before the castle blocks the magic. It's a defensive wall created by the city core. The greater demon gleefully looks at the wall of light without minding about its attack getting blocked. There are soldiers with magic cannons and fully equipped knights beyond the wall of light. Amusing toys, I call. The greater demon roared once and then a jet black circle was produced below it. That looks bad, let's stop him, Sir Marian Tail. Yes. The two assaulted the greater demon while leaving blue and red trails of light. Damn. It can also use its scales along with tail. Marian Tail. Evade them. The scales on the greater demon's body transform, attacking the boy knight's abdomen. The blonde man cut in there. Kiguri-sama. I can block this much with Vajra body. Don't stop your hand, stop him no matter what it takes. The scales gouge the good-looking man's armor and body, he's coughing blood from his mouth. Yes. The boy knight's effort at swinging holy swords while enduring his tears, and the desperate backing from the castle turn fruitless before long. Now, succumb to despair. I recommend. Various grotesque demons appeared from below the greater demon. Countless lesser demons and insect rider mid-demons riding insect monsters are arising from the magic circle that has expanded in the open space. Lesser demons with wings fly in the sky and play around by crashing down on houses. It's like the gate to hell's opened. While spilling blood from his lips, the good-looking man's dark eyes are looking at the surroundings. As a top-level person in the territorial army, he understands that there is no force in Siriu Earldom that can oppose this large of an army. We can't give up yet. Even if it's for a blink or an instant. We have to buy a bit of time. The boy knight encourages the good-looking man. The demons are looking at the scene while smirking and laughing as if it's an interesting show. After that, what then? Reinforcement from the royal family won't come. Even if they did, everything would have been destroyed already. Wake up, Kiguri. A hot unyielding fist shakes the resigning good-looking man up. It's not the kingdom's Kurodano will come. Ain-sama will definitely make him move. A small bit of hope burns inside the good-looking man's heart with those words. Kuro the hero's follower at. And then, the round 2 of the despairing act between demons and knights began. Martha-san, I wonder if the children at the orphanage are safe. It's all right, that place is as sturdy as a castle, Knight Sun-sama told me. In a corner of the shelter under the inn, the maid little girl, Uni, and the daughter of the inn lady, Martha, are diverting their anxiety with little voices. The neighboring people including the inn's guests are taking shelter here. An especially loud thunderous sound resounds auspiciously. After that, the outside becomes quiet. Maybe they've repelled the monsters. Let's see for a bit. Oi! Stop! I'm just gonna take a peek. One of the evacuated men shakes off the people who try to stop him. He opens the basement door and peeks outside. Oi, how is it outside? The man who tried to stop him seemed to be worried about outside too. He asked the man who stopped talking. However, the man kept silent and then something fell down from above. Ouch! What's this? It's sticky oa. When the man realized that the thing he held in hands was the head of the man who peeked outside, he screamed and threw it away. The corpse of the man who lost his head fell down while spraying blood. An even more menace comes to the basement that was dominated by scream and bellow. With crunching sounds, the ceiling the inn's floor is torn off, sunlight pour in. Inside that light, some things peek in, 2 black rods. No, they're the feelers of a huge insect. The instant the feeler touched one of the men, the eye of a huge camel cricket appears in the torn ceiling and perceives everyone. The feeler coils around Uni and Martha who were in the corner of the room. Kya, help me father, mother, help 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 help. Help Sato-san. Martha and Uni screamed, but only the inn couple dared to challenge the feeler. Their desperate resistances end with them falling victims to another feeler. Let go of Uni, Nanodasu. A ball of light shining blue flying from afar pierces through the 2 feelers. And then a white shadow that comes after the light ball catches the 4 people who were released from the feelers in the air. Lyuryu. Take care of Uni and the others, Nodasu. Lyuryu. A small knight clad in golden armor jumped off the white dragon. Sure kill magic edge, Vorpala, .. In the middle of speaking the technique's name, the golden knight attacks the camel cricket's black body. The camel cricket's defensive wall that was shining dark red was broken in an instant, the body that was harder than steel was pierced through like it was made of paper. Punishment, Nanodasu. The golden knight's sword that burst out in the sky is emitting blue light. Hiro-sama. It's a little Hiro-sama. The people who came out of the inn spoke that unanimously when they saw the golden knight. Lyuryu. The white dragon circling in the sky informed that there were new enemies closing in. Lyuryu. Drop off Uni and the others below, Nodasu. Lyuryu. As instructed by the golden knight, the white dragon that's holding the inn family and the maid in its hand dropped them down. It was a soft gentle descent. Are you not injured, Nanodasu? Why yes, thank you Nanodasu, Be by any chance? Yuni was going to guess correctly, but she stopped as the Golden Knight made a mouth zipper gesture. Of course, Yuni didn't know a gesture from Japan's Showa era, but she sensitively interpreted that it was, keep it a secret, and stopped talking. Hiro-sama, please tell us your name. Poka's name is Golden Knight Yellow Nanodesu. Golden Knight Yellow-sama. Thank you for saving us. Even though Yuni was intensely retorting inside her mind, you said it. You said it, Poka-chan, she endured by smiling wryly in cold sweat. And then, she spread the Golden Knight's false name, Golden Knight Yellow, at the surrounding with an especially loud voice. She's quiet, the worrywart little girl. Did the others not come? Xena went to the labyrinth Nodesu. Poka will go over there with Lyuryu to defeat the demon Nodesuyo. So you've come to defeat the demon. Golden Knight Yellow-sama. Even while having headache at her friend's verbal slip, she conveyed the Golden Knight's actions to the surrounding people. The admirable effort of Yuni, who was gasping for breath, didn't reach the natural airhead Golden Knight. It was over with her tilting her head cutely. Then, here it goes. Poka will bring the souvenirs when she comes with Master Nodesu. Yuni waves back at her friend, who left while waving. Thank you for your covering, Yuni-chan. Sato. She looked at the familiar voice, but the one over there was an unfamiliar face. However, the gentle pat on Yuni's head is of his from her memories. Yes, please stay normally next time. Right. We'll definitely do that. That mysterious person gathered the people, created an underground shelter with earth magic, and put up a powerful barrier. It was such a splendid barrier whose sturdiness could be perceived even by untrained eyes that they could believe him when he guaranteed that even demon lords couldn't break it. Is it over? I dissatisfied. The holy sword held by the rough-breathing boy knight has lost its blue luster. The female magic soldiers he's protecting behind him have also used up all their magic power. They can't even move. The only one that can use magic now is a female wind magician. The good-looking knight Kiguri, who fought together with him, has also left the stage with big injury. Garlean temple head Nebinan is desperately trying to save his life with healing magic behind a destroyed house. Air hammer. The wind magic shot by the girl who has prepared to die vanishes without even reaching the greater demon. Composition too soft. Grating. The greater demon is looking down at the despairing girl, who puts both her hands on the ground, with eyes filled with joy. People's despair and fear are a feast for demons like them. In order to enjoy that, they continuously torment their opponents while leaving them alive. Air hammer. A silver knight appearing in the sky casted a chant shortened accelerated wind magic. The magic that should have resulted the same like earlier reached the greater demon, showing enough power to make it step back several steps. Wind stiletto. Receiving the same holy verse as the holy sword of kingdom's defense Kleamitsola, 7 stilettos released from the silver knight's hands are dancing in the sky while letting off clear sounds. They attack the greater demon like birds of prey while creating blue trails of light. Are you a pupil of ancestor King Yamato? I delighted. The greater demon gleefully handles every blades which attack like a skilled swordsman each. Wind stiletto. 2 holy verses. I astonished. Holy verses 1 per 1. That's an absolute rule that even applies to the divine gift holy swords. However, the black-haired boy who made the stiletto will laugh it off if he hears that. That difficulty is only a matter of putting several circuits in parallel. The invisible vacuum blades spread on the stilettos are gradually cornering the greater demon. Yet, even so, the differences between humans and demons are obvious. Even though the holy swords dancing in the sky keep making many wounds, the decisive blow is still far away. The silver knight begins to chant and attack magic to recover from the hopeless situation. Kyokakakaka, suffer by the poison in the black blood. I pleased. The soldiers who inhaled the scattered blood of the greater demon are lying on the stone pavement while coughing blood. Seeing that, the silver knight bites her lips under the helmet. She holds down her feeling to save her co-workers by using ranged healing wind magic with her willpower. The thing that she should do now is to repulse the greater demon. And then she completed the spell up to right before the verse for the invocation. The Silver Knight makes her next move before chanting the last invoking verse. Wind Stiletto. Receiving the third holy verse, the 7 stilettos shined brightly. They burst open from inside and turned into blue particles. It couldn't endure it. I ridicule. Tempest. Without minding the ridiculing greater demon, the Silver Knight recited the last invoking verse of the advanced wind magic that she had reserved. Tempest-like wind rages with the greater demon in the center, golden trails of light appearing inside the wind shuts the greater demon inside the tempest like a cage. Even the continuous attacks of its jet-black arms from the inside only warped the golden cage, failing to break it. It's a magic made by engrafting the secret technique of spirit magic Garuda into wind magic, a magic especially made for her. Kahahaha. I pleased. The vacuum blades appearing inside the golden cage inside the tempest excruciate the greater demon. Even with that much attacks, humans' magic isn't enough to defeat a greater demon. Normally that is. Twinkling blue sparkles can be seen inside the tempest. The tempest changes before long, evolving into a different magic glistening with blue sparkles. You sacrificed a divine gift holy sword to defeat me. I commend. The greater demon shaved by the holy sword's grains disappeared into mist inside the tempest. It's thanks to magic and tools Sato-san gave me. The Silver Knight mutters at the tempest without anyone to hear her. A golden knight riding on a silver lesser dragon arrived beside her. Xenonot, Notisu. Air. It's Silver Knight Air, remember. Golden Knight Yellow-san. That's right, Notisu. Poke wanted to say that Notisuyo. The Silver Knight hit her forehead with her hand, having the same feeling as Uni earlier, but she quickly pulled herself together and healed the surrounding people with advanced wind magic. Poke and Lyuryu defeated all the other demon people Notisu. As expected. She said it lightly, but there aren't many people in the vast Shiga kingdom that can defeat multiple flying mid-demons in a short amount of time. Demon Lord hasn't appeared yet, Notisu. The Golden Knight made a dangerous remark while cutely tilting her head. Yes, it should be over with this. If they appear that easily, people probably won't be able to live a peaceful life. The two who have finished emergency measures by using magic descend to the ground. You've worked hard. Yukul. Ain-sama. I'm a follower of Hiro Nanashi, Silver Knight Air. I'm not your elder sister. Understand? Yes. Ain no, Air Dono. The Golden Knight's ear twitches as she gazes at the conversation between siblings. Someone is calling Notisu. Yellow. Poke will be going for a bit, Notisu. The Golden Knight rides on the white dragon and flies in the sky. And she went to a backyard of a temple in Siriuhu city. Here you are, little hero. A little girl with honey-colored hair is knitting Kerala in the middle of a flower garden in the backyard. The little girl smiles unsuitably of her age. Poke is Golden Knight Yellow Nanotisu. Hiro is Master Nanotiswio. No, you're a true hero. Everyone just keeps it a secret. Really, Nanotisu? The honest Golden Knight who doesn't understand doubt looks as if she comprehends the little girl while tilting her head. Yes, really, Nanotisu. That's why, I want you as hero to defeat the Demon Lord. Bad Demon Lord Nanotisu? Master told Poke not to defeat good Demon Lords Notisu. The battle inside the underground labyrinth with her master floated in the Golden Knight's mind. It's a really bad weasel Demon Lord, so it's alright. Master will praise you if you defeat it. Then Poke will do her best, Notisu. Poke will call Xena now, Notisu. No, you won't make it in time then. My hero is almost getting killed by the bad Demon Lord over there. That's bad, Nanotisu. After saying that, the Golden Knight stands on her dragon steeds, the little girl smiles satisfyingly. A smile that would have made the Golden Knight's friends to prepare for battle against the little girl had they were here. Yuri going right away, right? Yes, Nanotisu. However, the pure golden knight who doesn't understand to doubt readily consents the little girl's request. I'll open the gate to the battlefield. A gate that looks similar to the temple's gate is opened before the golden knight and the white dragon. A huge ruin dyed in white can be seen beyond the torn space. Go little hero! And save my hero! Yes na notisu. Poke will work hard notice weo. The golden knight replied cheerfully and turned toward the battlefield together with the white dragon. 15-36. Divine Punishment, 5, The Forbidden Knights. Not in Satu's point of view. A giant of light, so the god has manifested itself. When I turned toward the captain, I saw a yellow giant near the place where apostles and demon lords were fighting. Lead I'll evade it. At the vice-captain's shout, I leap forward without checking the surrounding and wrap myself in the mantle created from the rat demon lord's pelt. I could hear the scream of a colleague behind me. The city in front of me is bathed in yellow light, turning into white salt. The magic eater birds. I heard Dajlim the Tigerkin knight screaming. The flying magic eater birds are falling apart while leaving trails of white salt. Divine punishment of the gods. Hey! That kind of cursed god, just call it evil god. I've never been able to get along with Vice Captain, who always butted head with me at every occasion, but I agree with him this time. Crisis perception that didn't act until a while ago is ringing an alarming warning. What's that shining thing? From between the light peeking through the clouds, countless shining objects showed themselves up. Although the outlines are vague, they look like cubes. Familiars of the evil god are they? They must have appeared to help the evil god. They're common here too. It appears they've deemed us as God's enemies, all members of Temple Knights. Let's show them evil god our real strength. OU. Responding to the captain's order, everyone goes to challenge the cubes. Magic swords ain't working on them yet. My great holy sword Minofashi Zhao ain't doing good either. Just as my friends have said, my cherished sword feels like it's cutting water. These cubes seem to be a kind of apostle too. All members, I allow the use of the white sword for fighting apostles. The white swords coated in dragon fang powder is restricted in their use. The captain was preserving it until the fight against evil god, but he probably judged that it would have no point if we died fighting the cubes before that. It's working. It's working. Of course. They're the secret plan of His Majesty the Emperor and Tactician Dano. As long as we have the weapons, defeating the cubes that are only fast but bad at cooperating is easy. We defeated the cubes one after another. Our only concern is the remaining coating of the white swords. Lead I'll. Come. Lion Knight Gizem called me. Sir Gizem. The captain has ordered for some temple knights to gather. But we can't leave this place. Shut it. This is an order. Leave those cubes to Vice Captain Gwilba. Lion Knight Gizem caught my arm and dragged me to the gathering place. The Imperial Palace? I was taken to the palace in the center of the whitened imperial capital. There are 13 temple knights including me in front of the palace gate. Captain. At this situation. Just when the bespectacled rat knight Mobit was going to flare up at the captain, right at that time. A huge purple beast broke through the palace and showed itself up. It looks like a grotesque-looking wild weasel beast. The beast turned its eyes at us. Scary. A terror enough to make me want to run away from this place immediately grasps my heart. Demon Lord. When I muttered that, the other knights besides the captain drew their swords. A lot of the swords have already lost their white luster. Restrain yourselves. You are before His Majesty's presence. I can't digest the captain's words. Do you not understand? Tactician Dano. A reincarnated person who looked similar to Tactician Dano showed himself up from the palace. That smooth-bald Tactician Dano shouldn't be able to grow such long purple hair. That is His Majesty. He has casted away his weaselkin body in order to challenge the god. There are certainly light of wisdom in its grotesque eyes. Hear me. You have the tenacity not to lose yourself in battles. Urged by tactician Dono, the captain straightened his posture and shouted out. Therefore, we grant you these. There are several twisted dark purple horns that give off dull light on a floating plate beside the captain. This is entrusted by His Majesty, the ancient artifact's twisted demon horns. I can feel terrible miasma and curse from the twisted demon horn. If you use the twisted demon horn, you can fight against the god and obtain a power that exceeds even a hero. Hearing that, my colleagues show a daring smile and gather in front of the twisted horns. However, the captain continued his words as if stopping my colleagues whose hands were reaching toward the twisted demonic horns. However, it requires a great compensation. The captain looks up at His Majesty who has turned into a beast. Noble knights who seek freedom. A voice tingled with mysterious reverberations are echoing in front of the palace. For the freedom of people. It's unmistakably the voice of our respected Majesty. To liberate mankind from its rulers. His words are filled with determination and sorrow. I expect you to abandon everything as a man. After saying that, His Majesty turns toward the yellow giant. We will not force you. The captain said that and took a nearby twisted horn without hesitation. Seeing that, my friends also scrambled for one. The last remaining twisted demonic horn. Pressured by everyone's stare, I took the last one. After ascertaining that, the captain pushes the twisted demonic horn onto his forehead. For our desire for freedom. After shouting that, the captain's white fur undulate, changing into a grotesque with bubbling sounds. Even after seeing such a terrifying transformation, my friends only drew their breath and pushed the twisted demonic horn onto their foreheads. For our desire for freedom. My friends are turning into grotesques. They lost their figures as people, losing even their sense. My friends roared like a beast. Crunching and clanking sounds that are unthinkable coming from people reach my ears. Repulsed by the excessive dread, it seemed I had dropped the twisted demonic horn. I reach my hand at the horn in a hurry. However, a hand covered in white fur appearing from behind me picked up the twisted demonic horn. Vice Captain. The owner of the white hand was the Vice Captain Guilba. This is mine. It's too early for you. Guilba's mouth forms a crescent shape and then he shouts, for our desire for freedom. Out loud. I had a feeling that Guilba, who had changed into a grotesque, muttered faintly, "You just stay there. Go. Greater demons. Army of Liberty who serve under Demon God." Tactician shouted at my friends who had changed into grotesques. Now is the time to break the chains and shackles called blessing of the foolish gods. The laughing tactician looked like a devil who entices people into depravity. My good luck to them. With His Majesty's blessing, light purple light rained down on my grotesque friends who have gathered around His Majesty. His Majesty turns his face at me. Leadile, my knight. Make sure to watch the last battle of our empire until the end, and bequeath it to the future generations. Your Majesty. His Majesty's line of sight moves to the tactician. Tactician. My gratitude for all your work so far. Return to your master. His Majesty and tactician are staring at each other. Your master? His Majesty's words are as if. Is that so? Then I will hand over the last firework, romance, to her. After showing a priest staff with red protuberance to His Majesty, tactician presented it to me. The thing I spontaneously received should be the magic device for self-destruct that His Majesty spoke of before. I reflexively accepted it, but as I have to protect His Majesty's life, there is no way I activate this self-destruct device. Farewell, Teru. Building the empire with you was truly fun. I will await for good news in a faraway land. Tactician who had said his farewell was turning vague like a haze, and then he disappeared like he was dissolved in the air. Being at a loss, I can only look at the self-destruct magic device in my hand. March on, my loyal knights. We will kill Zakuan. His Majesty led my grotesque friends toward the battlefield. I watch over their fight from the white imperial palace that has no one remaining. The beautiful imperial capital gets destroyed by the storm raged from the battles, disappearing into white sandstorm. The empire with all its dream, hope and glory disappeared like a short-lived dream. Even after turning into grotesque beasts, even after devoting their loyalty to His Majesty, my friends are disappearing into white mist every time they touch the yellow giant. Alone, by myself again. Ah, please don't leave me. There is no way anyone hears that mutter. The yellow giant is walking step by step toward the palace. It's as if there's something that the yellow giant seeks in this palace. 15-37. Divine Punishment, 6, Hiro Mako. This is not from Satu's perspective. Geez, just when I came to this backwater country to punish the weasels, the god had gone ahead and dropped the divine punishment. What's the meaning of this? Hiro Mako Kaname is grumbling in the noble outlook room inside the Saga Empire's battleship. Handsome knights and priests who look like characters of Otome games are serving around her. It was originally a fleet of 7 battleships that were going to attack Weasel Empire's capital, but they got the God's Oracle along the way and 5 of the ships had gone back to Saga Empire. There is nothing we can do, God's will are beyond what us mortals can fathom. Humph. Since we have those phone-like talisman, they could have sent a mail or something. Geez, they can't even outrensue us even though they've lived so long. The handsome priests had a cramp on his face hearing the hero's blasphemous remark. By the way, the hero who was a junior high school student in her original world doesn't know that ourensu is an abbreviation of Hukoku, report, Renraku, contact, and Suden, consultation. She only somehow knows the nuance. I want to ride that spaceship-like silver ship, not this dingy uncomfortable ship. We're deeply sorry. Hiro-sama's guards are only good at disappointing and troubling Hiro-sama. A handsome official who looks like a puppy apologized to the hero. The hero's exclusive ship, subdimensional battleship Jules Verne, was attacked by the Black Greater Demon, and got partially destroyed together with its maintenance dock. But it's not your fault. She casually flapped her hand toward the apologizing official, telling him not to mind it. I'd rather push this checking the divine punishment execution job to those accompanying aunties. A lunge-arkin man began to play the hero's favorite tune with his lute in order to pacify the complaining hero's boredom. No one beside the hero knew that it was the opening of an idol anime for girls. Your Highness Mariest, the investigation unit has returned. In the noble room inside another battleship accompanying the heroes, Imperial Princess Mariest, who was Hiro Hayato's attendant, was receiving report from the captain regarding the fallen airship that we discovered earlier. Princess Mariest creased her forehead as she listened to the captain carefully. I see. So there's no survivor either this time. Yes, since the bodies had all turned into salt, we couldn't retrieve their bodies nor their memento. I understand. You can withdraw. Please excuse me. Princess Mariest let out a heavy sigh after confirming that the captain had gone. They had found many wreckages of fallen big airships and cities that had turned into salt on their way along the Weasel Empire's territory. And, they found no survivor in every one of them. Have a drink, Mary. Rin. Ringround offered a glass with red wine to her depressed-looking friend. Princess Mariest inclined the glass in a disorderly manner without even enjoying the fragrance and drank the bitter red liquid in one gulp. You should savor it more, it's a good wine. Yuri right. Princess Mariest finally had a smile on her face when Ringround chided her while smiling wryly. After a slight recess, they got a report of the fleet arrival at the neighborhood of the Weasel Empire's capital and the two went to the bridge. It's white. It's as if we're still inside the cloud. Princess Mariest muttered blankly while overlooking the capital that had turned white from the divine punishment. Mary. That. Are those demon lords? And so many of them. Something in the center, I don't know what that is fighting the demon lords. I wonder if that's the god's apostle. It's like the Armageddon, the last battle between God and devil, that Hayato mentioned. A yellow giant is fighting the demon lords clad in purple light. Princess Mariest and Ringround are in awe with the yellow giant who puts up a good fight against the demon lords. These girls and Hayato desperately fought. Your Highness, should we stay on the course? No. If we just charge on ahead as is, we will only lose the hero and the fleet fruitlessly. Princess Mariest shook her head at the asking captain. Retreat. It's impossible for us to intervene the fight between God and demons. She implicitly says that it's suicidal for humans to plunge into that battle. Mary. The flagship the hero rides on. Ringround, who was looking outside the window, shouted. Light signals from Hiro-sama's ship. Demon lords in sight, we will go on ahead, it said. That idiot. Ringround cursed, hearing the signal officer. It was an extremely disrespectful act against the hero, but the people in the bridge wisely chose to keep silent. Mariest, you and the others retreat. I'll bring back that idiot with a rope on her neck. Wait. Ringround, who was going to rush out of the bridge, looked back at the door. Mary, go to Shiga Kingdom. Seek Hiro Nanashi and Satu's cooperation. After saying that, she passed through the corridor with loud footsteps and jumped out of the emergency hatch riding on a flying wooden horse. We could have called that frivolous hero back if only God Parian's talisman had been restored. That complaint was erased by the wind, reaching no one's ears. Grulomu. One of the demon lords roared. Invisible sound waves hit God Zakuan. Even though it was an advanced wind magic, God Zakuan only staggered. It didn't seem like he was damaged much. Zazai. On the other hand, the greater demons surrounding the god lost their limbs every time they touched the yellow light wrapping the god. It was very much a one-sided battle, but thanks to the protection of the good luck given to them by the emperor, it was not a fatal wound as their limbs regenerated themselves. Although, even though the yellow light has that much power, it doesn't seem to be able to encroach the purple light that wraps the demon lords. There are 5 demon lords including the great weasel demon lord in this place, a foxkin demon lord with swords as his arms, a snakehead demon lord with octopus-like lower half, a tigerkin demon lord with wings on his back, and a human-shaped demon lord with ox horns. However, the demon lords are fighting God Zakuan erratically, there is no coordination between them. Only Sword Demon Lord appears to follow the Great Demon Lord's orders. Zazai. The god's yellow light twinkles and then countless light arrows appear, attacking the roaring demon lords. The light arrows pierced through the demon lord's purple light, but most of them evaded the succeeding arrows. NwolYV. The great weasel demon lord roared, then violet light wrapped the other demon lords. He's using good luck unique skill. In response to that, the demon lords activated their own unique skills. With each other unique skills, the demon lords that are already strong by themselves become even stronger. The great weasel demon lord suddenly looked up. How boorish! Saga Empire's battleship appeared breaking the cloud over there. Apparently, the great weasel demon lord still retains his individuality even now. Temple Knights, get rid of them. Yet, if they break through them, you go. Atyo your command, at your command Igazaru. Sword Demon Lord nodded at the Great Demon Lord's order. It seems he's losing his self after using too much unique skills. Why? Hiro Mako shouted in anger inside the shaking ship and explosion sounds. From the shaking that's clearly different from the ones up until now, fear is mixed in Hiro Mako's confident attitude. The magic furnace at the starboard is blown. Losing propulsion. Intruders on the starboard. It's the Temple Knights of Weasel Empire. The bridge crews shouted out the report frantically. That means they're defying Saga Empire's hero, aren't they? Hiro Mako smiled ferociously as if shaking off her fear. How impertinent for mere weasels. Hiro Mako slapped her own cheeks and stood up full of fighting spirits. As if matching that timing, the bridge's door was blown up from outside. 4 Temple Knights broke through the smoke, entering the bridge. Leave this to us. We have to show our good side to Mako-sama. The hero's followers draw their swords and point them at the temple knights. However, their number is the only superiority. The leading temple knight with 4 arms cut up the followers' holy armor and magic armor like papers with his white sword. The remaining temple knights infringe upon the shaking blood-vomiting followers. Geez, how embarrassing! Are you guys only good for your faces? While being disappointed at the cowardliness of her struggling retainers, Hiro Mako wraps herself in blue light. It's the sign of the activation of Hiro Mako's unique skills. The first unique skill, unrivaled mobility, cannot be hit, can evade every attacks. This hero is of evasion type. Fire a barrage with no space for evading. It seems there were betrayers in Saga Empire. The temple knights seem to be aware of Hiro Mako's unique skills. The temple knights took the magic devices on their waists and fired a rain of fire bullets from the submachine gun-like fire wands. Hiro Mako is wrapped in blue holy light once again. The second unique skill, foresight, accurately predicts 10 seconds to the future. Useless. You can't run anywhere even if you try to predict it. One of the temple knights shouted triumphantly. Just as he's planned, it's a solid barrage with no place to escape. There's no space even on the port. The third unique skill, infinite arsenal, inexhaustible swords, is activated. A holy sword appears out of thin air. It closely resembled the holy sword the previous hero Hayato had, erudite. The temple knights wondered if she intended to cut the barrage with the holy sword. Don't make light of Haru. Hiro Mako shouted a spirited yell. The barrage shot from the fire wands changed its trajectory as if it was changing it on its own. It must be a miracle from Hiro Mako's unique skill, unrivaled mobility, cannot be hit. Impossible. Mako can aim, that's the name of the one that defeats you. Wrapped in holy light, Hiro Mako cut the temple knight along with his holy sword he used to defend against her in two. Her last unique skill, strongest katana, nothing cannot be cut, cuts everything in existence. The second and third temple knights thrust their magic swords at Hiro Mako, prepared to die together. What? Impossible. The two's magic swords slipped through Mako's body. Betraying the temple knights who thought that she had changed place with an illusion, the Hiro Mako they hit cut both of them with the holy sword in her hand. There's not even the slightest hesitation nor mercy at the tip of her sword. You're good. Hiro Mako muttered in admiration. After cutting the third one, a person who could block her sword finally appeared. It's the 4-armed temple knight who holds the white sword. Hiro Mako seemed to be satisfied after exchanging blows several times. She struck her holy sword at the white sword. Blue and white light filled the deck, both swords broke with a clear sound. You have no chance of victory now that you've lost your holy sword. Aren't you the same? Your prided white sword's broken too, isn't it? The temple knight picks up the holy sword and magic swords of his cohorts below him. It might be not as good as dragon fang powder, but absurdity also dwells in this concentrated dragoon blood. While speaking some cryptic things, he drips red liquid in a bottle on the 3 swords in his hands. Then me too. A new holy sword appears from the thin air of the infinite arsenal. The holy sword this time resembles the strongest holy sword that Hiro Nanashi carries, Excalibur. It's such a waste that there's no eject function on this warehouse. The grumbling hero's holy sword exchanges blows with the 3 swords. Red and blue light dyed the bridge, broken machinery parts grazed by the light scatter around. There should be no level difference. The temple knight's arms has decreased by 1. My sword skill is also several classes above. Decreased by 2, and 3 now. And yet, why? The temple knight who had lost one of his legs muttered frustratingly on the floor. There's no way the ally of justice blessed by God Parion's protection could lose to bad guys siding with demon lords. Hiro is an embodiment of absurdity. He recalled what tactician Tuya once said. Regrettably, this is it. He pushes the small magic depth charge switch he got from tactician Tuya. He doesn't know the meaning of the black fan shapes on yellow background mark. Wah, nuke. With a flash from the tactical nuke, the battleship vanishes. One person jumped out of the mushroom cloud. The hero Mako. She was able to survive from the point-blank hit of an unbelievably huge explosion. Although her armor is broken, her clothes are mercilessly torn, only cloths that protect her dignity as a girl remain. Suicide bombing is the worst. While grumbling, Hiro Mako took out a new flying shoes from her infinite inventory and stood mid-air. She healed her wounds using the stocked-up magic potions. Or rather, it hurt too much. I thought I was gonna die. Normal humans would have died if they were hit by a tactical nuke at point blank. The only one that could survive from one such attack is probably Viscount Pendragon. That is if you can put him in the same category as normal humans. It appears she was able to narrowly escape by using her unique skill, unrivaled mobility in overlaps. Was her articulations off because of her fear, or perhaps? Now then, let's quickly beat all the demon lords. I'll rank up to the true hero by just defeating one of the small fries. It should be easy afterwards, and expanding the difference between me and them would be the best. Innumerable light balls assaulted her. Here it comes. Apparently, the second round has begun. Extra. Tsunami at Ganica Marquisdom C. Yes, we've got a report from the branch office of Viragi Kingdom at the South Sea. That emergency call greeted me when I had gone back to the solitary island palace from Siriuhu City. This Viragi Kingdom is the biggest sugar-producing area at the South Sea. Moreover, they're raising the superb cows that feed on sugarcanes, so I want to protect it at all cost. I open the menu to move to Ikagoya branch of Viragi Kingdom with unit arrangement. Right at that time. Verwan Wawan, Verwan Wawan, Wan Warwan. Poki? I got the alarm through the dragon vein from the Rika clone installed on Poka's golden armor. This voice is of the second degree, the light one. If it's not life-threatening, then I should save the countries that were about to be destroyed by the tsunami first. Warning! It's the alarm. Arisa. Check out what's happening to Poki. Oki. I asked Arisa to follow up and executed the unit arrangement. If it's a situation where it's dangerous without me, Arisa will contact me with World Phone. First, I have to erase the tsunami. The too flashy is the last resort, but I will use it with no hesitation if Poka looks to be in danger. The dragon veins nearby will be in shortage of magic power for a bit though, so I don't want to use it thoughtlessly. You see. 15 to 38. Divine Punishment, 7, Hero vs Demon Lord. This is not from Satu's viewpoint. Here comes one, Demon Lord. Hiro Mako looks over below. Kllld Gazaru. A fox demon lord with swords as its arms makes an imposing pose while spreading its sickle-like arms. Kill kill kill. With the demon lord's roar, its chest split apart and a bright red ball of light is shot toward Hiro Mako. Shoot out 100 times that if you want to hit me. Hiro Mako easily evaded it, but the light ball suddenly turned around and pursued her sky orbit. The fallen light ball hit the ground and created a white crater with a huge sound. Fun, that's some power. But the hero's sword cuts the demon lord's sword arm. There's no point if it doesn't hit. Hiro Mako smirks, it seems she's satisfied to be able to say a line from a famous anime. Kill kill curl. Hiro Mako wounds the rampaging demon lord one-sidedly. Your demon lordness is just all show, isn't it? You're totally weak. Curl kill recur. The demon lord's body is wrapped in purple light. Unique skill now of all time? You should have used it from the start, this isn't a game you know. The demon lord attacked without reacting to the hero. While leaving game like blur effect after image body doubles. Gross. Hiro Mako, with her limited vocabulary, backed away, and then she held her holy sword upward to counter it. It's as if she's saying that this is the way to hold holy sword Excalibur. The purple-haired little girl house sitting in the solitary island palace would have agreed with her if she were here. Dazzling holy light surrounds the hero once again. Far stronger light than when she used her unique skill up until now. There's a jewel-like blue crest of light on the surface of her skin if you look closely. It'll be the same no matter how many times you try. Just like before, she randomly evades the attack and counters by swinging her holy sword down. Yet. Guha! Hiro Mako rolled on the ground while screaming unbecoming of a girl. Ouch, what are you doing to a girl? Blood is dripping from the huge wound on the back of Hiro Mako, who's standing up unsteadily. This time, it's my. She's cut on the back once again. Hiro Mako fell on the ground while raising smoke of white salt. Hiro Mako was literally applying salt on her wound in agony. The holy light that envelopes her is flickering like a broken electric spark. Seems you can tave attacks outside of cognizance digazarana. Sword Arm Demon Lord laughed loudly, saying it seems you can't evade attacks outside of cognizance. You spoiled it. I won't fall for the same trap. Hiro Mako stood up while taking an acceleration magic potion. Hiro Mako suddenly got close to the Demon Lord with flickering movement and unleashed a slashing attack. However, it seemed she assessed something. She pulled back her sword and rolled to the side. Foresight de Gazaruka, or may I've just good intuition de Gazaruka. It seems Hiro Mako had anticipated the reverberation of the space magic the Sword Arm Demon Lord was going to use. It's the same technique the Red Body Demon skillfully used against Hiro Nanashi once. Evading without attacking your cornered Daa Igozaru. The hero who evaded the Demon Lord's sword arm was kicked by a fox leg clad in purple light from her blind spot. Hiro Mako spat out saliva mixed with salt, standing up unsteadily. I have to create some distance. If I can't defeat you at close distance, I'll do it from afar. Hiro Mako retreated back using flickering movement and took out countless magic cannons from her infinite arsenal, inexhaustible swords. Sure of her victory, the hero grinned. Then suddenly her view was blurred and the Demon Lord appeared right in front of her. Wah! The Demon Lord speaks to Hiro Mako, who couldn't react to the abrupt development. Pulled, Daa Igozaru. Ah ha ha ha, this can't be real, right? Her hand that was going to grasp the magic cannons grasps upon empty air. No wonder, as the magic cannons that have been taken out are left behind far away. Geha! Receiving an overhead blow from behind, Hiro Mako's upper body was buried in the white salt ground. Her legs above ground aren't moving at all. The holy light enveloping Hiro Mako finally loses its light and disappears. The END, Daaaz Igozaru. The Demon Lord swings its sword arm. Explosion! Clear sounds resounded in the battlefield. An explosion wrapped up the Demon Lord. It's a special spell of the previous hero's follower, Ring Round. Even like that, she's still a Saga Empire's hero. I can't let you easily kill her. Her armor is broken, half of her beautiful silver hair is dirted by red blood. No one knows how she could escape the nuclear explosion, but she's by no mean only slightly wounded. Daaaz Edgazaru. The sword arm Demon Lord clad in dark purple light showed up, cutting the explosion apart. The sword Demon Lord has already lost its ability to speak recognizably. Ring Round continuously shot quick bursts that could be chanted quickly at the attacking sword Demon Lord, but none of it hit the Demon Lord. Daegwuzealu. She could barely protect Hiro Mako from one of its attack, let alone counter-attacking. She changed to space magic midway and rolled under the smoke from the explosion she created herself while carrying Hiro Mako toward the imperial capital. Area? Where is this Nanodasu? Suddenly appearing in the sky of the Weasel Empire's capital. A master and her servant came from a gate that no one noticed. Golden Knight Yellow and her beast steed, Lesser Dragon Lyuryu. Somehow, it doesn't seem like Siriuu's city Nanodasuyo. Golden Knight Yellow tilted her head in puzzlement. She never thought that she would be led to a different place by the little girl. Lyuriu. Somehow, there's a lot of enemies Nodasu. The white dragon inclined its wing toward the enemies. Lyuriu, there's a big meat over there Nodasu. So many wonderful sukiyaki and Hamburg steak, Poke doesn't know what to do. Notisu. Even when she saw the huge great weasel demon lord, the golden knight yellow not uttered fear nor awe, but appetite. Is she a big shot or is she just a glutton? No one can judge for sure. Connection lost. GPS signal lost. Armor person is saying some difficult things. Notisu. The Rika clone installed in the golden armor reported the loss of the connection to the solitary island palace. Area? It doesn't connect to Master Notisuio. Since she didn't understand the situation, Golden Knight Yellow tried to contact her master, but she was at a loss when it was impossible to make a call. She hurriedly turned back, but the door she came out of had already disappeared. Poki is in trouble. Notisu. But Master Ortama should quickly notice and come here. Na Notisuio. Golden Knight Yellow muttered as if she was convincing herself. Lai Yuri Yuri Uu. The white dragon reported an explosion on the ground to its master. There, Ring Round was protecting Hiro Mako behind her back with her broken sword pointed toward the demon lord. Some girls are being bullied by a purple monster. Notisu. Lai Yuri Yuri Uu. Armor person. Please na Notisu. Yes my girl. Dimension catapult activate. One flickering silver board appeared in front of each of them. Lai Yuri. Lai Yuri Yuri Uu. The moment both of them touched the board, they got accelerated to faster than speed of sound. The two of them arrived before the sword-armed demon lord and the girls, and scooped out Hiro Mako and Ring Round. Normally it was a speed that should be unbearable for a normal man, but it was made possible due to her master's scheme and magic knowledge, and above all, the tempered steel body of Golden Knight Yellow who played around with a lesser dragon without any equipment. D-Dragon. It's Ring Radin person na Notisu. Golden Knight Yellow called her name wrong, but Ring Round whose consciousness was hazy didn't notice it. Pull, Daa Egozaru. The Golden Knight Yellow who was flying in the sky above was teleported before the sword-armed demon lord. That was surprising na Notisu. Golden Knight Yellow blocked the swinging attack of the sword-armed demon lord with her holy sword. Blue and purple light crossed, the flash and the spark burned the surroundings. Clyink, an ear-splitting sound reverberated, Golden Knight Yellow's ears under her helmet flopped down. Another sword of the sword demon lord was coming behind her. Such attacks won't work on Poke Notisu. Golden Knight Yellow turned around and blocked the attack that was coming from her blind side with the second holy sword. The sword she used to block it is Holy Sword Poke. Contrary to its very cute appearance with its paw-shaped guard, it's the latest original holy sword comparable to the divine gift holy sword. Looks like she's still hiding her strongest fang. Attack outside cognizance Huikuda Vidigazarana. Sword-armed demon lord was surprised to see Golden Knight Yellow blocking its attack when her attention was robbed by the first attack. It's the most basic of basic to fight against space magicians na Notisu. Golden Knight Yellow is looking at the sword-armed demon lord with a triumphant look under her helmet. Of course, even a demon lord that could freely manipulate space magic was not almighty enough to see the face under the helmet. Wary of the Golden Knight Yellow, the sword-armed demon lord jumped back with a short-range warp, taking some distance away from her. If Poke can't do that much, Arisa will take all her dessert and puddings. Notisu. In this world all yakiniku meal set is delicious. Notisu. She said some nonsensical things midway, but Golden Knight Yellow said that quite seriously. Lai Yuri Yuri Uu. The white dragon looks anxiously at the two people it's carrying. Alright Notisu. Poke wants Lai Yuri to take the two to a safe place. Notisu. Wait. That's a demon lord. You absolutely can't win alone. Hiro Mako interrupted as she was instructing the white dragon. Demon lord na Notisu? That's bad. Notisu. Poke thought that was a monster. Notisuio. I'm amazed that you survived. I guess I should say as expected of a dragon knight. Golden Knight Yellow didn't listen to Hiro Mako. Is Demon Lord San a bad demon lord na Notisu? Poke was told not to fight the good demon lord. Notisu. Are you stupid? Of course all demon lords are bad, you know. The one who says stupid is the real stupid one. Notisuio. Sword Arm Demon Lord is staring at their carefree dialogue curiously. It seems there is no one here who is aware about the violation of a mutual non-interference verbal contract between the Weasel Emperor and the Golden Knight Yellow's master. After all, Golden Knight Yellow was sleeping when that was talked about, and her master didn't tell her about it after she woke up. However, a god not her master couldn't possibly guess that she, who doesn't have the mean to teleport, would be moved to the Weasel Empire on a far-away side of the continent when he wasn't looking. In reality though, the Weasel Emperor had already broken the contract when he asked her master to help his citizens. Didn't it attack just now? Only a bad demon lord comes attacking. Is that true, Nanodesu? Golden Knight Yellow nods at the sword demon lord. Can't be helped, Nodesu. The way of sword is smeared with blood, Nodesu. Golden Knight Yellow muttered seriously while looking at the glittering gauntlet of her golden armor. I'm going to help. I'm still a hero of Saga Empire. I won't fall behind a native hero who hasn't been given God's authority. Then here's a healing magic potion for you, Nodesu. Hiro Mako drank the magic potion she got from Golden Knight Yellow without any question. She's a typical careless modern Japanese person who hasn't gotten accustomed to another world. What's this? Glitter effects wrap Hiro Mako, all of her wounds are healed. Forget about that, even her broken articulation was restored. Blood elixir revelation, Nanodesu. Any wound will be healed as long as you haven't died, Nodesuyo. What's with that doubtful sounding name? Don't mind, we're in a battle, Nanodesu. Hearing Golden Knight Yellow said that, suddenly realizing it, Hiro Mako turned around. The Sword Arm Demon Lord is still waiting. Dragonutid Gazaru. Apparently, the Sword Arm Demo Lord is preoccupied with the White Dragon. Lyuryu, take Ring Raden person to a safe place, Nodesu. Lyuryu. The White Dragon soars away with Ring Round in its hand. The Sword Demon Lord who likes dragons doesn't seem like it's going to obstruct the White Dragon's flight. Then, let's go, Nodesuyo. Coming Dweed Gazaru. Blue light envelopes the whole body of Golden Knight Yellow. A native hero's unique skill. Hiro Mako seems to be misunderstanding it, but the light just now is not from the usage of unique skill. Armor person, please, Nanodesu. Yes, my girl. Dimension catapult activate. A flickering silver board appeared in front of Golden Knight Yellow. The same acceleration board like earlier. Body double technique, Nanodesu. Physical mirror image. Golden Knight Yellow split into 64 bodies at 3 axes. Frighteningly enough, the majority of them have mass and magic power. The Sword Demon Lord, who's also a space magician, lies in wait for Golden Knight Yellow's attack with traps in ambush. Today's surefire technique: Magic Edge Spiral Strike, Vorpal Strike, Exorion, stand by, Nanodesu. Yes, my girl. Extra mode activate. Various reinforcement magic envelop Golden Knight Yellow. The original name was Extra Mode, but Golden Knight Yellow is convinced that it's Exorion due to a purple-haired little girl's scheme. The Rika clone installed in the golden armor interpreted that the request was for Extra Mode with its fuzzy function. What's with this reinforcement magic? Unbelievable. How did my status become 3 times as high? This is like raising your level for several times. It appears Rika clone had judged her as a comrade. Hiro Mako also got the effect of Extra Mode. At the surprised Hiro Mako, Golden Knight Yellow only tilted her head and that was it. She probably doesn't really understand what she is surprised about. Let's go, Nodesuyo. The 64 Golden Knight Yellow who jumped to the silver board with flickering movement appeared before the Sword Demon Lord in an instant. Ah, stupid. Golden Knight Yellow jumped into the distorted space trap that Hiro Mako evaded in the nick of time earlier. The figure of Golden Knight Yellow getting stabbed by her own holy swords flashed in Hiro Mako's mind. The dark purple light released by the Demon Lord and the blue light released by Golden Knight Yellow dye the battlefield blindingly. 15-39. Divine Punishment, 8, Dog Hero Poke. This time it's not from Satu's perspective. Koya, Nanodesu. Blue and purple sparks dyed the battlefield. Breaking through the reverberation of the distorted space, numerous holy swords assail the demon lord's sword arms. Golden Knight Yellow and her split bodies unleashed a single blow on the sword demon lord, landing behind it. Hwidwi Jozuru. The sword demon lord sets up the reverberation traps using space magic that Poki and her split bodies ignored like a trick in front of them once again. Her split bodies might have decreased, but there's still 47 of them remaining. This much is nothing, Nanotasu. Poki and her split bodies accurately see through the space traps and annihilate them with their holy swords. Howid Gazuru. Its father bought the sacrifice of 72 pudding sans notiswio. Poki probably mistook Shishikawerta, father bought, for Tsuchikawerta, as a result of. If this were a web novel, there's no doubt that comments correcting the typo would pour in like rain. The desperate struggle against the purple-haired girl, Arisa, and her game of tag flashed in Poki's mind. Every time she lost a fight, her snacks and puddings were mercilessly taken. Direct match Dwe'd Gazuru. The sword demon lord's arms increased to 6, each arms held a different weapon. Yes, Nanotasu. Together with the 47 split bodies, she shifts to close combat against the sword demon lord. It's a high-speed battle that no ordinary human can see. The split bodies disappear one after another, but each of them damaged the sword demon lord. Oh wah, I can't move well. Hiro Mako also wanted to participate in the battle, but she couldn't get used to her tripled stats and fell to the ground many times. Duch, watch out you! Hiro Mako futilely shouted while evading the raining magic edge cannons and the sword demon lord's flame bullets with her unique skill, unrivaled mobility. Overwa, Nanotasu. Emperor Dwe'd Gazuru. The great demon lord who had lost its lower body was blown to between the two who were fighting fiercely. The big meat-san came Notasu. Poki, who had lost a lot of calorie from the high-speed battle, licked her lip under the helmet. The blown salt disappeared. The intellectual eyes of the great weasel demon lord look at Poki from below. Golden armor. Meat-san talked Notasu. Poki was surprised. Are you an attendant of Hiro Nanashi? Yes, Nanotasu. Poki is master's sword, Golden Knight Yellow Nanotasu. Is that right? The great weasel demon lord partly closed his eyes after hearing Poki's answer. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Hiro Mako wrapped in blue light is about to cut the great weasel demon lord. A clear sound echoed in the battlefield, purple and blue light shined on the great demon lord's body. The sword demon lord intercepted her holy sword. Tisk, you glittering little thing over there. Hold back the sword demon lord properly. Poki is troubled if you tell her that Notasu. Please wait a bit Notaswio. The troubled Poki's ears flopped down under the helmet at Hiro Mako's unreasonable demand. Mao, you're useless. Eliminated Wijozuru. Receiving fierce attacks from the sword demon lord, Hiro Mako separates away from Poki. Is Weasel-san a demon lord person Notasu? Omu, I'm the great weasel demon lord. Are you a bad demon lord Nanotasu? Master told Poki not to fight good demon lords Notasu. Like I said. Bad demon lord's friends are all bad people. Hiro Mako, who had come nearby, interfered Poki's question. It's as that girl has said, demon lords are evil from gods and heroes' perspective. The great weasel demon lord addressed Poki's question with a quiet voice. However, good and evil depend on your viewpoint. From the perspective of people who rebel against the gods that restrain people's growth and happiness, we are the light of hope. Han. No matter how many sophism you spin, you're the bad one here for breaking the rule of this world. Hiro Mako shouted while fighting the sword demon lord. It's as if this is an anime or manga, but her ears probably also got improved from the tripled stats. Killed Wijozuru. Yu. The sword demon lord caught up with her, and they parted away from the two again. Poki doesn't really understand if it's too difficult Notasu. I see. The great weasel demon lord closed his eyes while regenerating his lower body. Then let me say this. I bear no hostility towards Hiro Nanashi. Although we cannot be called friends, we're like acquaintances. You know Master Notisu? Then Poke won't fight Notisu. Is that right? That is most excellent, it's about time. The great weasel demon lord turns his head. His eyes were looking at the last demon lord that was blown away to the horizon as the yellow giant arrived at the center of the palace. The yellow giant that arrived at the ruined palace repeatedly hit the ground with both its arms. It's like a child throwing a tantrum. The great weasel demon lord that has finished regenerating his lower body stands up. What's the yellow person doing, Notisu? There is something that guy seeks below that place. A big meat, na Notisu. The great weasel demon lord pleasantly laughed at Poke's words, full of her appetite. That guy wants only one thing. Depriving the dragon's vein connection that troll demon lord has. Dragon's vein, na Notisu. Poke tilts her head, she's heard the words somewhere before. Unfortunately, it seems she can't recall it. It's an authority that the dragon god had only ever given to one god, the demon god once. That's amazing, Notisu. The great demon lord talked while putting up a mysterious air, but Poke responded randomly with a low-tension voice. Getting whatever response after especially talking about the secret like that, the great demon lord tasted the feeling of letdown. If his subordinates were to saw his slightly pitiful face, they would likely think that it was rare. A flash like small light wraps the yellow giant. It's coming. If you have a way to defend yourself, use it. If you don't, hide behind my body. Why, na Notisu? The great weasel demon lord moves to cover Poke behind his back. Apparently, he's taken a liking to the pure Poke. Explosions that will shake the earth are coming. That's terrible, na Notisu. It's as if Poke's surprise was the switch as several flashes ran through center of the yellow giant god Zakuan. Thunderous roars erased the surrounding sounds. Most of the forces and the explosions were directed right above the yellow giant, but they were strong enough to blow away every salt buildings around. Dash woo! White pebbles broke through the purple light defending the great weasel demon lord. Poke, who was being covered behind him, jumped to his side. Weasel person is in danger, Notisu. Phalanxasu. Poke climbed on the giant body of the great weasel demon lord, and then she stretched her short arms and spread open the disposable defensive shield, Phalanx. Even only for a short time, this can actualize the same defensive power as the later model of castle that Golden Knight White Nana has. Osh, na Notisu. However, the white pebbles broke through that impregnable defense. It's the same white splinters that pierced through the great weasel demon lord. Poke, who slipped off the great weasel demon lord, flicked away a white splinter that pierced through the demon lord with holy sword Durndal. Awawa, the holy sword broke, Notisu. Conceal yourself behind my body obediently, there's only a few of them, but those are the splinters of dragon fangs, the ultimate weapon that pierces even God. While saying that, the great weasel demon lord increased the thickness of his purple aura. Intermittent sounds of explosions are still continuing even now. The white imperial capital seen from behind the great weasel demon lord is hidden by horrible salt and soil smoke. Alright then, na Notisu. Poke hit on a good idea hearing the great weasel demon lord. She dropped the holy sword and put her hand inside the golden armor's storing pocket. A white splinter that pierced through the great weasel demon lord's body was flicked away by the white sword that Poke took out. This time Poke will protect you, Notisu. The phalanx that has lost its effect disappears in front of Poke, who goes around in front of the great weasel demon lord. With a speed that can't be seen with naked eyes, Poke intercepts the white buckshots that are coming flying faster than the speed of sound. Don't tell me that's a dragon fang sword. The great weasel demon lord muttered. It's as he's guessed, the sword Poke uses. Dragon Fang sword is a sword made from a lesser dragon fang created by the ancient dragon using primeval magic. It can be said to be the completed form of the swords used by the Empire's temple knights. Yorya, na Notisu. With spirited yells, Poke intercepted all the shots. It didn't die even after getting hit by that directly. Hey! The great weasel demon lord is looking at the yellow giant bending down on the ground of the imperial palace's remain. Even though the yellow light has weakened like it's going to disappear, it continues to pulse as if asserting its life force. We'd probably win if we had several more shots of that, but I cannot ask for too much. The Great Weasel Demon Lord stands up while bleeding out. You shouldn't move Nanodesu. You're hurt all over Nodesuio. Seeing the gushing blood, Poke rummages through the golden armor's pocket in panic. She finally found the health recovery magic potion and generously used it on the Great Weasel Demon Lord's wounds. The magic potion showed its effect before long, the bleeding stopped. Thank you, little hero. Yes, Nanodesu. But, Poke is not a hero, she's Golden Knight Yellow Nodesuio. Is that so, pure one? I will carve that name on my soul, Golden Knight Yellow, Poke. Poke panicked when she heard that. Poke's name is a secret Nanodesu. Being known as Bad Nanodesuio. The Great Weasel Demon Lord laughs happily. Then I will keep that name a secret. I vow to never speak of it to anyone. Thank you Nanodesu. Daaazegozura. The Sword Demon Lord who's bleeding all over landed beside the Great Weasel Demon Lord. Only one of its 6 arms remains. There's blood all over Nanodesu. But, there's no more magic potion Nodesu. Poke shoved her hand in the golden armor pocket and got flustered. Her figure looks like a certain panic-prone cat robot. Don't worry, the bleeding has already stopped. The Great Weasel Demon Lord puts his giant paw on top of Poke who's on the verge of tears. Besides, I only need to give the decisive blow on that guy next. The gentle eyes of the Great Weasel Demon Lord sharply changed the moment they turned at the yellow giant, like he was a different person. Wa it. Demunde, Lord. Pushing through the salt ground, Hiro Mako who looked like a ghost stood up. Apparently, she also survived the attack earlier by continuously using her unique skill, unrivaled mobility. However, that required a great compensation. The hero girl is in tatter Nanodesu. Blue lines emerge on Hiro Mako's body, blue lights are leaking from her mouth and eyes, just like how she was before drinking Poke's potion. Te, Monday Lord. Demon Lord. Hiro Mako screamed and then blue light are emitting furiously from the lines and holes on her body. Fallen hero, how pitiful. The Great Weasel Demon Lord quietly muttered. Awawa, something's bad with hero girl Nanodesu. Poke doesn't know what to do, and the fact that she can't ask help from her master Satu and her comrades makes her restless. Even though she knows how to fight, she's still a little child who lacks experience, so it's understandable. Parian's heroes won't become demon lords even if their soul vessel is broken. The Great Weasel Demon Lord gave a signal to the Sword Demon Lord to lead Hiro Mako to the other side of the battlefield. The vessel of a fallen hero is completely broken, they change into a hunting machine that will continue to hunt demon lords until they breathe their last. Any kind of healing magic no longer works on them. The Great Weasel Demon Lord is looking at Hiro Mako who's destroying the Sword Demon Lord without being afraid of getting injured. Poke looks at the rampaging Hiro Mako while crying and shouting. Poke couldn't do anything at all Nodesu. She's exhausted all her medicines, and she can't communicate with her master and comrades. Poke was at a loss. That cannot be helped. In a world where it's common to lose your life to the unreasonable violences, her master prioritized to make her learn the way to survive. Even though that sacrificed everything else, the fact that she's able to survive in a battlefield where demon lords and god are rampaging in just less than 2 years is a proof of the success of that objective. If we're talking game-like, I guess it's the result of putting all growth points toward combat-oriented abilities. If you can't do anything, then do not ever forget that chagrin. The Great Weasel Demon Lord who's overlooking Poke gives an advice. And learn. With tears in the corners of her eyes, Poke looks up at the Great Weasel Demon Lord. In order to catch up with your ideal self someday. Yes Nanodesu. One feeling buds inside Poke who's clenching her fists. Whether that withers or grows into a great tree depends on her own will and supports from her surroundings. Poke is looking up at the Great Weasel Demon Lord with eyes full of determination. And then, as if waiting for that, the space beside Poke broke like it was made of glass. And the one who emerged from there was 15 to 40. Divine Punishment, 9, Reinforcements. The viewpoint will change to the later part of Weasel Empire on, please take note. Satu's here. I've always been scolded by my parents since I was small. I got scolded for disobeying my parents, like playing at a dangerous river, going to a mountain and making a secret hideout, not tidying up my room, or not taking a bath quickly. For me who have been scolded overwhelmingly more than I scold someone, whenever I recall those days, I ponder really hard why was I that unruly. I might be oblivious of it, but the current me is probably thanks to my parents and teachers who patiently kept on scolding me of those days. Dashke, the country would be destroyed before the tsunami came. I was shocked at the points shown on my radar when I teleport to the Magic Kingdom Raragi with unit arrangement. On top of dozens of level 30 to 50 Krakens, there's a peculiar super huge level 92 Kraken called Sea King that covers half of the island. Moreover, it seems this Sea King is a familiar of the Doghead Demon Lord. I have to exterminate them fast, huh? For some reason, Poke's marker is at the Weasel Empire. I left her alone since there was no more considerable threats around Siriuhu City. Just how the heck did she end up getting to that place? She probably fell into a trap of a third party, but more than that, I'm surprised that there's someone else that can move that far besides me and Arisa. For now, let's bring her back with unit arrangement. I open the map and check Poke's surroundings. For some reason, Poke and her white dragon Lyuriu are not the only ones there. Lady Ringround, Sira's big sister and Hiro Mako, Saga Empire's Hiro are there too. Furthermore, it seems a big airship that carries Princess Mariest has landed slightly away from them. Since there are demon lords near them, Poke was probably sent in to help Hiro Mako and Lady Ringround. Judging from the situation, God Parian is the most suspicious. I was going to confirm the situation with space magic, but then the roof of a Kaguya firm got blown away. I've got to quickly clean up this side too. Since my skill, Threaded Think, only splits my thinking by multi-threading instead of like having several brains at once. In short, it's only at the level of an expert of dividing works. It's not possible for me to do several things with a large burden like searching the map and using advanced magic at once. Master. It seems Poke is outside Siriuhu City. Arisa reached me with world phone. She's like a windfall, I tell her the situation. Meanwhile, I transform to Hiro Nanashi figure and fly in the sky. I lock on the Krakens that come into my field of view with advanced force magic, but the processing time is a bit slower than usual. Open a gate near Poke, and bring Liza and Tama with you to retrieve Poke and everyone around. Okay, I got it. Arisa willingly consented my instruction. I recalled my worry hearing her somewhat high-spirited voice, so I give her a warning. Arisa, I think you understand already. Of course. It's fine, leave it to me. The Sea King's giant sea spear came flying during that time, so I smashed it with break magic. Gee. The giant sea spear that got its structure destroyed changes into a mass of ocean water and pours down to the ground. I frantically stretch magic hand and store the ocean water into my storage. Arisa cut off the communication during that time. I'm a bit worried if she's going to be okay, but let's trust Arisa here. I release that have finished locking on. Now all the enemy besides the Seas King should have died off. Since there's a tanned girl and a white-skinned girl stuck on the Sea King's forehead, I can't eliminate it before rescuing them. It seems a level 82 monster called Flame King has invaded the neighboring country while a rock called Sky King is raiding the islands of Sugar Road. These Flame King and Sky King seem to be familiars of Doghead Demon Lord just like the Sea King below me. Good grief, please don't leave these kinds of troublesome legacies behind. While evading the train-sized arms of the Sea King, I go in to save the girls on its forehead. The tanned girl is of an unusual race called half-ghost, while the white-skinned one seems to be a homunculus like Nana. I hurry on to save them while averting my eyes from the demonic breasts of the tanned girl that can even compare to Lady Karina's. Weasel Empire. J.A. John. Arisa-chan arrives. The one who appeared from the crack in space is a little girl donning golden armor with a red mantle. It seems she doesn't have any intention of using her temporary name, Golden Knight Red. Arisa. Nanodesu. We've come to pick Poki up. The shock absorber installed on Arisa's golden armor softly received the full body hug of Poki. Erera? The situation seems chaotic, isn't it? Arisa, who's hugging Poki, knitted her brow looking at the surroundings. Forgive me, Nanashi. The great weasel demon lord who saw Arisa muttered in his mouth. Little girl, look at the eastern ground. The great weasel demon lord pointed at the shining yellow giant. That's. When Arisa saw the shining yellow giant, fighting spirit boiled from within her. Even though she's not using her unique skill, her golden armor is tinged with purple phosphorus. Demon Lord. Hiro Mako is going to attack Arisa, who's overflowing with purple aura. Nin. Golden Knight Pink, Ninja Tama appeared from Arisa's shadow and evaded Hiro Mako's slashing attack with cast-off no jutsu. No one in this place questioned the origin of the slashed large tree. It appears you are a hero, but if you are going to harm Golden Knight Red, we will keep you company. Golden Knight Orange Liza, who appeared after Ninja Tama, said that while taking a stance with her white dragon spear. It seems the girls who have teleported to the Weasel Empire are equipped with the highest level of equipment that they've been bestowed. Liza-san, please take care of that rampaging hero. I'll be that guy's opponent. Arisa. That guy's an enemy. I absolutely must defeat it. Arisa, who was pointing at the yellow giant god Zakuan, raised her visor and shouted. However, Master ordered us to go back once we retrieved Poki. Demon Lord. The two's conversation was cut off by the assaulting Hiro Mako. He might be wounded all over and dying, but that guy, God Zakuan, is strong, you know? Even demon lords banding together weren't a match for him. How cowardly! Leave that guy to me. Arisa grins and laughs. A smile unsuited for the jovial Arisa. Sorry. It's fine, it's fine. I also remember a promise I made when I was reincarnated. It appears some kind of sealed memory resurfaced after she saw God Zakuan. I'll show you the things made by our cheat master when he goes all out. After saying that, Arisa flies in the sky with the support of her golden armor. Storage dimension release. Deploy staff warship. Yes, my lady. Dimension lock release. The armor responded to Arisa, and then the space behind her cracked. From there, a golden staff in the shape of a spaceship appeared. Main staff, boarding. Yes, my lady. Open canopy. After Arisa said that while taking a strange pose, she disappeared before the great weasel demon lord and got on board the whole upper part of the staff warship that acts as a cockpit. Chanting support mode, set the power to the maximum. Aye ma'am. Transform staff ship. The bow separates, changing the ship's shape to look like a catamaran. The 1024 sacred tree stone furnaces inside the ship go into full operation all at once. The warship's bow gets clad in blue light. The yellow giant afar rises and looks at the airship. It seems that it has sensed the enormous magic power. You're far too late to notice now, overboost. Arisa's body is wrapped in purple aura, that light also covers the whole staff warship. Because my cheat isn't only the equipment. Responding to Arisa's shout, one magic circle materializes on the warship's bow. Apparently, she used an advanced space magic chantlessly. Normally, overboost is a unique skill that makes the user put all their magic power into the next magic and make them helpless after the use, but with the staff warship taking over that burden, that risk has been cancelled off. The sacred tree stone furnaces that have used up its sacred tree stones all at once are loaded up with the next rounds of sacred tree stones. Arisa uses overboost once again. The second magic circle materializes, the blue magic circle turns into purple. I've still got more. She chants advanced space magic one after another while overlapping them with her unique skill. The staff warship is wrapped in purple aura. Gwoo. Due to the excessive overuse of many overboost, an unusual phenomenon happened to Arisa's body under her armor. Arisa's double teeth grow a little, purple gem-shaped lines begin to surface on her body. Ruka clone that detected the state of emergency is trying to send an emergency call, but that fails to transpire in this space where communication is obstructed. The yellow giant who sensed the danger stepped forward staggeringly. And not yet. Arisa-chan won't lose to this little pain. Dash. The Beastkin girls who are fighting the rampaging Hiro Mako look up at the staff warship Arisa is riding worryingly. The three Beastkin girls are clearly stronger than Hiro Mako, but honoring their master's non-killing policy, they're unable to settle the match. Dash, merge magic. Arisa uttered that while having a dark laugh, and then the 7 magic circles merge into one. It appears she made chantlessly casting forbidden spell that should have been impossible to become a reality by chantlessly casting 7 parts of advanced space magic spells. Now, die once again. The yellow giant creates multi-layers of light shields in front of it. Shields that it didn't use in its fight against the Demon Lord. It shows how dangerous Arisa's attack is. And then, the third purple light flows. Never give up. A unique skill for the sake of defeating a superior enemy. Forbidden spell of space magic mythology down. A torrent of purple golden light are shot from the staff warship's bow. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Arisa fires the magic while enduring the enormous magic power flowing in her body. The distorted purple golden light reaches God Zakuon while erasing everything in its path. The yellow and purple golden lights clashed for an instant before the shields of yellow light were broken. The light not only overruns the material plane but also the surrounding ethereal plane, and finally arrives at the subspace where the god's substance rests. Zazzae. The god's scream echoes in the whitened earth. The god's arms break, its legs are blown off and fall to the ground. A lone human winning against God. Seeing that scene, the great weasel demon lord shouted in surprise. Arisa. Liza was looking at the staff warship whose first half has melted and ceased functioning. Still, thanks to the overprotective design of the girl's master, the cockpit where Arisa resides is completely flawless. Arisa, who's safe inside the cockpit, stares up at the sky while leaning her body on the cockpit's seat without confirming the result of her attack. The sky is. The scene of clouds getting parted and a ring of light appearing from there are reflected on Arisa's eyes. -id only take Wanko Soba for the second helping please. Arisa's hidden muttering reached no one's ear. Even after receiving the barrage of Dragon's Fang's landmine and the anti-god magic, mythology down that Arisa used, the yellow giant, God Zakuon still survives. The yellow giant wrapped in light is flickering like it's at the end of its life. Were it received several more attacks of the same scale, even a god would probably perish. But the ring of light that broke through the cloudy sky overturned that. 6 multicolored orbs of light are floating on the ring of light. A belt of light that materializes from that ring pulls the body of God Zakuon to itself like the tractor beam from science fiction. Several of the surviving demon lords tried to attack God Zakuon with long-ranged attacks, but the cocoon-like light covering God Zakuon thwarted them all. God Zakuon that arrived at the ring turned into an orb of light. The 7 orbs of light slowly begin to rotate on the ring, and then, the surrounding clouds are dyed with richly colored lights. As I thought, those light orbs are gods. The great weasel demon lord couldn't finish his muttering. A pillar of light released by the whirlpool of light turns the Weasel Empire into a deep crater, that forces spreads unstoppably to the whole of Weasel Empire, changing everything into a wasteland. That day, the Weasel Empire was erased from the continent. 15-41. Divine Punishment, 10, End. Satu's here. I love plain and simple foreign Hollywood movies. There are many things to retort if you think hard about it, but I just can't get enough of the easy-to-understand series of hardships and the catharsis afterward. Happy end really is the best after all. Phew, most of the tsunami have been taken care of now, I think. I saved the 2 girls from the Sea King, eliminated the dog-head familiars, an islet-sized size rock Sky King, and a tyrannosaur-like creature clad in fire Flame King, and then I flew about to the South Sea and took care of the tsunamis. I even had to eradicate a fleet of ancient undeads and ghosts on an emerging floating island in the middle of the way. It was troublesome. How do I say this? The South Seas are hellish. A marker window popped up in my vision when I was grumbling. Red alert? Okay, this is bad. I get back to the solitary island palace with unit arrangement. Hikaru. Please take care of the rest of the Ganika Mark Wisdom. I got it. After saying that to Hikaru, who was standing by in the island palace, I teleport to the Weasel Empire with space magic. Frankly, I don't want to let Hikaru go out, but Arisa is in a dangerous situation right now. Since Hikaru has blessing from her patron god, Ama no Mizuhanaheim besides the one from god Parian, I believe she will be fine. At the other side of the teleport gate, there are Arisa's half-melted staff warship doing emergency landing, the Beast Girls and the Weasel Emperor who's turned into a demon lord around the ship, and Hiro Mako who's spreading blue light around, looking dangerous. Lyuryu and Lady Ringround seem to be at the large airship in the distant. I looked up at the sky and saw 7 light orbs floating. Since their indications show, unknown, they're probably either the gods or the gods' familiars. The ring of light turns into a rich-colored whirlpool. Crisis perception. That one's dangerous. I extend magic hand toward everyone it can reach. While the crisis perception was striking my back, I somehow got them. This is bad. Something falls from the sky. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. I hit the unit arrangement by a hair's breadth. The moment right before the light falling from the sky touched us, it activated in time somehow. Phew, I hadn't panicked in a long time. After we moved to my personal desert space, I sighed a breath of relief. Oops, not yet. Next, I teleport again to save Lyuryu and the others. Lyuryu. Seeing me, the white dragon let out a voice of joy and jumped at me like Pokey. K. Behind Lyuryu, beyond the crashed large airship, I saw a tsunami of white light coming. It's probably the residual wave of the light that fell onto us. Oi, this place is the halfway point to the neighboring city, far from the capital Wino. While muttering in astonishment, I caught Lyuryu and the large warship with magic hand and took them to the same place as earlier. Master! Please save the hero girl Notisu. Poka, who found us, jumped and asked me. Certainly, the rampaging Hiro Mako who's leaking blue light from her mouth and eyes looks like she's on the verge of ruin. I quickly bind Hiro Mako with shadow magic and hand over a blood elixir to Poki. Try to let her drink this. Yes, Nanotisu. I hope this will cure her, but if that's not possible, then I have to make her drink the forbidden nectar. I can't leave the nectar in others' hands since it has many problems. However, I can't care for Hiro Mako more than this. I need to do something about the tsunami of white light before Hiro Mako. If I leave that alone, the parishes and Dejima Island would be swallowed up. Resolving the great disaster comes first before an acquaintance I met once. Arisa, strange. I heard Tama shouting on top of the partially destroyed staff warship's cockpit. I rush into the ship's cockpit with flash drive before I even think about it. The preparation to use unit arrangement toward Dejima Island ended up being cancelled, but at this time, that didn't reach my mind. Arisa. Are you all right? I'm fine. Arisa replied with a strange accent with her head still covered in the helmet's visor. Violet phosphoresces leaking from the gaps of her golden armor. Demon Lord. That was added on Arisa's titles. I activate Soul Seer, Magic Seer, Miasma Seer, Spirit Seer, and hide menus indications to make the throughput even a bit more efficient. The inside of my eyes feel painful, perhaps I'm overdoing it. However, I don't care about that right now. I see that magic power is leaking out from Arisa's cracked soul vessel, while miasma is widening that crack. It's like some kind of purple thing is overflowing from the vessel's crack. Calm down, Sato. I frantically suppress my flustered heart. It's all right, Arisa. It's all right. While murmuring as if I was convincing myself, I tore off the miasma and gently fixed the broken soul vessel to its original shape. All right, just a bit more. I purged Arisa's golden armor with the master key. Don't look. Arisa hides her lips with her hands and curls up in the cockpit seat. Don't worry, I won't hate you just because your appearance changed a bit. Really? Yeah, of course I am. I murmur to ease Arisa and lift her head. Drink this. While your soul vessel still retains its shape. Okay. I made Arisa drank the nectar. Among my belongings, only this and blood elixir revelation are capable of healing damage on a soul vessel. However, the healing from blood elixir revelation is only temporary. When the soul vessel is damaged this much, the vessel probably won't ultimately be restored unless she drinks the nectar. Master is entering me. Arisa is Arisa even at a time like this. Ignoring her nonsense, I keep watch of her soul vessel's restoration. Before long, after what felt like an eternity, Arisa's soul vessel is restored. Phew, good. I'm sorry. I pat the apologizing Arisa's head. Since it seems that she's reflected enough, I'll decide her punishment after I've heard the reason why she overdid it. Don't be that rash ever again, okay? If anything happened, tell me everything about it. When we were staring at each other, another emergency was displayed on the AR reading. Come to think of it, Dejima Island and the parishes were in trouble, weren't they? Made it in time. The place closest to the imperial capital, Dejima Island, that still have survivors, with unit arrangement. Leet City was about to be swallowed up by the tsunami of white light before my eyes. I recalled the moment when the Katirkin reincarnated person was using her unique skill to try to delete my memory. I've sheltered those girls with other reincarnated people, I should go see them when I have time. Now then, gotta do something about that. I choose the Advanced Earth Magic Great Wall on the magic list. Guess this is more like the rise of mountain range of Nanashi instead of Great Wall of China. A tall wall higher than mountains rise up on several hundreds kilometers long range. It looks quite showy, but compared to this magic is simpler and more cost efficient. Now then, let's briskly clean this up. I connect the Great Wall while moving with unit arrangement. My magic power was used up halfway through, but since I had several fully charged holy swords on hand, I got my refill from them. Who would have thought that it would almost reach the Ratkin territory at the northern side? This disaster-grade tsunami of white light must be the real divine punishment. Turning several cities into white salt was probably the divine punishment from the apostles and one god, while the white light earlier was probably the large-scale divine punishment from the seven gods. No wonder the conditions for the divine punishment changes depending on who you ask. Famu, these crater and the spiral-shaped grooves are terrible. After confirming that it was safe with space magic's Senrigan, extra clairvoyance, I moved to the Weasel Empire using teleport magic. It seems the gods are satisfied after dropping the divine punishment, they've disappeared from the sky. I put back the Room of Truth where the Troll Demon Lord was sealed from my protected subspace to its original place. Since I had put an absurdly strong barrier on the original place, I don't think they noticed it. It seems that barrier has disappeared by the god's divine punishment. It's probably not the barrier itself that disappeared, but the bedrock where the barrier was placed. Wonder what's that warped space? I saw a mirage-like phenomenon in the corner of my view. Is it an evacuation capsule in the subspace? It's cracked, and a survivor is there. It's a miracle that she survived. I pull out the familiar face buried in salt. Awa! Her lower body and one of her arms have become salt and fallen apart. It's a miracle that vital parts like her head and heart are safe. I moved to the research laboratory in the solitary island palace with unit arrangement while wrapping her in fixture magic. Guess no need for cleaning and such. While muttering that, I put Lady Lidile the Temple Knight inside a bio-tank for Nana. Although it's a different story for limb loss, I guess it's not possible to regenerate organs. Since the nectar is too dangerous, I fill the bio-tank with blood elixir Rev. Afterward, the self-regeneration mode of the bio-tank should take care of the rest. What should we do about the Hiro? Right. I'll ask Ikagoya firm to nurse Hiro Mako and her cohorts. We can just deliver them to Saga Empire once they're able to move about. Perhaps I should return Lady Ring round to her parents' house, but for now it's probably better for her to stay in Ikagoya firm's guest room. She's probably going to be fine since I've asked Sira to care for her. Since Hiro Mako fell into critical condition while spewing blood when I let her drank the nectar for some reason, I only gave her the blood elixir revelation to return her from the rampaging state as the treatment. I stripped off the blue lines on her skin with surgery and healed her with a high magic potion afterward. Later, after asking Biryunin and Baranan clans who like to research things to investigate the line, I learned that its composition is similar to crystallized blue liquid. Back then, when I put too much magic power into Liza's black spear of cricket, evolving it to magic spear Doma, crystal lines that looked similar to magic liquid also appeared on the surface of the spear. It was probably a similar phenomenon. Does this mean the divine punishment is over now? Probably. It seems the stampedes in the labyrinths and many monster domains have also stopped. I affirmed Hikaru's question. I'm thinking of leaving the care for the stricken areas to each countries. If they request Shiga for assistances, I'm planning to release the preserved foods and medicinal supplies I've hoarded in large quantities. Master, Poki is a bad kid Nanotasu. When I was done with some works, Poki entered my face with a serious face. Liza and Tama are with her. Please give punishment to Poki Notasu. Does Poki understand what bad things she did? Poki left her post without telling Master Notasu. It's true that she violated her order, but my responsibility is heavier for postponing things even though I was aware that something happened to Poki. Abstaining from nightlife for 1 month is too light, I should ask Hikaru to think up of something later. Now then, putting aside my reflection, right now it's about Poki. Why did you leave your post? Poki was called by a little girl Notasu. I couldn't really understand from Poki's explanation, but looking at the rough image from the battle recorder installed in the golden armor, it was a girl that looked similar to the little girl in painting. Did she give her name? She didn't Notasu. But, she said Poki was a true hero Notasu. Famu, the ones who know that are only us know, Poki becoming a hero was recorded on a certain slate written by the Troll Demon Lord. Since the fact that Poki defeated the Rat Demon Lord was also written, authorized people of Weasel Empire should be aware about it even if they're not the gods themselves. But well, there's a good chance that it was God Parian. On this continent, the only people capable of opening a gate from Siriuhu City to the Weasel Empire's capital are me, Arisa and the High Elves. It'd be a different story if a reincarnated person with teleportation unique skill appeared in Shiga Kingdom, but making an assumption about such an irregular situation like that is too conspiracy theory-like. And then, the girl said that my hero is going to be killed by a bad demon lord, help Notasu. I see, my hero chronologically speaking, it's unlikely for her to be the little girl in painting. It's probably safe to regard that the god Parian, Temp, who set Poki up is a different being than the little girl in painting. Next, I listened to the things that happened in the Weasel Empire from Poki. Then I will be announcing the punishment for Private Poki. Hearing me, Poki straightened herself. The crime of leaving one's post and endangering oneself is not light. Therefore, 10 days of meals without meat should be proper. Poki's ears flopped down, she looked downward. Liza and Tama who are next to her are looking pale like their blood run cold after hearing the severe punishment of 10 days of meals without meat. However, Poki's ears twitch. In light of Poki's courage and kindness for rushing in to save the life of a girl in danger, the meals without meat is decreased by 3 days. Poki raises her head. Furthermore, appreciating your prudence of not thoughtlessly engaging the demon lords you encountered but instead properly judging as to whether they're evil or not, the meals without meat is decreased again by 3 days. Poka's ears returned to their positions. And, extolling your achievements of healing the injured Hiro Mako and Weasel Empire, and saving Lady Ringround, the meals without meat is decreased again by 3 days. This would probably turns up more to plus if this were the story of a super popular magic school, but completely giving a positive here is bad. That's why, the meal without meat is only for today. Be careful not to repeat what you did, okay? Yes, Nanodesu. Poke wants to learn many more things, Nodesu. Yup, you're great, Poke. I'm glad that Poke is interested in things other than battles, meals, and her hobby, writing stories. I pat Poke's head hard. Tama will learn too. Since Tama also came declaring and hugging me on the opposite side, I also praised her. You're also great, Tama. Looks like Tama is already affected by Poke. 15-42. Mastermind. Not from Satu's perspective. So you're back, Parian. A boy-like voice greeted the being that teleported in with light. The light from the shining little girl illuminates a black-clothed boy within the dark eerie hall. The light disappeared before long, eerie darkness returned to the even eerier hall. Tuya-sama, please don't call me that. The tone of the little girl who was called with the name God Parian contained respect toward her superior. Then, stop assuming that form. Yes. When the boy in black clothes, the one called Tactician Tuya in Weasel Empire, ordered that, the little girl turned into a glamorous woman along with faint light. The beautiful young face of the god also changed into a plain one with no special characteristics. After she was done transforming, she untied a pendant-like thing from her neck and the light disappeared. Tuya-sama, I'm returning the thief god's mirror. I still have something for you to do. Take it with you. Yes, Tuya-sama. The pendant she has, Thief God's mirror, seems to be for transforming. As if waiting for the two to be done, a tune that has an eerie intimidating aspect to it echoes in the hall as if it's the appearance of a bad guy. Looks like the chief has come. The two people kneel toward the throne that looks like it's assembled from humans' bones situated at the depth of the hall. A blue and a red gems on the back of the bone throne begin to blink, and then a groan-like sound comes from them. What happened to the irregular? The groan sounds changed into a human voice before long, the voice of an old man with strange dialect. Tactician Tuya raises his face and talks to the gems on the bone throne. We can assume that the estrangement plan has failed. The woman with plain face bit her lips in vexation when she heard the word failed. Apparently, she was involved in the estrangement plan thing. Did he get swallowed up in the divine punishment? According to the spy in Shiga Kingdom, it appears he's safe. Safely escaping from the 7 gods' divine punishment. Ain't he a tough? The words of the guy called Chief sounded like he was astonished from the depth of his heart. A slight awe seemed like it was mixed in it. Then, what about the anti-god mine? It had some effect, but it lacked the decisive factor. They're talking about the Dragon Fang nuclear mine, the trump card that the Great Weasel Demon Lord used on God Zakuan. Guess a direct confrontation's impossible after all, might work if we had 10,000 lesser dragons more as the ingredients though. That's an empty theory. Furthermore, I don't think the same thing will work again against gods. Ain't that true? Guess we've gotta leave it to our Lord San to fight gods after all. For them, the 7 pillar gods are opponents that must be defeated. The Lord San spoken by the chief seems to be a god other than the 7 pillar gods, or perhaps a being that can match gods. I have a report for your excellency. Hearing the chief, the woman with plain face spoke while still falling prostrate. What's it? Lemme hear, MK. According to the one who had infiltrated Weasel Empire, it appears a woman from Irregular's faction critically wounded the god. As an addendum, she said that the infiltrator has ceased sending reports. That's amazing. Did she turn into a true demon lord? No, she was still a human. The chief's voice sounded as if he heard some unbelievable thing. Why kiddin' me? Think we coulda take ER to our faction? Let us not, that's clearly a trap, a death flag. Ain't you right? Best not to have anything to do with the irregular EY. With a pale face, Tactician Tuya hurriedly stopped the chief, who seemed excited. Perhaps his tension was transmitted along, the chief's voice sounded nervous too. Since Shin should be in the irregulars faction, do you think he'd be strong enough to defeat a god in time? That's not possible. He's just a normal human. He transcended humanity precisely because turned into a demon lord with the demon lord's orb while he had hero title. Ain't that right? Fine as long as Shin has enough power to live normally. The chief murmured as if he was a parent worried about his child. After a moment of silence, the gems blink. Oh, yeah, guess Weasel Emperor Han has really. He was hit by the 7 gods' divine punishment. There is no way he survived. The subject changed and Tactician Tuya shook his head at the chief's question. Silence drifts about in the eerie room for a while. Contrary to their concern about the emperor of another country, it seems there's no one here worried about Hiro Mako, who should be from the same place as them. Tuya, why can take a break for now? You've just lost a friend and all. That I cannot do. For as long as I've lived, this isn't the first time I lost a friend. Ain't no way you can get used to that. At the chief's friendly concern, the Tactician Tuyas declared that there was no need for it. The woman with plain face seems worried about Tactician Tuya while she's still falling prostrate. I'm gonna have Emperor Rugenhan and the army work hard for a while, so my side intelligence bureau'll be alright. Is it about the continuation of the chaos on the continent's west? Yap. The chief spoke of Saga Empire's emperor's name familiarly. The woman with plain face clearly looked perplexed when the chief stated the name, Intelligence Bureau. From her viewpoint, it was odd for the chief to purposely state the obvious like the name of his department. Won't the irregular intervene? No worries, Tyr. I'm gonna have the Saga Empire's heroes deployed before the irregular came. He's a KY guy who likes talk crash in others' turfs after all. From the flow of conversation, you can infer that the existence called irregular is a menace whom he, who controls the entirety of Saga Empire's intelligence bureau, really cannot ignore. More importantly, heroes, the chief certainly did say that. It seems that Saga Empire has summoned not only Hiro Mako but multiple heroes right after Hiro Hayato defeated the Demon Lord in Dejima Island and returned home. If academicians were to hear this, they would probably rack their brain hard as to where they got the enormous magic power needed to summon heroes and at what cost. Gotta be extra careful bout things related to irregular. Yes, we have taken an extreme caution against the irregulars' proxy organization, E-Firm. We're concentrating our effort in lowering E-Firm's influence in the continent's west through amicable means, please don't worry. The woman with plain face answered the chief's question. And, how about the plan there? Then, in regards to the Labyrinth Highway plan's progress. The woman with plain face stood up and answered the chief's question. About the miasma level at various places, they're extremely low compared to our expectations. She displayed a screen using force magic in front of the bone throne, and spoke about the detailed information. According to that display, the miasma in Dejima, Selbarat and Sirihuhu are especially low. It's the irregulars' fault, ain't it? There is no shred of doubt. Tactician Tuya affirmed the chief. The channel to Dejima has been completely cut off. We have no choice but to stop the Labyrinth Highway plan. We have to wait for the next opportunity. Yap, dunno if it'll take 100 or 200 years, but waitin' for the irregular's natural life to end would be the wise choice. Omu, in 66 years the Demon Lord season will come anyway. Bane born as a long-living race is convenient at a time like this. It seems the opportunity they speak about is connected to the Demon Lord season. Their objective probably requires the miasma to thicken. Then next, we're just gonna be careful bout Emperor Rugenhan's senile demands. The chief spoke as if he was persuading, no as if he was guiding someone. Babysitting the emperor is your job. Tuya-han-s always strict ain't ye? After exchanging relaxed words, the gems lost its light once the chief said, then, see ya, and stopped speaking. Tuya-sama, will you be visiting the health resort in Buchi Forest? Yes, that's right. Then, could I come along with you? Just now, I felt like having a vacation. Yes, that's right. Tactician Tuya answered the nervous woman with plain face as if his mind was somewhere else. I can. Without noticing Tactician Tuya's state, the woman with plain face jumped up in delight. I must get ready and buy some clothes. Cute clothes and attractive underwear. When the woman with plain face was muttering her delusion with her hands on her face and her back turned toward Tactician Tuya, the gems on the bone throne suddenly shined. Looks like he's gone. At the bone throne's words, the woman with plain face twitches. Yet, it felt like my heart got frozen still. Tuya collapses with his knees and hands on the ground, gasping. Sweat run on his boy-like face like a waterfall, the light in his eyes is like that of a returned soldier who has seen hell. It was far more terrifying compared to when I stood before God Zakuan, as if my life no my soul was going to be erased. Ain't that right? Even though he shouldn't know where I was, I still got scared to death. While Tactician Tuya was wiping his sweat with a handkerchief, the woman with plain face is going around restlessly in askance between the bone throne and Tactician Tuya. He was here until a bit ago. Who could it be? The woman with plain face, who couldn't follow the chief's and Tactician Tuya's conversation, hit on a certain guess. Yap, the irregular came. No way. My space perception didn't. The woman with plain face spoke in dismay about how her always-on passive space magic couldn't detect anything. Since mine's detection skills only sensed something incorrigible, it wasn't just mana camouflage. The High Elves and Ancestor King Yamato are on Irregular's faction too. They must have techniques we aren't aware of. The chief and Tactician Tuya continued to exchange words while ignoring the woman with plain face. Guess we really have to give up the God Beater girl after all. Yet, when we're talking about taking her to our faction, his presence shook even only for an instant. Don't poke the bear. The risk's just too high. Apparently, that was the reason why they went pale and quickly changed the subject. That's right. We have a higher probability of surviving raiding the God's realm with white swords in hand. Ha 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 ha, ain't that right? Once Lord San is restored, we're going into full swing. The woman with plain face drew her cheeks when she heard the two talking about the final war in the God's realm as if they were going to a pleasant quarrel. I didn't bring it up before, but the Siriuhu city's labyrinth highway gate safe? Yeah, the labyrinth highway, the gate to hell, is safe. Tactician Tuya replied the bone throne. I was panicking when I heard the report about the irregular appearing in the, but he left just like that after confirming Dometherd the dot. Really, all's good then. The Dometherd that Tactician Tuya mentioned is a cricket monster that became the next succeeding the Black Greater Demon. That's the labyrinth created from the important dungeon seed we got from Taruhan after all. Yes, you're right. Either way, without the passage beyond the gate, we cannot go to the moon to release the seal. Tactician Tuya's eyes had a sorrowful look for an instant, but he quickly regained his calm. Is it impossible even for the elf sage Trezewiya? Don't call me with that name. The foolish Trezewiya had chosen to erase himself when he turned into a demon lord. Tactician Tuya spoke as if vomiting. I discarded my name and sealed the memory of my former life when I reincarnated. That guy, the me of this life, was an elf through and through. He even gave up life rather than living as a demon lord. This was in a book left by the elf sage Trezewiya. We elves have poor attachment to life. When we're driven into a corner, the struggle we do is surprisingly weak compared to other races. Apparently, that included him. Can't Tuyahan make a space engine by slowly learnin' and drinkin' some good liquor this time? It's impossible. How far do you think the moon is? Using Jules Verne and this girl's space magic have a higher probability of success. Tactician Tuya implied that even the subdimensional ship Jules Verne and the woman with plain face's space magic can't be used to go to the moon. The irregular's unique skill could probably do, but that's not allowed after all. Yet, that is the only thing we have to prevent no matter what. The woman with plain face looked at the tactician Tuya like she wanted to know the reason, but he didn't speak further about that. Someone. Anyone come here? His Majesty is. His Imperial Majesty eyes. The next morning, Asaga Empire's ladies' maid scream tore off the morning quietness. Guard soldiers and senior servants who sensed the abnormality rush into the Emperor's bedroom. The naked bodies of the aged Emperor and beautiful young ladies who have come of age are exposed in the large bedroom. Your Majesty! Yet the gazes of the people who had rushed into the room weren't directed at the bodies of the beautiful young ladies, but at a huge blue sword hanging on top of the bed. The huge sword is fixed in the air through either space magic or force magic, hanging 1 foot above the pale Emperor's forehead. The Emperor is staring at the huge sword without blinking, his body is trembling like he's convulsing. The Emperor doesn't move an inch even though his eyes are tossing about from the tip of the sword. Save His Majesty! Oh you! Wait! Someone stopped the guards who were going to move as instructed by a senior servant. Empress Hualyan-sama? Why did you stop us? His Majesty is paralyzed. Moreover, that big sword is linked with the paralyze magic, it will likely take His Majesty's life if you untie it carelessly. Empress Hualyan is the mother of Princess Mariest who served as a Hiro Hayato's follower. She is an outstanding magician like her daughter. The royal court magicians whom she called take more than 2 days trying to release the huge sword aiming at the Emperor's forehead. During that time, the Emperor has to shiver in fear without even being able to blink. Even after the Emperor has been rescued, that huge sword continues to stay at that place, any kind of magic is unable to remove it. And dreadfully enough, it seems even the holy swords brandished by Saga Empire's heroes couldn't break that huge sword. And, despite the gag order, this story is spread among many people. Did you hear? Yet, about the sword of Damocles, right? Since the huge sword's creator's name is Damocles, people call the huge sword made from adamantite alloy huge sword of Damocles. However, there is one thing that remains a secret here. That is the words written on the huge sword. Which I'll overlook at this once. There is no next time. Those words were conveyed to the next emperor of Saga Empire and the prime minister by the Empress Hualyan, not Rugen II who abdicated the throne under the pretext of bad health. Who wrote that? From a highly reliable guess that would be 15 to 43. New World. Satu's here. When I saw the folktale Kikimimi Zukin for the first time, I thought living a life while being monitored at every places seemed scary to me as a child. In modern time, there's surveillance cameras here and there, but I never thought that they were scary. Famu, as I thought, it was an act. That seems about right. I'm near Tactician Tuya's hideout. I've asked Dryad to get information from the moss growing there about the thing they said after I left. I was bothered by how they only talked about some unusually convenient stuff for me, so I asked Dryad for help. My suspicion was proven true sure enough, but I'd never thought that they noticed my mana camouflage. It seems there's no more children who heard them. Dryad sorted the accumulated information from vegetation networks, like moss and weeds, and then conveyed them to me. Scientifically speaking, there's no way moss and weeds have the ability to store information. Thank you, Dryad. It really helped. Ehehe, I got a lot of magic power after all. I parted with Dryad who was waving her hands buzzingly, and I went to Saga Empire that was close to the hideout. I've put a marker on the woman with plain face who seems to be the one who teleported Poki, so next I'm heading to the Empire to seize the chief guy. Even though it ultimately saved Lady Ringround and Princess Mariest, I can't overlook the fact that they put Poki in danger because of some pointless scheme. Erase at once not, as that's not to my liking. I'm thinking of presenting him with enough fear to make him think twice before trying to meddle with us ever again. I'm sure that he will obediently listen if I let him taste dives from 10,000 feet high in flesh several times, as long as he doesn't have the ability to fly or teleport, that is. There, hui. At the top floor of a building I'm looking up to, there's a gnome man titled Saga Empire's Intelligence Bureau Chief. No. This guy is not the same as the one earlier. According to the AR reading, his race is dummy puppet, though it's been cleverly hidden by a concealment-type artifact. It looks exactly like the real person, but this guy is a fake. I tried to trace back the magic power flowing from this guy, but all of them are fakes and unconnected to the main body. When I tried searching the map, I found one other dummy puppet in a rural area of Saga Empire. I'll put a marker on it and prepare a trap that can trace the main body when he accesses the puppet. Now then, what to do? I'm sitting on top of one of the Saga Empire Imperial Palace's spires, muttering alone. I can put Tactician Tuya and the woman with plain face under geese to prohibit them from getting hostile, but that'll be a bad move. Even if I curb them, with the chief still being on the loose, it will probably end up with them going into hiding and acting behind the scene. Besides, I recall the conversation of Tactician Tuya and his cohorts. Adding that up with the information Dryad collected, it seems currently they're truly not going to pick a fight with us. Maybe I should pretend that I've been successfully deceived? For the time being, I'll give a warning to their public power, Saga Emperor, and complete the preparation needed to seal the Sirihuhu city's labyrinth highway, that hell gate thing, anytime I want. Preparing holy monuments and the same laminated type purification barrier that can be activated anytime in the whole earldom should be enough. The dragon veins flowing near Sirihuhu city are very thick since they're connected to the Dragon's Valley, so it should be able to activate a slightly strong barrier without problem. I gaze at the stone inside my hand while collecting my thoughts. Yup, even the appraisal skill can identify this as a lunar stone. If the chief doesn't ever access the dummy puppet, I'm thinking of using this thing as a bait to lure him out. This is a stone I collected in the moon when I was taking a walk there while installing the space factory in the Lagrangian point halfway to the moon. It seems they didn't want me to go to the moon, but it was just a dreary place with only grounds and rocks, nothing interesting. I had tried searching the map, but there wasn't any temple or ruin where the demon god could be sealed, nor demons and monsters. According to the myth, the demon god should be sealed on the moon, but it's most likely a deviated information. Or perhaps, the demon god has already broken off the seal and is secretly lurking in the world. That possibility exists if the god that gives reincarnated people like Arisa their fragments is the demon god. Well, there's no use thinking more about it. Arisa seems to be waiting in my room, so I decide to quickly give a warning to the Emperor and finish the miscellaneous things. Master. When I got back after finishing my business, Arisa was waiting in the pitch-black office. Arisa, at least turn on the light while you're waiting. Welcome back. Were you at A's place? Nah, I was just disciplining the troublesome guys who set Pokey up. I told her that first while rebuking her. At the Saga Emperor's room, I gave him a slight warning by imitating the Sword of Damocles myth. I don't think he'll ever try to meddle with us again if he has a decent sense. As for the matter about Chief, I'm going to talk about it with Arisa after she's recovered, Hikaru and Liza. As expected of Master. You're quick. She sounds meek, unlike the usual Arisa. I have something I need to talk to Master about. I was a bit surprised at the fact Arisa spoke of falteringly her memory was sealed and citing the descended god was the trigger, but the content itself was within the range of assumption I thought up after seeing the Weasel Emperor's state. The god who let Arisa reincarnated said that if you meet other gods besides me, kill them. That god said that they will attack anyone who's been given that god's power for sure if they find one, even though meeting one seldom ever happens. That's strange. I'm sure gods have seen reincarnated people, including Arisa, for many times through the Oracle Miko. More importantly, so the god who let you reincarnate was the demon god after all? I don't know. Judging from the circumstances, there's a high chance that's the case, but that god never directly said it. That makes sense, from what she said earlier, her memory might have been sealed. Would the trigger happen regardless of which gods she encountered, or would it have to be God Zakuon first? The discussion will change depending on that. However, there's a high possibility that the demon god who produces demons is sending reincarnated people to this world as the eggs to mass-produce demon lords. I don't know why he didn't just embed the fragments in the people who live in this world though. Good grief, the objective of gods bringing forth reincarnated people is still unclear even now. It's depressing. If we go by my deduction that has never been right with detective novels, it's reincarnated people will spread their knowledge, violate the god's taboo, and then the divine punishment will befall them and the god who will nonchalantly appear will torment the reincarnated people who turn into demon lords, I guess? Nay. It's full of holes if I think about it a bit more, and it's highly inefficient. However, there's no mistake that the god who gave power to reincarnated people manipulates their will to forcefully make them fight the other gods. The proof is the fact that Arisa had absolutely no doubt about fighting gods. I have no intention of fighting gods right now, but I have a feeling that I'd need to regard the god who sent the reincarnated people here as an adversary in the future. If Arisa agrees to it, I'd even like to remove her god's fragments. By the way, have you seen your status after I healed you? I have. Arisa answers with a serious tone. Don't forget to always equip the thief god harness when you're going out, okay? Yes, dear. I lightly whack Arisa's head. Oh, she should be fine now if she can crack jokes. After fighting God Zakuon, Arisa has gotten several titles. First, Demon Lord that I saw. In addition, one who rebels, one who challenges God, for some reason Hiro, and I look at Arisa's status displayed on the AR twice. Looks like it's not a mistake after all. Over there Satu's familiar has been added. Now then, what do you plan to do from now on? After putting Arisa to sleep, I meet face to face with the Great Weasel Demon Lord in the castle I made inside the desert subspace. The content of our talk is about the future of the Weasel Empire's people. Since Miss Leadile is currently regenerating in the culture tank, I'm here only with the Great Weasel Demon Lord and the Sword Demon Lord. Two of the other Demon Lords have also survived, but since they've turned into complete war machines, I've binded them with geese and imprisoned them in the Abyss dungeon I made with space magic. Eventually, I'm thinking of using Demon Lord Shizuka's familiarize and transfer the Demon Lord's God's fragments to small animals and have Arisa and the other members defeat the resultant Demon Lords. It seems Arisa will get true hero title after all, and the other girls might even obtain hero title too. If Louise is still alive, she can delete the memories related to science from the people. That's impossible. You understand, right? This Louise that the Great Weasel Demon Lord mentioned is the Katirkin reincarnated person who was in charge of deleting memory at Leet City. Of course she's alive, but even if she's able to manage around 100 people, doing it to the whole population of Weasel Empire is impossible. However, letting them lead a life in the subspace is no difference to what gods are doing. You're right. Moreover, even if they can live for 100 years in the subspace, it's not something that can be done forever. The subspace I created hastily using the forbidden spell should not last that long, although it might be a different story if it was reinforced by Yuika's unique skill like with the Solitary Island Palace. And they'd probably be persecuted if they went back to the former world. Rather, if the seven pillar gods noticed them, they'd probably impose another divine punishment. In the first place, there's no way this world that has trouble to even sustain daily livelihood can accept immigrants. I'm in consent with the Great Weasel Demon Lord. Brighton City and villages under my administration did accept a lot of immigrants, but that was only possible because I had arranged the environment with magic on top of the area being underpopulated. Moreover, the whole immigrants of the Weasel Empire are more than Shiga Kingdom's population. The uninhabited city on the ancient Dragon's continent has also been ruled by many natives already, so it's not usable. I think I can take care of the food somehow at least. I'm thankful for that. However, if they just keep living on like this, sooner or later they will violate the taboo, repeating the same thing. The great weasel demon lord contemplates. Satu. Do you not desire this world? He really said some great demon lord thing. Don't you mean half of the world? I'm not talking about game. I'm not sure how to respond if you're serious. With the power of that space magician girl called Arisa and you, we can kill gods. Sorry, but I'm not going to fight gods. If we're talking about whether it's possible or not, I can do it myself even without forcing Arisa. After all, I can cast the anti-god magic mythology down in no time at all, then I can just cut the god with the divine sword when they're weakened. And I also can continuously shoot the mythology down as long as I have enough magic tanks. Why? The great weasel demon lord is exasperated. Though imperfect, the ones who gave birth to the creatures of this world are the seven pillar gods. Where is the proof of that? I've heard about it from the high elves who have lived since the age of myth. At least, I don't think that A-san and the other high elves are lying to me. Are you saying that it's okay to be abused if it's by your birth parents? Your argument is reaching to the far extreme. I might have agreed with the great weasel demon lord if we lived in the era where the doghead rampaged 20,000 years ago, but I don't feel the god's stance in the present time to be that malicious. If the ones that manage this world are the seven pillar gods, then I think the people of this world should obey the rules imposed by the administration. As long as the rules, gods, aren't doing some unreasonable exploitation that is. It is the nature of people to demand a better life. You think it's fine for them to suppress that idea? Isn't it because they don't want people to kill each other like in World War II and Cold War? You think those guys are such benevolent beings? For some reason the great weasel demon lord really hates gods. Right. Since I've never met gods, I can only make conjectures from various books. I look up at the great weasel demon lord and speak in sincerity to make my words reach him. I am not going to fight them based merely on those conjectures. At the very least, even though the little girl in painting was self-righteous, I didn't feel malice from her. Are you going to hold a conversation with them? Yup, I'll be going to meet them. Are you serious? Of course. I gave an affirmation to the astonished-looking great weasel demon lord. The markers I had put on God Zakuan and the apostles came off immediately, but I was able to confirm that the markers were in the god's realm for an instant. Since the coordinates have been recorded and all, I don't think I shouldn't go. Of course I'm only going once I've completely prepared and made an appointment with some friendly god though. Now then, since our stances stand on parallel lines, let's get back to the first topic. Right now, deciding the future of the Weasel Empire's people comes first. I'd like to give them hope for their future by the third day. I'm not talking about the rule of 3 during disaster I heard somewhere before though. Seriously, spare me from having the people I saved getting suicidal. There is no place for them in the former world. The people of Weasel Empire don't want to let go of the convenience of technology. Is that correct? That's right. The ignorant one would not care, however, ones who have tasted the convenience will not be able to go back to their previous condition. I can understand. I also want to take a bath every day and eat tasty things whenever I want. So here's a suggestion. The great weasel demon lord who listened to me in silence opens his mouth after I'm done. It might be possible if it's just 1 or 2, but can it really be done with this number? Yup, I've safely completed the empirical test. The mice I used in the test arrived there safely. At first I was going to send Chiyufat and the other mice who had amassed a massive influence under Shiga Kingdom in the test, but they were tied to Shiga Kingdom's hygiene improvement and crime control more than I could have imagined, so I used some normal lab rats instead. Then we will go with that suggestion. No, I should lower my head. Please lead us Weasel Empire's people to the new world. When the great weasel demon lord entreated by lowering his head on the ground, the fox-faced sword demon lord followed suit. Then, I'm counting on you to persuade the people in the subspace, okay? Understood. I vow that I will successfully persuade them before the arc is completed. I waved my hand at the great weasel demon lord and started the preparation for the arc. I have the materials and all, I should be able to complete it in half a month. As I thought, working with my hands crafting something is really way more fun than some world's crisis or chasing some mysterious mastermind. I'll leave that one until they're caught in the net themselves. Right now let's continue the preparation to safely send the Weasel Empire's populace to the New World. 15-44. New World, 2. Satu's here. I tend to handle things I got for free or got before I wanted it, roughly. I'm sure that things I obtained after much hardships must have this hardship's cost added to it. Well then, I'm off. Take care, okay. After saying that to the girls, I teleport to the destination using unit arrangement. It's cramped. I open the hatch of the small pod I used to send the mice in and go outside. I had used astronaut magic before I teleport, so I'll be okay regardless of the environment. A desolate world of death. That was my first impression. Ruins of crumbled high-rise buildings stretch out in the emptiness. Oh, I can still use skills. Hey. Even though the skill column is grayed out in my menu, I still can produce magic edge on my finger. However, using the magic edge felt slightly off than the usual. Since the skill indication is grayed out, perhaps there's no added augment from skills. Magic power isn't recovering. The decreased magic power isn't recovering at all. I'm not talking about my abnormal recovery rate, but the rate for common people. Apparently, magic essence that's needed to recover magic power almost doesn't exist in this land. This might also be the reason why the mini gargoyle units I sent earlier as a scout ran out of magic power. The magic column in the menu is white like usual. Now then, how about all map exploration? My magic power got completely consumed, but it activated nonetheless. It seems I can get information from this world through the earth vein even though there's no dragon vein. In addition, even though it takes a long time to activate, appraisal skill seems to be usable with times. The map's name is Ordinal M World Line, Planet Earth, Ruins of Japan Empire. Hey. The word ruins is like a proof that there is no one in this land. No. There is nothing is more correct. After searching the whole map, let alone people, there's not even an animal larger than small ones. I've secured several means to go back, but since my menu functions normally, it's just excellent. I tried going back to the solitary island palace and went back here. Famu, is it because the worlds are different? I put my hand on my chin and muttered. It seems there was a slight load when I used unit arrangement to move between worlds. I probably shouldn't use it too often between worlds. I went around the Earth using site-based unit arrangement, and confirmed that there's no one on the ground. It appears nuclear fusion reactor was the mainstream instead of nuclear fission in this world, but there was a lot of glass craters on the ground and the terrains were considerably different from the Earth I know. World War III-like nuclear wars probably happened. Just how rampant was the insanity in this world? Even several large-scale underground shelters were crushed by special bombs that could penetrate Earth crust. I couldn't find any survivor. When I moved to the place that should be Tokyo, snow was piled up like it was in glacier period. Survivor in the spaces also, none. Hui. A lot of debris was floating in the satellite orbit, the lunar base had also been annihilated. Traces of attacks by unknown aliens or hell's spawns, also none. Humanity killing each other is within my assumption. I give a silent prayer to the destroyed people of this world. I had grasped about the destruction of this world and the state of electromagnetic waves from the mini gargoyle scout units beforehand, but I still wanted to confirm whether there was really no former inhabitant before we start the emigration. I call forth a large warship loaded with numerous large-scale sacred tree stone furnaces from my storage. I resupplied my of magic power from those furnaces and picked one magic from the magic column. Terraforming. Rainbow-colored light similar to my spirit light stretches to the sky, covering the planet like auroras. With this, these ice age-like atmospheric temperature, lethal toxic substances and radiation should subside somehow. Next, I need to prepare the planned site of the settlement. The place is Kansai in Japan. It's partly because it's near an inland sea which is a rich fishing ground, but also because I have limited options since Kanto and Tokai regions have been destroyed into huge craters. While getting magic power supply, I created cities with multi-storied buildings and 10 kilometers gaps in between, and covered them in a barrier that'd protect them from radiation and pollution. The barrier will only hold up for around 3 months since there's no replenishment of magic power from outside, but during that time, the terraforming magic should finish purifying the outside world cleanly. In addition, I'll leave them water and preserved food. I turned the land from around Kyoto to Lake Biwa into empty lot, and then I purified the frozen water in Lake Biwa, Lake Nara, and Lake Osaka, making them drinkable. In addition, I left enough preserved food to feed a population the size of a city for 10 years. I think I put a bit too much, but since their excess that was over mass-produced by the chlorella factory, there's no problem. These should be about right at. After this, I can just ask them if they need more once they've settled in. And since I'm planning to put a sacred tree stone furnace in the emigrant ship, it should be possible to use magic here for 1 year. I guess it could be 10 years if they economized. After that, they should be able to make it themselves if I just leave a lot of solar panels. Perhaps. Can't I just let them out here from the subspace without using the ark? I tried to do that, but it was not possible. Apparently, the subspace I created belongs to that world, it can't be connected directly here. Looks like this world isn't in that easy mode. Master, can you hear me? Arisa contacted me. Yeah, I could. Hey? Strange. It shouldn't possible for space magic to reach here. How do you do it, Arisa? Telepathy thing. Arisa's tone sounded slightly triumphant. There's no way. When I was going to deny that, I understood that it was certainly something close to telepathy. Ehehe, you noticed? It's exactly it, the familiar S-power. I hold myself back from retorting Arisa's weird intonation of familiar, I contemplate. Right now I and Arisa can communicate with our will, the effect seems to be similar to telephone. Apparently, there's a reason why Satu's familiar was added on Arisa's title. Still, it's amazing how it enables us to talk between world. Sure is, it's the power of our love. Well, leaving aside love, being able to communicate between worlds that even space magic can't do sure is convenient. Moreover, just like my unit arrangement, it doesn't seem to consume magic power either. This looks like it'll be useful when I'm visiting the God's realm. Ah, right, I forgot. Arisa said that and told me her primary business. Apparently, the Weasel Emperor called me. Got it, tell him that I'll be back ASAP. Hui. Cup ramen as the souvenir, please. Okay, leave it to me. To meet Arisa's request, I dropped in a bit on the way back to our world. Were you able to convince them? There is no problem. When I visited the castle in the desert subspace I made, the former Great Weasel Demon Lord, the current Weasel Emperor, was having a lively meeting with the Director of Brains, and several other people. There's someone wearing a robe too, looks like the Weasel Empire Imperial Court magician also came. The director and other people who saw me begin to ask questions in a rapid succession. I heard we're emigrating the people to another world. Is it true that it's Earth that's been destroyed by nuclear wars? Did World War III really happen? I'd rather go to Mars. Calm down. While being overwhelmed, I answered the questions of these Brains members. The new world I suggested to them is the Earth of a parallel world I visited earlier where no one is alive. I found it by chance when I was randomly sending unmanned pods to see if I could find my original world. We're going to become Adam and Eve in the new world. Before I could even finish, a woman who was accompanying Brains' director said something similar to what Arisa would say. I don't think it'll be that romantic since all the people of Weasel Empire are coming along too. However, can you teleport all the Empire's people? Weasel Empire needed quite an amount of magic power to summon people from Earth. We were barely able to maintain the gate for 3 minutes even when using catalysts. I give a positive answer to the man wearing the Weasel Empire Imperial Court magician robe. It's fine. It will take some time, but the people will be going to that world using ships that cruise between dimensions. As a matter of fact, transporting the Ark using my unit arrangement would have been the fastest, but if they were given a new land without any distress, they'd likely take it for granted, so I'm having them to take a slightly dangerous and troublesome way. Of course, their safety is guaranteed enough. An emigrant ship that can go across worlds. We'll make it in 100, number 30 years. The director said some long-term idea. It'd be too pitiful for the people if they had to wait that long. I'll provide the shell, the main engine, and the life support system, so you guys just need prepare the interior. The cruise will probably only take 3 months, 3 years at the longest, so the system doesn't need to be that tedious. It'll probably take longer if the system is based on science instead of magic, but since it's going to have sacred tree stone engine anyway, there should be no problem in using magic tools. Could it be, you had the people in mind from the very start? If you're letting all the Empire's people migrate, just how long ago you had it planned? The Emperor and the director seemed to have a misunderstanding. Seeing them this happy, it's hard for me to say that I just thought it up yesterday. Thus, the plan to emigrate the people of Weasel Empire to another world exodus truly begins. You really made the travel possible in 1 month. You can finish the interior during the cruise to kill time. The Weasel Emperor sighed as he was overlooking several emigrant ships floating in the void sky-styled subspace. He had the God's fragment removed by Demon Lord Shizuka, and I turned him back to his original Weasel Emperor figure using primeval magic. With his devotion, I was able to manage the primeval magic quite well to do it. It seems to be extremely painful, so I'd better not casually use it on living people. Your Majesty. We've finished the preparation to depart. Lady Leadile wearing a spacesuit arrived with a small void sky ship. She was a long-eared girl who served as a Weasel Empire's temple knight. I had saved her when she was in critical condition from the divine punishment, and she regained a body close to her original one thanks to biotank. Lady Leadile jumped from the small void sky ship to the wharf where we were. Oops! Are you okay? It seemed she was still not used to her new body. I caught her as she staggered and lost her balance. I helped her back on her feet while trying not to focus on the poyo poyo sensation that hit my arm in accordance to inertia. You pervert! I had no ulterior motive. I replied to Lady Leadile, who complained through telepathy similar to what Arissa did. Your Majesty, the preparation for ceremony has been completed. Omu, let's go. I follow after him to the ceremony hall. Leadile, are you really not going to stay here? Yes, Your Majesty. Even if this body has been altered by this guy, my loyalty lies with Your Majesty. Is that so? I take no notice to the conversation that has been repeated many times these past several weeks. I don't know if it was because I poured blood elixir without restraint, or if it was because Lady Leadile lost the majority of her limbs. Her title became Satu's familiar once the treatment was complete. We can communicate between worlds since she's my familiar. It's useful if there's trouble with the Weasel emigrant fleet, so I leave it as is. As a bonus. This fat, it's a nuisance. I think it's attractive. Humph. Maybe because I had set the tank for Nana, her breast's volume increased to E-cup from her super slender old self. She said it like it was a problem, but it seems she's taken a liking to it, so I didn't readjust it. Hear me, my people. We are no longer able to set foot in this world whose gods loathe us. However, I take a look at the people standing in lines while taking no heed to the Weasel Emperor's speech. There's not even one person with purple hair. All of the reincarnated people received unique skill, or rather, God's fragment as a compensation for reincarnating. All of those fragments were transferred to small monsters by Demon Lord Shizuka, and then my companions defeated the demon lords that manifested. Unfortunately, except for Arisa who got true hero title like Poki, no one got hero title. I also had the former demon lord who was training in the Selbera Labyrinth's lower layer, Shinboy, to defeat them, but unfortunately his ability wasn't even enough to give a finishing blow to a weakened demon lord, so he wasn't able to get true hero title. Give an applause of gratitude to Hiro Nanashi. This emigrant fleet wouldn't have been possible without him. While enduring the ear-splitting waves of sound, I wave my hand at the people elegantly like a member of imperial household. Then, let us depart. After the Weasel Emperor declared that, the people who were standing in lines began to move to the cockpits of the emigrant fleet. Sato, please take care of my little brother and the Weasel people who stay in this world. Even though I couldn't imagine that Weasel Empire's prince wanting my help, I replied him with a short, I got it. Your Majesty, this is a farewell Digazuru. Serve under Sato and become his shield from now on. Acknowledged Digazuru. The former sword demon lord who staying here regrettably parted with the Weasel Emperor. There were also around 200 other people who declined the emigration, but I had already sent them to various places in the world separately. These settlers' memories about science were erased by the Katirkin reincarnated person, Louise, who was in charge of memory deletion in Leet City, so they shouldn't become a target of a new divine punishment or something. Wait. Emperor person, please wait. Notisu. Tama and Poki ran up while holding a necklace-like thing. Dog Hero Poki and Cat Ninja Tama. I see that you two are lively today too, excellent. The Weasel Emperor looks like a friendly old man as he smiles with his whole face. Safety prayer. We made Seka Flower's necklace to protect you in your journey. Notisu. It's the same necklace Poki and the others got from the little girl Uni when we departed Siriuhu city back then. For these two, this Seka flower necklace must be the very symbol of safe journey. I will cherish it. Yes, Nanotisu. I left the emigrant fleet with a small void sky ship along with Poki and Tama who were waving their hands buzzingly. Gate. Open Nanotisu. It's an otherworld gate I remodeled from Saga Empire's hero summoning and Weasel Empire's Japanese summoning magic circles. A dark grey subspace can be seen on the other side of the multi-layered magic circles. One ship after another enter that subspace. They're gone. Emperor person will be alright for sure. Nanotisu. That's right. I'm sure he can accomplish it. The preparation was excessively enough after all. After confirming that the gate had closed, I teleport back to the solitary island palace. I'd like to relax with my companions before visiting the god's country. Meat Hamburg. Bird-san, goat-san, beef-san, lots of them, but I love them all. Nanotisu. I'm walking in the alley toward Solitary Island Palace where flowers are blooming while listening to Tama's and Poka's lunch song. Peaceful daily life really is the best, isn't it? 15 Intermission 1, Hayato Masaki. This is from Hiro Hayato's point of view. Looks like there's a time limit for God Parian to connect worlds. I have to go soon. Gentle light falls from the heaven, wrapping me. My body floats in the air and my view is swallowed by the light while my friends and Sato are watching. I could dimly hear Rin's sorrowful voices calling me. Sorry, Rin. I apologize to my friends in my mind. My gratitude, Hiro. I heard a voice mixed with noise, like a badly tuned radio, inside my mind. This cute childish voice is of God Parian. She conveys her thought with flowing images. Looks like she's thanking me for subjugating the demon lord. I regret that I can't see the young goddess inside the whitened view. Parting, apologize. Don't worry about it. I'm the one who chose to do it. I shook my head at God Parian's apologetic thought. Great happiness, future, blessing. Yeah, I'll find so much happiness so that Rin and the others I left behind won't have to worry. Hearing me, the young goddess sent a smiling image at me. That's right, children gotta have to smile. This place is. I was standing on a stone pavement when I noticed. The precincts of a shrine? Right. I was in this shrine when I got summoned. So I've come back. I run down the stairs. I passed through a vermilion arc gate, arriving at a grey road that smelled of exhaust fumes. Kia! I heard a girl's voice on the side. Looks like she was surprised because I rushed in. My bad Tachibana. @ Masaki-kun. I found my childhood friend with her lowly face Tachibana Yumari and I immediately hugged her slender childish body. No, wait, Hayato-chan. Please do this at a more romantic spot. When I heard my panicking childhood friend's voice, I couldn't hold back my nostalgia and ended up weeping. What? Are you hurt anywhere? Hayato-chan. Yumari, I'm back. I've come back. Yumari gently hugged this unseemly me back even while being at a loss. Here you go, Pekari. You like it right? Thank you. To think I could drink Pekari again. Yumari offered a handkerchief as I got in tears again when I saw the sport drink she gave. I feel that Yumari's cheeks look red, maybe because of the hug earlier. Hey! What is it now? Yumari frowns quizzically. Why are you in sailor uniform? From what I remember, this guy doesn't have a cosplaying hobby. You're really? We were together at the school earlier. Earlier? I stare at Yumari's eyes. What? Yumari crosses her arms in front of her body, taking a guarding pose. She was shaken enough that she began to act strangely, but I only noticed that after I got home. There was something more important for me at this time. What year and date are now? I caught the puzzled Yumari's shoulders and asked. Tell me. Yuan. It's the 3rd of March 2013, the time too? It's 12:15. I don't remember the time, but there's no mistake about the date. This was the day I got summoned. I thought time magic didn't exist. Hey, didn't you say that you'd graduated from Chiyunibu in your middle school days? Did it recur again? Yumari, who heard my muttering, said something, but I couldn't afford to mind that as I touch my face all around. Are you really all right? Mirror. Do you have a mirror? I do though. I look at the mirror Yumari handed to me worryingly. It's the high schooler me. Hey? Come to think of it, why are you wearing a suit? Interview for a part-time job. It's a long story. I talked to Yumari about the other world while feeling pleasant with the surprise from the young goddess. At first Yumari didn't believe me at all, but she consented after I crushed a coin into 4 parts with my fingers. My strength had been badly lowered compared to when I was another world's hero since I couldn't use my skill here, but there was still enough unreasonable strength remaining for me to do that. I feel that I probably could join into the circle of top athletes if I just trained a bit. You went through a lot. And, did you leave lovers or wives in the other world? Her words were light. Looks like she didn't completely believe it. Well, whatever. I also would have laughed someone if they told me something like this. Nah, I didn't have any lover nor wife. The one that's always been in my mind. Yumari blushed as I stared her. Let's not talk about Princess Arisa. Sorry, Yumari, I have to go home and say I am home to my little sister. When I said that with an earnest look, Yumari's shoulders dropped down a bit for some reason, but then she waved her hand and said, bye-bye while looking astonished. See you tomorrow. My cheeks loosened from Yumari's farewell. Yeah, see you. Bye. Yumari looked satisfied when I replied her. Ichiro and I's friend. A beautiful woman who feels similar to Sato is looking at me suspiciously. Yes, I'm here to deliver a letter he's entrusted to me. How old are you? TW 17. I almost said my age when I was in the other world. Then you knew Ichi and I when you were 7. What does she mean? No, it was 2 years ago. Her expression disappeared from her face when I said that. Really? The beauty, whose expression changed into that of a no-mask, said, "Go home," and turned back into the entranceway. Please wait. At least please take letter. If you want to prank someone, do it somewhere else." She said that with a cold voice, and then she slammed the entranceway's door right before my face. "Oh my! Do you need something here?" When I turned back at the voice behind, there was a middle-aged woman who looked similar to Sato, holding a shopping bag. "Are you Suzuki Ichiro's mother?" "Yes, I am." After introducing myself, I told her the same thing I said earlier. "Don't you know that our son went missing 10 years ago?" 10 years ago? He left me a business card though. I hold out a business card that Sato gave me. "I think you're mistaking him with someone else. That child went missing when he was attending an university. He shouldn't be working anywhere." I recalled the words "the world might be different" that Sato said when I listened to her. After apologizing to her for the clamor, I left the Suzuki house. A little while after leaving Suzuki house, something that I didn't notice earlier hit me. Why didn't Sato's family even consider the possibility of him surviving? The two didn't seem like they hated Sato. Yet the two didn't seem to even consider the possibility of Sato being alive at all. I hesitated if I should talk to them again, but for some reason, I ended up only putting Sato's letter inside a nearby post box and went home. "Hayato nii, what a you doin'?" My little sister Aika, who had just turned 3, talked to me clumsily. "I'm making a doghouse." "Do? Keep do?" Aika gleefully asked while climbing my back. "She's adorable today too. Truly an angel." "Right. We should keep one." "Why?" Aika happily jumps up and down. I quickly supported Aika as she was about to fall from my back and lowered her on the ground. "Ride on do back." I see. Then we gotta keep a big dog." Looks like my image library will get additional pics of my pretty little sister riding on a dog's back. Aika was watching me making the doghouse for a while, but then she dozed off halfway through, so I let her sleep in the sofa. Alright, complete. Lastly, I nailed a nameplate written with word, Sato, on the doghouse. This nameplate was sent to me from Suzuki family. It was probably because I sent a letter of apology to Sato's family the following day. I got a message from Sato through his family's letter. Dunno why, but he asked me to make a doghouse and put this nameplate on it. Well, it's that guy's request, so this must have some meaning to it. I muttered while stretching myself. I clapped my hand to brush off wood chips and dust. "Hayato-chan, are you inside?" I heard my childhood friend Yumurai's voice from the entranceway. After our reunion recently, she came to call me Hayato-chan like she used before, instead of Masaki-kun. I got thoroughly made fun of in the school, but since it somehow felt like I regained my lost youth, I gladly enjoyed it, and then it waned before I knew it. "I'm here." I called Yumurai from the garden, thinking of bragging the doghouse to her. At that time, a presence appeared behind me. "Hello, Hayato-sama. It's been a while." I turned back and saw a man who looked like he was just before his 30 coming out of the doghouse. "Don't tell me, you're Sato." "Yes, it's been a while, isn't it? It's my friend with the same atmosphere, but aged. I don't know how he crossed worlds, but Sato could probably do it indiscreetly. Thank you for coming. I'm happy to see you again." "Yes, me too. It's only been several months for me, but it's probably around 10 years for Sato." "Sato, what happened to that world?" I asked my friend's business while exchanging reunion hugs with him. "Hayato-chan? Oni-san thinks BL is bad for you." Yumurai, who saw us exchanging reunion hugs, said some preposterous remark. "Would you happen to be Hayato-san's elder sister?" "And no, I'm Tachibana Yumurai, Masaki-kun's childhood friend and classmate." Sato shrewdly talked to Yumurai. He murmured, "Tachibana," when she heard Yumurai's name. "Sometimes ago, Hayato-san really helped me when he picked up a briefcase with a large sum of money in it. Briefcase? Yes, that's right. If I couldn't find that briefcase. Looks like Satoru is fit to be a first-rate fraud. Yumari, who got deceived in the blink of an eye, said, "It's nothing important, I'll talk to you at school tomorrow," and went home. I'm glad we cleared the misunderstanding. You bet yet. I asked Satoru again while sighing in relief. And, did something happen to that world? I won't spare anything if my power is needed. Arisa asked me for something. My honey, sorry. Oops, it should be about time for her to become Satoru's wife and have children. No, you're free to call her what you like. Satoru is all smiles like usual. For some reason, he's drinking the cheap instant coffee with great relish. And, what do you need? Ask me anything if it's something I can help. Then, could you guide me to the drugstore or supermarket nearby? Drugstore? Arisa said that she wanted to eat instant food, thus I'm here to buy various kinds. Huh? This was the time when my jaw dropped. Who would have guessed that he was teleportating between worlds, which even gods couldn't do, just to buy instant food? You never change. While sighing, I lead my friend to the city in order to fulfill his wish. You even had a driver's license. Yes, I couldn't exchange that thing with money if I didn't have an ID card. Satoru got his fund by selling a mysterious object made of gold in a precious metal purchasing shop. After the exchange, we went into a back alley and his appearance changed to the 15-year-old Satoru I'm familiar with. The effect of illusion magic is truly short in this world, isn't it? Apparently, it's not that 15 years have passed in that world, he just had it prepared to match his appearance on the driver's license. After buying several boxes of instant foods, Satoru went back to the other world satisfyingly. Afterward, he occasionally came to visit once every several months. I was surprised when he brought along Rin, who looked and got younger, but right now she's got along well with Yumari and Ika. Satoru prepared her family register in this world. His cheat performance is really dependable like always. Satoru, how is the world over there? Yes, well, it's really peaceful like this world. I asked Satoru while watching him playing with my little sister in the garden. Hey, did you do something to that? The TV was full of news about wars and disasters when I got back to this world, but they decreased every time Satoru came visiting. Satoru only smiled and laughed without answering me back. Geez, looks like Satoru is Satoru no matter the world. 15 Intermission 2. At the eastern end of the continent, 1. This isn't from Satoru's POV. Furry mountain. I muttered as I saw a small mountain of fur in my dim view. Thud. A warm lump touched my body. When I look down, I see a creature resembling a newborn rat. It might be cute if it were small, but it's as frighteningly big as an adult man. I almost reflexively jumped out, but I couldn't put any power in my limbs, I was only able to bend backward. I heard gibberish words from the small mountain. Apparently the owner of that fur is alive. I wonder if I've been carried here to be his food. Right when I thought of that, I noticed. So this is reincarnation. I had never thought that I would be thrust down in the animal realm. I couldn't fight again the rapid drowsiness of my body as I fell asleep just like that. And then I recall my shitty past in my dream. Mom, I'm hungry. I'm sorry, we have no money, so get some meal from our neighbor, okay? Again. Hearing my mom's and elder sister's conversation in the corridor, I realized that Mom had offered all the food to God. Since Dad disappeared with a young girl, Mom was always absorbed into God. Teru, let's go. Together with my elder sister, we went to the neighboring diner. Of course nowadays there's no one kind enough to feed us free of charge. We were finally able to eat after I washed plates while enduring the cold water while my sister acted like a waitress. It was not that good, but I didn't care as long as it made me full. One day my sister ran away from home after she graduated middle school. I was always a baggage of my sister. I survived somehow while enduring hunger. I'm sure I would have long been dead if there was no lunch service in my middle school. After graduating middle school, I was picked up by a small factory in the town. I left my mother who offered everything to God as I began to live alone. The wage is low, but I was satisfied with living a life where I could have meals 3 times a day. 'Cause I wanted to be apart from my mother who raised queer cry at night and endlessly repeated her God's teaching, no matter what. After living alone, I noticed that my heart had also started to fall ill. After some time, when I, Boku, started to call myself with I met an unexpected person. Is that you, Teru? Dad. The dad that I hadn't met for more 10 years was wearing priest-like clothes. What are you doing now? I'm an instructor of the Eastern Joy School. Huh? Don't tell me that even Dad had been influenced by some good-for-nothing cult? Teru, won't you go with me? I'm not interested in cult. I shook off the arm of my father who started to be delirious and spat out. I don't want to have anything to do with cult and God. This is different. Don't group up the Eastern Joy School with the average cult. This is a school dedicated to finding happiness for people. That's the same thing, Dad. You have a job, right? Would you like to join the Eastern Joy School? My dad said that after seeing my factory uniform. His eyes, mixed with flattery and contempt, were unpleasant. I've no interest. Then why don't you try investing in the school's benefit society? 100,000 no, just 10,000 yen is fine. This month's quota is tight, you see. Please. I felt sick looking at my father acting like the model of shamelessness. I lightly pushed him aside and ran away. Even though I noticed that the pay envelope in my pocket fell, I ran through the alley without stopping. I almost vomited hearing my father saying, "Thanks, Teru," behind. God can go die. I frantically shouted out, the sordid feeling overflowing in my heart. I felt like I'd get swallowed by that sordid feeling if I didn't do that. I kept running while staring at the sky. Oi! Look out! Before I could see who said that, I heard a high-pitched noise of a break, and got hit by an impact. My sight was wrapped in darkness. Truck guy, sorry for jumping in front of you. God. I faced a self-proclaimed God in a purple space. The self-proclaimed God told me that they'd reincarnate me to another world. Moreover, they'd give me a special power that only I could use called unique skills. Too suspicious. I don't have money. The self-proclaimed God replied with something with denial and unnecessary as the points. Apparently, it's hard to communicate with this guy. It feels like having a conversation between extreme ends in the factory. Like I said, I don't need no power. More importantly, let me hit you. I don't mind if my soul is erased here if I could hit God who had wrecked my life. And then a purple sphere emerged in front of me. I didn't know if that was a god or not, but I hit it with all my might while thinking of my shitty father and cold mother. It felt like hitting a water surface, and then my right arm got sunk into the sphere until my shoulder. Oh wah! I pulled my arm in panic, but 2 lights were coiling about around it. Chose? Chose what? I asked the self-proclaimed God, but the other party didn't reply. Instead, an image got unilaterally transmitted to me. Gods? There's other gods? Hit them all I want if I meet them. I tried to grasp the purple lights, and then I felt my body got filled with power. It seems I acquired 2 power, lucky star and. If this power allow me to hit gods, then I'll accept it. I grinned at the image transmitted by the self-proclaimed God. I'll beat you the last as a thank. The self-proclaimed God replied like it was nothing, annoying me. You're looking forward to it? I'll make you eat those words someday. I was melting inside the purple darkness as I heard the laughter of the self-proclaimed God who heard my declaration of war. Sheesh, is this primitive age? I muttered while looking at the people living in pit dwellings. I thought I was dropped into the animal realm when I just got reincarnated, but it turned out that I'd just been reincarnated as one of beastkin races, the Weaselkin. My father in this life seems to be the patriarch of this poor hunting community at the eastern end. After losing to the powerful tigerkin and lizardkin, we were driven away to the barren land near the coast which had few prey. A lot of people died of starvation during winter. I wanted to discard this unstable hunting lifestyle and pressed forward with agriculture, but the land here is really bad, it's impossible. It seemed my father tried to procure sea products, but he gave up after 30% of our tribe were eaten by the monsters living in the sea. I spent many days without food, but strangely enough, there were many times where I got food myself before I died of starvation. Gods and cults are still my enemy even now, but I don't mind thanking that self-proclaimed god for the lucky star I got. Anicha. Oh, are you alright going out today? I support my youngest weak little sister walking. I dunno if it's because my father is fertile or if it's just the tribe thing, but I have a lot of siblings in this life. You look like a princess today. She usually wore some dirty crude clothing, but today she's wearing something that looks like a traditional costume. Hehe, it's a ritual. Ritual? Ritual, hey. I felt a foreboding at the ritual my little sister told me. And that foreboding became real immediately. Estoob. Taru, don't obstruct the ritual. Yes. That good-for-nothing sick is finally good for something. My father and my eldest brother sneered at me for trying to stop them. Even though I tried to forcibly shake them off, this child's body couldn't make it happen. I could hear shrill laughter of my little sister. Look, she's having fun, right? That happy medicine is exclusive for the offering after all. That's just a drug. The moment I snapped, my little sister's laughter stopped, and I heard shouts of joy from the tribe people overlooking the ritual. My heart froze looking at the lump of flesh that was my little sister. You should thank her. If he didn't become the god's sacrifice, the corpse over there would have been you, the taboo child, instead. My eldest brother told me that while laughing repulsively. You sure are lucky. Hearing that, I lost control of myself and hit my eldest brother while screaming. Of course, a 7-year-old like me couldn't possibly win against my eldest brother. I laid on the ground after getting beat up. I want power. Not the vague lucky power I got from the self-proclaimed god, but a power to have my way with. Nii-san, I should go with you after all. Al, there's no need for you to pull the short end of the stick too, you know. The brightest one among my siblings, Alrus came before me in traveling clothes. My eldest brother drove me out of the tribe once he took over as the patriarch. Perhaps it was because he didn't like me kept pressing the agriculture. They say you're going abroad to study about agriculture, but I know. In reality, it's an exile. Besides, my dream is the same as Nii-san's, that is having agriculture as our tribe's mean of survival. I see. I left the familiar pit-dwelling village with Al and 2 guards. A tinge of loneliness recurred in my chest when I could not see the village anymore. Looks like I'm attached to it even though it's a poor village. Where are we going? I heard from father who went traveling in the past. We know little about outside world as there's no peddler who comes to our village. According to father, our race is a nomadic people who peddle around the world. It seems there's extremely few who settle down like this village. If tigerkin or lizardkin people found us, we'd probably be killed or become slaves. So we need to head toward the human-keen country while avoiding their regions. According to father who was once a traveler, we should be able to reach either Rumoko Kingdom or Doroko Kingdom. We hid ourselves from huge monsters and tigerkin's assaults, ran away with all our might from the slow lizardkin, and finally arrived at a human settlement with our emaciated bodies. While feeling nostalgic at humans living at the village, I was thrust before the reality: beast folks like us are persecuted. We helped the farm work in that village while getting treated like slaves as we learned their language. It was the long-awaited agriculture, but the things the village was doing was just a primitive farm work where they plowed, randomly sowed seeds, and scattered fertilizers without even ridging the field. We ran away from the village once we learned how to talk imperfectly, heading toward the western big kingdom, Shiga Kingdom. Nii-san, there's a village. Yeah, the field looks splendid. Going out of our way to Shiga Kingdom looks to be the correct choice. We rode our horses to Puta town along the highway since the field belonged exclusively to villages. Young master, the town seems strange. Yeah, it seems you're right. The guards didn't need to stop us. We could hear tumult from the people inside the town. There must be trouble. Let's avoid this town and go to the next one. I turned the horse around as I said that. Nii-san, that. Hearing my little brother, I turned back and saw a foxkin girl with purple fur who tumbled out of the town gate. And she's bloody all over. Nii-san. I heard my little brother's worried voice far in the back. Apparently, I'd run the horse without thinking of the consequences. Gimme your hand. Ui? Mafu. Japanese language? I pick up the young foxkin girl, passing through the townspeople who carry crude weapons such as farm tools. There's more of those cursed beasts. Kill the no-life king's kin. Ignoring the mob-like townspeople's shouts, I run the horse. Nii-san, they're chasing us. 3 armed men are pursuing us. Young master, please leave this to us. No, you can't. I'd rather dump this girl than you guys. The body of the young foxkin girl on the back seat stiffened hearing me rejecting the guard's reckless suggestion. Nii-san. I turned my line of sight back to the front at my little brother's shout. A ratkin riding a 6-legged boar jumped out of the forest. I ask. Are you criminals? We're not, we just saved a girl who was about to be killed by adventurers. Understood. With justice in hands, warrior Mise of Ash Ratkin will assist you. That Ratkin was strong. To think a level 30 warrior was this strong. Warrior Mise defeated the pursuers in no time at all and we got out of the trouble. Thank you. I'm Taru of Wies Elkin. I came to Shiga Kingdom to learn about agriculture. Oh? That's unusual for a beastkin. Warrior Mise was surprised after my introduction, and then he folded his arms while looking a bit troubled. Is it that unusual? Sorry, it's not about that. I urge the hesitant warrior Mise to continue. Presently, Shiga Kingdom is in a dangerous state due to the murder of a noble by the no-life king. The town earlier certainly looked strange. Omu, and that no-life king is a cursed child in other world, he has the same purple fur as you and that girl over there. In other words, we cannot enter Shiga Kingdom. I exchanged looks of loss with my little brothers and the guards at the outrageous situation. We must have looked really pitiful. This must be fate. If it's fine with you, would you like to go with me? Warrior Mise told us that. We don't really mind as long as we can learn about agriculture. To where? Elf Village, Baruinan Forest. Thus, our destination changed from Shiga Kingdom to Baruinan Forest. Chapter 15 Intermission 3. At the eastern end of the continent, 2. Nii-san, what do you think that white thread is? One day when we got close to the Black Dragon mountain range, my little brother said that. Where? Look, it's between the peaks over there. It must be very thin. Unfortunately, I can't see it with my eyesight. I could only make out silhouettes of countless wyverns flying near the summits. That's the world tree. That. My brother and the guards were dumbfounded since they didn't understand the term world tree, but I knew the name from the title of a game I played in my previous life. Even though it was a used game I bought for 100 yen in a bargain sale, I remember playing it for around a year. The fox girl died young in her previous life, so she doesn't have that kind of memories. Now then, putting that aside. Mise, I know you're telling us to cross that mountain range, but shouldn't we prepare some countermeasure for the wyverns? Everything's fine. They will be driven away by the master of the mountains. That's why I've brought those with me. The Ratkin warrior Mise glanced at the 10 goats tied to the horse. Nii-san. I turned around at my brother's warning, and then a black shadow appeared in front of us. The thing that appeared while being accompanied by several tornado and shaking that equaled earthquakes was a monster that makes the kaijus in monster films looks cute in comparison. Dragon. The taciturn fox girl is looking up in rapture. Unlike us who couldn't even move an inch, apparently this girl is very daring. It is an honor to meet you, Black Dragon Dono. Warrior Mize talked to the Black Dragon while still on his horse. His voice is shaking. He's probably afraid of the Black Dragon too. We have prepared these goats for Black Dragon Dono's tribute. Please have them. The Black Dragon seemed to understand Mize. After roaring once frighteningly, it began to catch the goats with its huge hands and greedily devour them. The sounds of the goats screaming and the crunching sounds of the bones made me hallucinate my own future. The Black Dragon finished eating the goats in a flash, and then it looked at Mize as if it was urging something. We're very glad to see that you like it. We have a business to do at the other side of the mountain range. We would like a permission to cross over Black Dragon Dono's territory. Ruoluyun. The Black Dragon shot a flash after replying Mize. A black ditch of several kilometers long was carved on the mountains, raising white steam. Dragon breath. To think the otherworld dragon was such an out-of-ordinary being. Ruoluyun. The Black Dragon flew to the horizon after roaring once. Guided by Mize, we crossed the mountain range through the warmth black road, arriving at Blond Forest. We did not get attacked by monsters even once during our trip in the Black Dragon Mountain that was said to be perilous. Purple fur, is it Gazaru? We met an elf who was speaking with Gazaru as we arrived right before the barrier of Blond Forest. The ratkin over there can go inside the village since you have a letter of introduction from Yuya, but the weasels and the fox people cannot. After the Gazaru elf said that, another elf behind him muttered weakly, if only the matter with Tuya didn't. Elf Dono, we would like to learn about agriculture. Would you please allow my little brothers and the guards to enter? Naizen. If the problem is with the purple fur, then it should be okay if I and this fox girl just not go with them. Fortunately, there's a lot of wild beasts at the foot of the Black Dragon Mountains. I should be able to live alone until they've finished their study. What should we do, Gazaru? All right. At the Gazaru elf's question, the elf behind him contemplated with folded arms and then he nodded. If you want to learn about agriculture, I'll introduce you to the gnomes of Buruswen. Our agriculture cannot be replicated by anyone but elves. Although gnomes use earth magic for it, it should be similar enough to general agriculture. Thus, we will be staying at Buruswen with the elf's introduction, while Warrior Mize will be training in combat at the Leprechaun's training site. I fight too. The fox girl who had learned the basic of swords from Mize during our trip went with Mize to the Leprechaun's training site. Thus we spent 3 years, and obtained useful skills like compounding and alchemy besides agriculture. It was thanks to the skill points I saved up during our journey. We could have led a comfortable life with a permanent residence at Buruswen, but even though it was a wasteland, that place is my second birthplace. Above all, my little brother wants to go back to our homeland. I don't want to part with my little brother after he's kept me company this far. We bid the gnomes who took care of us farewell and went toward the Leprechaun's training site to say goodbye to Mize and the fox girl. Master! Is that you? The fox girl who had grown rapidly in just 3 years appeared. In a macho way, that is. You look like you can even hit a bear to death. Cut that once. Since the fox girl leveled up from 1 to 12, she can seemingly kill a normal bear easily now. She's swinging a heavy-looking bronze greatsword buzzingly. You've really worked hard. Worked hard. The fox girl who's purring like a cat looks heartwarming, befitting of her age. Is that you, Tarudano? Is your farm work going well? Warrior Mize showed up. His level only increased by 1, but the aura around him looks sharper than before. Yet, my master has given me a permission to go independence. They've shared us resilient seeds and seeds suitable for our homeland's climate, we just need to raise them next. Is that right? I will pray to the god of this land for the development of Tarudano's homeland. My face was going to reflexively warp at Mise's words, but I can't show such a rude behavior in front of our benefactor, so I endure it. No need for prayer, Mise Dano's words are quite enough. I overwrote the true intention I spoke out with good words. Master, where are you going? Ah, back to my village. I will go too. Help, master's trip. I had never been yearned so defenselessly like this, so I inadvertently nodded at the fox girl. Stay safe. You too, Mise Dano, be in good health. We parted ways with our benefactor and went straight to our homeland. There were times when we got chased by people who saw Mai and the fox girl's purple fur, but we were somehow able to safely reach the familiar-looking wasteland. Nyizen, the village. Let's hurry. We arrived at our homeland after 4 years, it's become a ruin of burned buildings. Looks like the lizards invaded. Those rotten arms under the ruin must be of the brown-scaled lizardkin. Master, something smelly over there. While having a bad feeling about this, I quietly walked toward the place the fox girl pointed at. Nyizen. Yeah, those damn lizards. The bodies of Wee's Elkin women and children have been thrown inside a deep hole. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Gaie, Zoe-o-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. Damned lizards, I'll kill every last one of them with these hands. The 2 guards wailed. It seems they caught sights of people they knew among the bodies. Nyizen, those are. Yeah, it's father and brother. Father's and eldest brother's heads are decorated inside a small hole at the edge of the big hole. I don't know the type, but this small shrine is something to worship a god. I saw something like it in human villages during our trip. Serves them right. I was planning to scrape off the patriarch's social status with my own hand as a revenge for my little sister. I'd never thought that the lizards would get to it first. Young master, it seems the lizards are going to attack the Lionkeen settlement nearby while taking our brethren along. Then these were sacrifices for their victory in war. Hui. My little brother who heard the guard is looking at the bodies of our brethren with a pained look. Should we go help them? I said that after a careful calculation. I actually was fully intending to abandon them, but if I chose that here, I would likely lose not only my brother but the 2 reliable guards. Besides, we'd need manpower to create a new agriculture-based village. That's a suicidal act, Desu. Who's there? A man wearing yellow overcoat suddenly appeared behind us even though there wasn't any presence before. His skin is dark brown, nearly ochre-colored, but his face is unmistakably that of a human. I use status check, which I don't use often since it's tiring, to check the man's info. Demon? This is the first time I saw this race. It might sound nefarious, but most races in this world are terrible anyway, so there's probably not much difference. I'm just a passing by nice demon Desu. Demon. The guards and my little brother seem to know about it. If you answer my question, I can compensate you with your wish, Desu. Are you saying that you can fulfill the compensation even if I tell you to exterminate the lizardkin? Killing all the lizardkin in this world would require too much efforts, Desun. I can help if it's just annihilating the lizardkin who attacked this village and is at war with the Lionkeen Desu. Alright. Pay it in advance. I'll answer anything you want after we've confirmed it. I don't care even if the demon is the same devil from my knowledge. Okay, Desu. If you don't, I'll be having all your lives for it, Desuyo. Yet. I'll sell even my soul. Nice resolve you have there, Desu. The next moment, after a mysterious roar reached my ears, our bodies are already flying in the air. Hwa. I'm not good with wind magic, you'll fall if you struggle, Desuyo. Despite being not good with it, he could fly up this many people in an instant, astounding. Even among gnomes, there wasn't any who could use magic this well. Before that, I'll be destroying an eyesore that is the monument of foolish god Desu. A fireball shot by the yellow-clothed demon smashed the small shrine. Do you hate gods? I loathe both the foolish god and the god of pestilent Desu. I only believe in my lord Nanodesu. Looks like I can get along with this guy. The result, it was an infringement. My vocabulary cannot express just how dreadful the being called demon is. The yellow-clothed demon's fire magic was vividly striking enough that I could imagine him fighting against that black dragon. We saved the female hostages and freed the soldiers that had been enslaved while his fire magic was reducing the Lizardkin and Lionkin armies to ashes. Teru-sama, we have annihilated the enemy forces and captured the Lionkin's women and children. What would you like to do with them? Kill them, but do not torment them. Do it in a single stroke. I had determined myself to do that even while holding the Japanese sense of guilt. If I showed mercy here, the Lionkin would go after the Weaselkin afterward. The grief and resentment of the innocents are pleasant Desu. What bad taste! That's the kind of existence demons are Desu. More importantly, I'm here for the reward Desu. I face the yellow demon. Do you know the location of Troll Rock Desuka? It looks like this Desu. A hologram of a strangely shaped rock floated in front of the yellow-clothed demon. I do. That's the one in the bottom of the ravine. In our village, there was a rumor that you'd get cursed or go missing if you got close to it. Most excellent Desu. After 400 years, the shape of the land has changed from the battle between the foolish god and the god of pestilence. How very troubling Desu. I guided the yellow-clothed demon to the rock. When the yellow-clothed demon touched the rock, one part of the rock disappeared, showing a set of stairs. Your eggs would break if you do not strengthen your mind Desuyo. Eggs. I went down the stairs in confusion. Fear. A fear that felt like an icicle piercing my heart bound me down. That's the troll demon Lord Desu. He's the most ancient of demon lords, sealed in this land. He's recording the secret of the world on those slates Desu. Knowledge is power. I also want to read that language. You can call me whatever you like Desu. Incubating the eggs is one of my jobs too Desu. I could make you the king of the world if you wish for it Desu. I sold my soul to the devil, and obtained various knowledge from the yellow-clothed demon. I obtained an ancient artifact called Screw, capable of manipulating monsters, at Rumuka Kingdom, and researched the development of robot-like heavy machinery golems, rapidly gaining power. Most importantly, now that I got a gigantic resources called monsters after securing the power of Screw, I had gotten a hold of an abundance of materials for both food and arms. After securing plentiful food and enough forces to repulse foreign enemy, we gathered our brethren who were living in the surrounding nations, and rallied Ratkin and Foxkin people who lived in poverty, and the Weaselkin village eventually grew to be called a country. And then, a pleasure to meet you, King Teru and Crown Prince Dano. I'm Tuya who will be assisting you per yellow-clothed Dano's request. With the wisdom and tactics of the black-clothed tactician who called himself Tuya, we annexed the once eastern big three countries of the Lionkin, Tigerkin, and Lizardkin, and our country became known as an empire. You're not going to dispatch troops to the Ash Ratkin and the Longhair Ratkin countries. Yeah, that place is our benefactor's homeland. I wouldn't be here without warrior mice. Even if I obtain the world, I won't meddle with them if the kings of those lands do not wish to be under our empire. Is that right? Then I will abide by my emperor's wish. Tactician Tuya bowed like a retainer. Tuya, what's your and yellow-clothed Dano's goal exactly? I am not aware of yellow-clothed Dano's goal. My goal is to beckon my lord to this land and exterminate the foolish gods. I thought he was speaking nonsense to flatter me, but Tuya's eyes were bereft of any lies. Apparently, he was a comrade called in by my luck all along. What are you going to do after exterminating the gods? After that, the owner of this body, Trezewiya, wants the elves to lead mankind into a calm, gentle world. Tactician Tuya burst into laughter in the middle of his words. That'd be nice if possible, but this world cannot endure a battle that would destroy the foolish gods. The god of pestilence refereed by yellow-clothed Dano the dragon god can even crush a planet. I could easily imagine the myth that Tactician Tuya heard from the long-living high elves. According to the records in the Slate Room, battles between gods during the Age of Gods destroyed many continents, people were driven to the brink of extinction. As I thought, there is really a need to beat the gods with our hands as people. Only dragons and demon lords can reach gods. However, the golden wild boar king revived by Yellow Clothes Dano and his cohorts and the dog-head ancient king revived by Tuya's master were both destroyed by Hiro Nanashi. That person just might be able to win against gods. Judging from the starfall at the Dragon's Valley, he is powerful enough to challenge the dragon god and survive. He's even destroyed the demon god's offshots at Shiga Kingdom. Teru, only a fool relies on uncertain elements. You're right. Relying on uncertain elements is like praying to God. We will do what we as people can do with our own hands. Before the gods destroy this land. 15 Intermission 4 at Muno Earldom. It's rather shortish. Father, is that a potted vegetable? This isn't vegetable, Sorana. This is called bonsai, a culture from Hiro-sama's country, you see. I'm currently pruning the bonsai sent from Ikagoya firm in the family-only living room. It is said to be a pastime of gentlemen in Hiro-sama's world. It is truly profound. I put the bonsai on the table so Sorana can see it well. Enjoying my rare time together with my daughter while viewing the bonsai. Noisy footsteps rushed into that peaceful space. Big news. Consul Nina rushed into the room. How unusual. There's only a few things that could make her expression change. I could easily expect what happened. Did Sato-kun do something distinguished again? Distinguished? It's nothing as plain as that. Oh? He's the person who defeated a floor master in Selbera Labyrinth and liberated this city from powerful monsters in just half a day. To make Consul Nina shaken when he's such a person already, I'm excited to hear what he did. Would you tell me what he did then? I readied myself. After all that has happened, I will listen to it without getting surprised. Sato and his companions defeated a demon lord. Demon lord? Defeat a demon lord? Defeated? Demon lord? Demon lord, demon lord, demon lord, demon lord, demon lord. What do you say? I shouted out loud from the depth of my heart. After Sorana patted my back and I received cold water from the maid, I finally regained my sense. Even though I had prepared myself, I couldn't help but get surprised by this. Who would have thought that he would do something that would be recorded in the annals of history? What should I do, Nina? See, calm down. Looks like Consul Nina isn't able to hide her unrest just like me. Sato-kun said in his letter that he was visiting Hiro-sama to support him. Wasn't it Hiro-sama who defeated the demon lord? We don't know the detail yet. A global notice from the royal capital has arrived on the city core terminal. Haven't you seen it yet? Oh sorry, it seems I've overlooked it. Come to think of me, I think something sounded when I was pruning the bonsai's branches. By the way, Sorana was only lightly surprised. Oh my! She might be the biggest shot in the family here. Nina's point of view. Earl Muno, who confirmed the city core terminal, said something unexpected. A summon from His Majesty. That's right. His Majesty wants to give words of praises to Sato-kun's exploits. I got a headache when I saw Earl Muno, who didn't comprehend the graveness of the matter. Do you understand what it means? Yes, it's quite an honor. Wrong. His Majesty's ulterior motive. Ulterior motive. I sighed at the parroting Earl Muno. This whole family really can't read the underside of things. His Majesty is probably going to raise your peerage to Marquis. In exchange he'd ask you to hand over Sato to be his direct retainer. The Earl shouted in surprises at my prediction. It's sad, but considering Sato's distinction, it's probably for the best. Can't we decline it, Nina? What is this blockhead saying? I mean, I promised Sato when I gave his peerage to protect him and his family. Oi, you're gonna go against the king for Sato's sake? The opponent is too much no matter how you look at it. If you decline this, you won't ever rise to marquisdom in your generation. It's probably only going to get a reconsideration in your grandchildren generation. Were Orion capable, it might have been possible in his generation, but it's probably out of question since that kid's not good at socializing. Even so, I don't mind. My position as an earl right now is due to Satokun's assistances. The earl spoke gallantly. That's certainly true, normally it'd have taken 10 years, and even with my plans, becoming an earl on the next generation would have been most satisfactory. Well, you're the one deciding it. The things I can do is giving advices and implementing what Earl Muno decides. No matter what predicament we would fall into as a result, I feel that it'd be fun as long as we're with Satu. My job as a consul should have compelled me to remonstrate the territory lord though. Earl, there's a letter. 10 days after that news shook up Shiga Kingdom, a letter arrived through the Griffin mail. Of course, the only one who would send a letter with such an expensive service is Satu. There wasn't any detail regarding Demon Lord subjugation in the letter addressed to me. It was full of trivial things like how the banquet with the Hiro party at Dejima Island was fun and how he had stocked up many interesting souvenirs from Dejima Island, so asked me to look forward to it. Therefore, I'm guessing that if there's anything important, it should be written in the letter for the Earl. I look at the Earl's expression as he reads the letter. The Earl, who was reading nonchalantly, suddenly raised his face in surprises. Be big news, Nina. What sorta things did that guy do this time? I look at the letter from the Earl's side in a hurry. It's written here that we're going to Saga Empire. Ha! We can visit the Hero summoning room of Parian Temple by her Imperial Princess's invitation. The Earl stressed that. What are you talking about? Incomprehensible. A visit to the Hero summoning room? He used the stupidly expensive Griffin mail just to report that? Besides, I can't think of that as more important than the story about the Demon Lord subjugation. However, it seems I was the only one who thought that here. Father, that's so wonderful. Soranadano and the Earl are both exalted. Good grief, these parent-child are really alike. In the end, no details were written in the letter for the Earl either. Satu is probably going to this castle before heading to Saga Empire. I intend to ask him about the details at that time. Good grief, that guy is too unconcerned about his own exploits. My mouth formed a smirk when I thought of the time Satu returning to this castle. I'm going to surprise him back to get even and complain about the troublesome things and political strife Muno Earldom will fall into from now on. A grand festival held in Muno Earldom to celebrate Satu's exploits. A parade would be nice. I order the maids to prepare for the festival while imagining the troubled look on his face, as he's a guy who's not fond of looking showy. Now then, prepare yourself, Satu. 15 Intermission 5. At Muno Earldom, 2. Has it come into view? Yes, Satu-sama. I received a report as the airship was about to arrive at Muno Castle and went to the airship from the Solitary Island Palace. This airship isn't the property of the Tourism Ministry, but my personal one. It has been disguised to look shabby outwardly. I've also reduced the maximum speed, it can only move as fast as a scooter. The brownies who are in control of the airship said, it has a taste that can't be found in the light ship and the newest model. Nice, to me about the ship. Been a while since we were here, hasn't it? NN. Mia nodded at Arissa, who went out of the Solitary Island Palace after me. I wonder if the Earl would be pleased with the souvenir. It's a right. That's right, Nanotasu. There's not many people who don't like meat Notasu. Tama and Poki assured the worried Lulu that it'd be all right. Poki probably changed her words midway since Mia was in her view. Let's dismantle it immediately once we arrive there. Yes, Liza-san. Lulu replied Liza's suggestion with a nice smile. Liza had a serious expression on her face, but since her tail is swinging rhythmically, there's no doubt that she's looking forward to the meat dish that follows after the dismantling. So this is Karina-sama's hometown. I've been wondering, is that an orchard? Zina-san is looking at the surroundings, Sira spoke while gazing at an orchard in the distant. Yes, we've opened a Lulu orchard with the cooperation of Viscount Emlyn. Viscount Emlyn's. Sira put a serious look on her face when she heard my reply. My attentive ears skill picked up her mumbling, to think they'd use that tactic to send their daughter in. For some reason. Viscount Emlyn's second daughter, Lady Lena, came to the earldom to work as Earl Muno's eldest daughter, Sorana's lady-in-waiting. She's currently working as a representative of Viceroy in Brighton City, the city I'm in charge with. She got to somehow become the representative due to the course of events. I don't think her father had that schemed. Sira is probably just worrying too much. By Lulu fruit, do you mean that high-class fruit? Yes, that's right. I never knew that there was another Lulu orchard than the ones in Oiagok Dukedom. That's because it won't bore fruits yet for another 2 years. The princess tilted her head with her hand on her cheek. Since she loves Lulu cakes, she's probably aware of the producing area and such. Master, we have a report from the brownies, so I inform. They want us to go to the passenger cabin since the ship will be descending soon. Suwa. Nana, whose report was stolen by Lady Karina, wore an aura of disappointment while still being expressionless. We'd be fine here with my magic hand, but we still went back inside. Sato-san, the brownie at the observation deck, reported that they saw a row of carriages. I thanked Xena-san, who reported with a cheerful look and opened the map. Apparently, the row of carriages belongs to Orion-kun, the eldest son of the Earl, and Lady Karina's little brother. Since it's about time for him to graduate his school at the duchy capital, he probably comes back to start the study to become the next head of the family, not as a temporary vacation. In addition to his, there are more than 10 carriages reflected on the radar, and every one of them has a young noble of Oiagok Dukedom inside. I guess even Orion-kun has friends whom he can bring home with. Such a rude thought flashed in my mind, but I lightly shook my head to dispel my prejudice away. Earl. He's waving at us. Notisu. Tama and Poka, who found Earl Muno waving from the castle window, looked up at me while pointing at him. I assented and praised them. Good work finding him, but the two of them misunderstood that. They rushed to the deck and jumped to the castle's window. Their sounds of landing differed, shut out with Tama, and Baiton with Poka, but they arrived at the window where the Earl Muno was without any injury. Me too. You cannot, Karina-sama. I grabbed the nape of Lady Karina, who was going to rush to deck, stopping her. Good grief, she really doesn't think like a blooming noble daughter she is. Ooh, I'm glad to see Poka-kun and Tama-kun looking as lively as always. Nahihi. We're back. We're back, Nanotasu. I heard the conversation between Earl Muno, Tama, and Poki. Welcome back. What is the hydra that's hanging on the airship? Earl Muno asked Poki and Tama when he saw the meat souvenir. Souvenir. That's right, Nanotasu. It's the tastiest of hydra, the three-headed hydra, Nanotasu. Just as Pokas said, among the kind of hydra that are all delicious, the three-headed one is the tastiest. The two-headed one has this strange bloodiness to it, the four-headed one's meat is too hard, there's only a few ways to cook it. Liza herself thinks that it doesn't have the chewiness of a five-headed hydra, but I don't think that viewpoint is shared by many people. Sato-sama, we will be dropping the hydra over there. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. I left it to Brownie without meddling. After dropping the hydra at the backyard, the airship landed in the courtyard of Muno Castle. Welcome back, Sato-kun, Karina. We have returned, Earl Muno. Father, Oni-sama, I'm back. My, oh Karina. I bowed like a noble to Earl Muno, who met us in the courtyard himself. Lady Karina ran up to her family and hugged her older sister and father. After the princess and the other girls went down and greeted them lightly, we're changing place to Earl Muno's private room. Liza and Lulu went to the backyard to dismantle the hydra. Along the way. So that's Pendragon, damn treacherous fiend, and his usurpation plot. There was a young man muttering that misguided accusation. He's not a citizen of Muno, but of Dalgan City that's located at the northern end of Oiagok Dukedom. I'm not sure why a citizen from another fief is inside the Muno castle, but since the guards inside are only looking at him with troubled looks without asking his identity, it doesn't look like he's a suspicious person who lost his way here. Since he said it in a volume that wouldn't get heard without the attentive ear's skill and he was a commoner without an official position, I ignored him. I memoed his name at least since it'd be troublesome if he spread some strange rumor about me. Ceremony for Ennoblement of Honorary Chevalier. Hato-kun has passed his etiquette test. I think it's about time to appoint him as an honorary chevalier and get him to marry Sorana. The first topic we had when we got to the private room was about the former fake hero Hato turning a honorary noble. Of course, many things, like how Lady Sorana was surprised with her eyes wide open when she met the princess for the first time and how the castle employees were peeking at the princess and Sira while hiding also happened, but let's omit that. Earl, we should get Zoder to be a honorary chevalier too while we're at it. Would they allow it? Earl Muno replied anxiously at Ms. Nina's suggestion. His atonement period is about to end soon, it should be fine. Is the atonement she mentioned is in regard to how he left the army due to his dissatisfaction toward the lesser demon posing as consul and acted as a chivalrous thief? I don't think it's a big enough sin that he ought to make up for, but I still don't really understand the value system in this world even now, so I accept it as is. When will the wedding ceremony be held? The only wedding ceremony I had attended in this world was of Tisrad, the eldest son of Duke Oiagok and Sira's elder brother. Ceremony. Lady Sorana tilted her head quizzically. Hey? Maybe it's something that only family attend? Only the pedigreed noble at the royal capital hold a reception for their children other than the heir. Other nobles aren't going to come unless it's for the heir even if you invite them. Ms. Nina said that like she couldn't believe me. Come to think of it, traveling in this world was dangerous, wasn't it? The one inviting and the one coming would need to mobilize the army to clean up the highway, it'd cost them quite a bit. Moreover, this world adopts polygamy so people have a lot of children, no wonder they won't hold a ceremony for every one of them. But isn't it too sad if we don't do anything? That's true. It might be a good idea to hold something like a festival that also serves as an announcement to the populace. At Arissa's appeal, Ms. Nina spoke while stroking her chin. And we've got more than enough hydra meat here, how about using it for Sorana-sama's wedding ceremony? Are you sure? That much meat would net you quite a sum, you know. Yes, it's always been a souvenir for the Earl. Besides, turning hydra meat into jerky makes it too hard, it's not well suited for long-time preservation. In the first place, we hunted the hydra to hold a meat festival and also strengthen Muno Earldom's army anyway. Then, since Orion-kun will also come home within half a month, let's hold a wedding for both. Wedding. Sorana is a bride san nanodesu. Lured by the excited Earl Muno, Tama, and Poka who were single-mindedly nibbling baked sweets beside him took up happy poses too. Looks like they heard us talking even though they seemingly didn't. Yufufu, oh father, you're too hasty. Really? Let's say the bridal dress, that won't be ready in just half a month. We also need to decorate things. Lady Sorana chided Earl Muno while looking like she wasn't at all dissatisfied with it. Ms. Nina and Yurina the civil official with braided hair told him the reasons. The jewels that will be used as adornment seem to come from the tribute that the kobolds from the abandoned mine town gave. Doing an ennoblement ceremony during Orion-sama's absence. What's your objective, Pendragon? The young man I saw earlier snarled at me while I was heading to the ennoblement ceremony room together with Sir Zoder and Hato-kun. Oi, watch your mouth. Sir Zoder rebuked him with a scowl. Not sure if the timing is good or bad, it's just right as Earl Muno and Ms. Nina have gone to the ceremony room. What did you say, you Pendragon's dog? Are you going up against this Jira-sama whom Orion-sama has entrusted to be the territory's inspector? I see, a fox that borrows the authority of a tiger, no, a rat that borrows the authority of a cat, I guess? What is this about? Our apologies, Sir Pendragon. It seems Sir Zoder and Haoto-kun can't rebuke the young man strongly, in honor of Orion-kun, the next family head. Humph, if you know your place. What if I do? I release a concentrated coercion that would even bind a lesser demon up at the unpleasant young man. It was only for an instant, but the effect was tremendous. He forgot to breathe and passed out. Did I overdo it? No, he, a commoner, did verbally abuse a noble. Normally, he'd have been enslaved into a crime slave or executed. Ms. Nina, who came out of the corridor, denied the question I asked at Sir Zoder. Geez, I wish Orion Dano sent someone better than this guy to inspect things. It seems he's a childhood friend of Orion Dano, he probably appealed to him using that. Haoto Dano, who had been silent for a while, replied Ms. Nina's grumble. I see, he can't use his friend as a spy in the duchy capital after all. I can understand the situation. Though I agree with Ms. Nina, he should have first thought it through when choosing personnels. While we were talking, she ordered the guards who was watching us at a distance to imprison the unconscious young man in the jail. I have no interest in his fate, so I'm going to leave the punishment to Earl Muno and Ms. Nina. Regardless of that trivial matter, Sir Zoder and Haoto-kun ennoblement proceeded smoothly, and Muno earldom got new nobles. It seems Sir Zoder will be elevated into honorary baron and Haoto-kun into honorary baronet at the next kingdom conference, though they haven't told the two yet. It seems their ennoblement is urgently needed since Muno earldom is lacking viceroy and governors. Father, I'm back. Welcome back, Orion. Have you grown again? Soranani-sama, it hasn't been that long since we last met. You're getting cheeky for Orion. Karina-ni-sama, please stop with your hugging habit. My retainers are watching. After the ennoblement ceremony, we greeted Orion-kun's party that had just arrived. Muno family sure has a lot of skinship. Orion-kun's eyes that were softened from meeting his family turned grave when he saw me. Hey? He seemed normal despite his bursting sister complex when he went with us to Brighton City and during the liberation of the abandoned mine town. I wonder what happened? Orion-sama. The young man Jira, who should have been detained earlier, rushed here together with some men with unpleasant looks who seemed to be his friends. Orion-kun looked nostalgic somewhat, but it seemed he couldn't remember their names as he didn't speak of it at all. Jira and his cohorts didn't seem to notice that as they stood in front of him with their hands pointing at me to condemn me. Really now, they look like underlings who'd be crushed doing domestic administrations. Indeed. I agreed to Arissa's muttering. It'd be annoying if this guy left a bad taste on our reunion at Muno earldom. I look for the highly stealth mind magic stun hand in the magic column. Multiplied. Lots and lots of noble person Nanotasu. Tama and Poka, who saw the young nobles getting down from their carriages, reported. It seems these two have completely forgotten about it, but you girls are also nobles with peerage now, you know? There's a lot of pretty ones. You're right. You can make an otome or a girl game with this lineup. There's a lot of women among Orion-kun's friends. I'm thinking that they might be candidates to be Orion-kun's mistress. Ha ha ha. The heaven is on our side. The young man Jira triumphantly said that. A young nobleman stepped forward beside him. It's a refreshing, handsome young man who'd be high in the class caste somehow. The young man Jira grinned at the entry of his comrade. However. Hey, you're in the way. The young nobleman lightly pushed the young man Jira away, came before me and lightly bowed. Nice to meet you, Viscount Pendragon-sama. I'm the grandson of Marquis Lloyd, Izzo Lloyd. I have come to visit the earldom as a candidate for Orion-sama's retainer. I would love to hear about Muno earldom from Viscount. He's acting all friendly for some reason. Hold on, Izzo. Stop stealing the march. Viscount Pendragon-sama, I'm Marimo from Baronet Fuck House that's related to Earl Howen. Too long. My name is Mayumur, daughter of Baron Jitbelt. By all means, would Viscount please teach me as a senior retainer, if possible at night in a private room. I'm Bats of Baronet Hens. Starting with the young man, the young nobles introduced themselves to me one after another. Some carnivorous women also mixed among them, but I pretended to not notice them as I ignored them. This is. They thought that they would be able to get acquainted with Sir Pendragon if they became my retainers. Orion-kun replied the young Jira's question. I can see that they're really childhood friends looking at them. Orion-sama. One of the maids whispered to Orion's ear. She looked familiar, turned out she was Pina, the head maid who served Lady Karina back then. According to attentive ear's skill, it seems the content is about the quarrel that led to the young man Jira's imprisonment earlier. I do cherish the memories of us playing together when we were little. Orion-sama. The young man Jira looked puzzled at Orion-kun, who suddenly spoke like he was bidding farewell. One of his friends that helped him escape the jail realized the situation and ran away into the crowd. It's good that he's perceptive, but it wouldn't do me any good to leave someone who might hold an unjustified resentment alone, so I pulled his legs with magic hands, letting him fall before the guards. I will ensure that you keep your life at the very least. Orion-sama. But. Ori. The young man Jira's mouth was blocked and he got taken back to the dungeon. Viscount Pendragon-sama, I'm sorry for the trouble my childhood friend caused you. I will be sure to make up for it. Whoa, he would have snarled at me together with his friend if it was the same Orion from before, but for him to apologize for his friend's impoliteness like this, looks like he's grown up in this short period of time. And you guys? I understand that you admire Sir Pendragon and all, but have some modesty and restraint. Don't forget that outwardly, you're candidates to become my retainers. In a sense, what he said was servile, but there wasn't a shred of envy in Orion-kun's eyes, even if it seemed like he found them unbelievable. Even though it's of a different type than Earl Muno, it appears he's establishing his own style as a territory lord. Wonder what changed him? Plump. Pregnant woman san nanotisu. The answer was at the end of the eagle-eyed Tama and Poka's line of sight. The stomach of Muse, Orion-kun's fiancé, is swelling. According to AR, it seems she has a boy and a girl twin. The thing that has changed him must be his readiness to be a husband and a father, I'm sure. That reminds me, the president who offered a marriage meeting to Mr. Metabo said this, it's an environment that will promote a man to be responsible. I still don't really understand, but that might be it. I think she's already in her 4th month. Arisa followed up with I know, I've got a lot of parent friends. Is it just my imagination or did she seem like she ridiculed herself? Oh Orion. Ara, my. Nice job, young master. Oh Ori. Earl Muno was surprised, Lady Sorana's face was overjoyed, Ms. Nina muttered in admiration. Lady Karina is like a broken record. Shotgun marriages are nothing news for me, but perhaps premarital sexual relationship is unusual in this world. I've prepared myself to get passed over by Karina, but I never thought that Muse Dano would too. No worries, we're gonna catch up to them real quick. Haodo-kun leisurely smiled at Lady Sorana. Now then, let us celebrate the birth of the next successive Earl of Muno this night. Lulu and I will show our skills. Looking forward to that. I brought along the young nobles who offered their helps and started the preparation for the barbecue festival. Of course, I did not only prepare meat, but also salad and jelly made from sour citrus for the mother. I was all smile before I knew it, probably because the unexpected auspicious occasion and the growth of the family of my friend were happening right before my eyes. While watching over Mia, who was singing a tune for the meat festival, and Tama and Poka, who were dancing to that tune, I continued to cook in front of the wire mesh with an unusually pleasant feeling in my heart. Celebration really is nice. 15 Intermission 6. A peaceful day. Arisa. Poka lost. Poka can't believe it. Notisu. Phew, fun, this is Arisa-chan's true power. I childishly bragged in front of Poka, who was hanging her head down. Tama next. Come at me with all your secret ninja arts. I provoked Tama by parodying a line from a super popular beat-em-up game, Samu Tama. Tama, won't lose. Here I go. Tama's sharp kinetic vision catches my high-speed hand throwing. Normally, I shouldn't be able to win against Tama, who could act after seeing my move. However, area. Ta Tama lost Natsu. Tama's excellent kinetic vision became her downfall instead. See? This is Arisa-chan's phantasmagoric kaleidoscope. Amazingly awesome. Guriat, Nanodesu. After having beaten Dog Hero Poki and Ninja Tama, I went to the final stage. White Fort Nana, who has triumphed over Magic Spear Liza and Spirit User Mia, is waiting there. So you've gotta be the one in the showdown after all. Innocent Pai Nana. Arisa, demanding the change of that name. Mao, Nana, it's inelegant to complain about your nickname like that. Then how about Innocent Beauty, Face, dot. Acknowledged, so I tell. Nana nodded. Now then, we've had a bit of distraction, but let's continue. Nana and I readied ourselves. Contrary to me, who's taking the standard pose, Nana is standing naturally. Let's go. Nana quietly nodded. Rock, paper, scissors. Mine's paper, Nana's also paper. The starting hands won't decide the winner. There's only a few people who throw scissor in the beginning. Thus it'd be either rock or paper. Let's go. Still a draw with both paper. Go. This time, both are scissors. Go. And the fourth throw finally determined the winner. Aine is Arisa's victory. Victorious Nanodesu. NN, strong. I receive the praises with the phoenix pose. Fuffyu, this means I've secured the winner's right. Then Arisa will take the duty of telling Master about dinner. Liza said that plainly. But, looking at her tail lifelessly lying on the ground, it seems she's relatively dejected. Tomorrow will be me, so I tell. NN, winner's turn. Mia nodded at Nana's declaration. Third place playoff. I won't lose, Tama. Come on. Do your best, Nanodesu. While listening to Tama and Liza's rock-paper-scissors match behind me, I went into the teleport gate heading to Master's research lab. If he's not here, then he's either at A's place or under the tree's shade in the courtyard maybe. I couldn't find Master in the study room that looked like an office. It's been quite hard to find where Master is ever since he could went anywhere after learning the unique skill unit arrangement. There he is. Master is sitting on several arranged cushions with his eyes closed under a tree. His shoutonness, which hasn't changed in the least from the time we first met, is truly splendid. Especially this defenseless, eyes closed figure, awfully to my liking. Gahi. J just a bit okay. I stealthily tiptoe and slip into Master's side. I mustn't use space magic even by mistake. He found me out immediately when I did so back then. I wipe the drool hanging on my mouth with my sleeve and then I slip onto Master's lap. So blissful. Let's lean my head on Master's chest and then. Can't get enough of this. It's so wonderful, my Kansai dialect inadvertently came out. This euphoria is enough to sustain me. Still, Master isn't reacting at. I grind my head on him. Maha. The Shota's this is it, smell stimulates my nasal cavity. Ah, I can die happy like this. Right when I raised my head while laughing like Tama, nahihi, I'm met with Master's black eyes. More, Ning. Ah, morning Arisa. There it is, my favorite Shota voice. Now it's come to this, I've gotta steal myself like a woman would. I turn around to face Master and hug his neck. What are you doing? Sexual harassment. I was going to impulsively kiss him, but Master held my forehead back. Geez, this cheat. Sexual harassment. Not. You're banned from this prank. Yes, I'm sorry. I obediently apologize and wait for Master's punishment. Don't do it again, okay? His fist touches my hair like pomf. Gaha. Ow, Ow! It really hurts. The person himself seemed like he was holding back, but it was painful enough to make me reflexively scream. I roll on the ground like a caterpillar for a while. Apparently Master thinks my reaction is just an exaggerated act. It seriously hurts, you know. It's a mystery how my health gauge isn't decreasing at all. Maybe Master has the phantom hold back skill with him. So, what are you here for? Master asked with a nonchalant face as I got up with teary eyes. You really can't tell that he's the same great hero who defeated greater demons and demon lords in his spare times. Lulu asked me to go get you since the dinner's ready. Oh, it's already that time, hui. Master got up and stretched himself. This would have been the time for the Shota character to show a glimpse of his navel if this were an otome game, but such a wonderful scene didn't come to pass since the hem on Master's shirt was too long. I should think about that part the next time I'm designing Master's shirt. By the way, Master, what are you researching? I asked Master while we were walking together toward the gate. Master's pose earlier is the pose he takes when he's researching something inside the PC in his mind with his unique skill. There were times when he was really doing nothing and taking a nap when he did that, but since he didn't react even after I got on his lap earlier, I'm sure of it. Ah, I was making anti-god equipment. Anti-god? 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 No anti-god. Why you not going to fight God next, are you? I don't think it's true, but Master might just be able to do it. Nope. Master replied negatively with a gentle smile. That's right, you wouldn't. Wait, I remember. It's not might, he's already beaten the strongest dragon god. Master must be telling the truth since he's not the type to joke around about that. What's wrong? It's nothing. But, you're making anti-god equipment even though you're not going to fight them. Master took the thinking pose when I asked him that. It's like he's finding the words to answer me. Right, you can say that having the power to fight and the intention not to fight aren't necessarily antithetical, I guess. In other words, even if Master doesn't have the intention to fight, there's a possibility that the other party, gods, might. When I confirmed it to Master, he nodded lonesomely. Yeah, it looks like there are gods who like to fight, and when the times come they challenge me, I'd have a hard time if I didn't have the mean to oppose them. Challenge and have a hard time, hui. I noticed some things that the person himself wasn't aware of in Master's words. Master isn't concerned about victory or defeat. It's about whether he could win easily or with a hard fight. Was there a time when you had a hard fight? Yeah, in my battle against the Wild Boar King, I only got one mid-class magic. I also barely had any anti-demon lord weapon with me. It was really hectic. It's rare to see tedium in Master's face, but I've got to tell this to Mito. Speaking of, were you able to design those anti-god equipment? Well, the one for me is simple enough, but the size gets too big when I try to make them usable for Arisa, Liza, and the others. How big? It gets bigger than the small airship of the tourism ministry. Master showed a hologram of a twin-frame spaceship-like thing in the air using light magic's illusion. What's this? What's this? It's so cool. Is it like the staff warship? Ah, this one's for Arisa. For Liza and the others, something like this. It's like a robot, or rather, it looks like a powered exoskeleton that'd appear in a Mo battle anime or a light novel. The powered exoskeleton itself looks like it can be downsized to human size, but it seems the magic furnace and magic device parts are too big to be installed on the frame. Apparently Master is researching the way to deploy those parts in the ethereal plane. Mounting them here would be difficult. Master, you were here. Ah, Lulu. Oh yeah, it's already time for dinner, hui. Lulu called when I was talking with Master. Master looks so gentle, enough to make me envious, whenever he's looking at Lulu. Mao, oh Arisa. The meals will get cold if you don't call Master right. I'm sorry, Lulu Ansama. I obediently apologized to Lulu and we went to the Solitary Island Palace's dining room together. Furthermore, it seems today's dinner will be with the first bonito catch from Ganica Marquisdom. Fresh leaves in the eyes. Not of mountain cuckoo, but of infant green dragon and god bird hisswise chirping. While listening to them, I eat the extraordinary bonito dish Lulu cooked with relish. Since Master seems like he can change the climate of this solitary island palace at will, maybe I should ask him to change it to early summer for today? We're having another elegant meal today. 15 Intermission 7. The Journey of John Smith. This is before the Divine Punishment chronologically. Yon Smith, 'tis as far we can accompany you. Thank you, Holp help. I'll look for another caravan from here on and also, the name's John Smith. I said my thanks to the deerkin man. After leaving the northern part of Shiga Kingdom, I headed west to the center of the center small kingdoms together with a caravan troop. The highway in the center small kingdoms was in bad shape compared to Shiga Kingdoms, much of it was uneven and blocked. The most problematic thing was the monsters. I almost died many times thanks to that. During those times, I was coincidentally saved by caravan troops and wandering adventurers who happened to pass by. At first I was proud of my good luck, but even I started to have my suspicion when stone wolves and moving wood bears began to save me. It's probably the work of the guy who gave me this arm, but I don't understand his objective. Since he neither contacts me or restricts my actions. My bad. I still don't really get the language around here. I look for a caravan heading west while ignoring a sexy female peddler with brown skin. I can't negotiate with people who don't speak Shiga Kingdom's or Saga Empire's language. Woulda loved appraisal or language skills, not even asking for cheat skills here. Uni-san with the flat face over there, care to have some Ryoka's fried rice? What ya mean by flat? I was speechless when I looked at the master of the voice. An odd guy who looks like a plastered wall covered by moss is standing there. I'm sure he'd be popular in a theme park. Uni-san, is this your first time seeing a mosskin? Sorry for staring at you. How much is for the fried rice? I could see raisin-like things among the unknown meat and vegetables mixed in the steamy fried rice that's being fried. It's different from the Chinese-style fried rice I know, but it looks quite good. One full bowl of this is 1 copper coin. Give me 2 bowls. I pay him with the warped copper coins of the center small kingdoms, not of the Shiga Kingdom. Although there are slight differences in size, copper coins can be used in most countries. Since the rate of exchange for silver coins is different when I'm going back, I'm prioritizing using up the copper coins which worth relatively less. Give me the bowl back once you're done with it. Yeah, got it. I taste the fried rice at once. A bit salty, but it's good. No, maybe because I sweat a lot in the long trip this saltiness tastes irresistibly good. The unknown meat seems to have been pre-seasoned, it adds depth to the usually monotonous tasting fried rice. I couldn't stop my hand from spooning the fried rice into my mouth. Right when the saltiness about to get too intense, sweetness spread on my tongue. Was that raisin just now? After getting reset by the sweetness, the stimulating saltiness and the umami from the unknown meat hit me like a brick again. This stall owner is quite good despite his plastered wall-like face. It's as if he's the rumored miracle chef of Shiga Kingdom. This is some good stuff. Is this sweetness from raisin? That's from date palms. Date palms? My cousin is selling baskets of it at the stall over there if you're interested. I see, gotta buy some later. If you're going, you should try your luck at the stall in front of the date palms. Is it a dice gambling or a rat race? Taking a peek should be fun. I memorized the stall's direction and held out the bowl to the mosskin. Another bowl please. Good food in a trip is a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. You don't know if you'll ever get to eat it again later on. I decided to slowly enjoy my third bowl. Rubik's Cubes. Toy Rubik's Cube I'm familiar with are lined up on the stall, though they might be of a different kind since they have 5 square rows on each side. Yo, Nyizen, wanna try your luck? Luck? Yet. Turn this square thing like this and The stall keeper called me while stroking his well-groomed beard. He lifted up a cube and turned it around, and then he played with it and made one side full of the same color. You'd get some luxurious premium stuff if you can get it like this on two sides and more. The stall keeper showed various articles exhibited behind him. The 5th and 6th prizes are of dummies instead of the real things, probably to prevent crime. Saga Empire's appraisal orb, and the other one is interpreter earrings. The 10 gold coins prize when you get 4 sides of the same color is attractive, though it's probably fake. My funds have been running dry, this is just right. I'm good at Rubik's Cube if I do say so myself. But, before that. By the way, master, there's no way you can get 5 sides of the same color without getting 6 too, right? Why do you have a 5th prize? The stall keeper sighed greatly at my question. Not all of them are as educated as you, I see. No, well, either way, isn't it just obvious? That's not exactly true. If I left out the 5th prize, there'd be a lot of folks asking, don't you have a 5th prize? Explaining to them that they'd always get 6 colored sides when they get 5 every time is troublesome, so I just put up a prize for it. I see. Then that means there's no 5th prize. I'll let you have it if you can get 6 sides on the same color. The stall keeper put on a face like he was saying try it if you can while waving his hand. That attitude only fires me up. Let's get to the point. Is there a time limit? Only until this hourglass drops. I'll let you reverse it when it does if you pay me another 10 copper coins. As many times as I want. As many times as you want as long you have the cash. I see, good thinking. This would hook people who have low gambling resistant to put out all their money. I confirm the cash I have on hands. Doing it on the first try is impossible. But I should be able to get all of them with 4 silver coins, no, 5. First time is only 5 copper coins. Is that fine with one side cleared like this? Think of it as a service for beginner. The stall keeper started the hourglass at the same time I started moving the Rubik's Cube. I easily cleared 2 sides after a few rotations. Whoa, ain't ya a promising newbie? You already got 2 sides. How about it? You'd get 1 small silver coin if you stop here. You're one to talk after letting it easy for me to get 2 sides. The stall keeper raised his voices while smiling indifferently, attracting the peanut gallery around. I'm not good with attentions, but I can't use burying in this situation. I concentrate on the Rubik's Cube while telling myself that's a pumpkin, this one's a cabbage in my mind. Ah! He broke it off after getting 4 sides. T10 gold coins. That guy, oh no! I frantically move my hands while ignoring the peanut gallery. My wallet has already been emptied. I've got to clear all sides before the last hourglass no matter what. Oh, almost all the sand's fallen. The stall keeper deliberately tried to hurry me up. Oh no. Ah, geez. The oh no woman is noisy. 3,2,1 dash. Got it. Z. I held out the cube right before the stall keeper could fully declare 0. The stall keeper's face was hardened in surprise. Whoa, First time I see someone did it. You're awesome. Surprises and congratulations welled up among the peanut gallery. I confirm the stall keeper's reaction while feeling embarrassed. If this guy tries to run away, I've got to get the money I paid him at least. Ah! The box? What the heck? Sand. The cube I submitted collapsed into 6 colored glittering sand. The stall keeper snatches an obsidian ring-like thing inside the sand. Ha, this is it. This is one of the artifacts hidden inside Cube of Myriad Truth. You did well, youngster. These are your promised rewards. Accept them. The ecstatic stall keeper took out an orb and earrings from item box like black cross section and threw them to me. I'll give you these gold and silver pouches too. Take all the remaining stuff too. I caught the things the stall keeper threw and put it inside my bosom. Fly! The stall keeper floated, and flew to the southwest direction while laughing loudly. With his lines earlier and all these mid-boss-like things he did, I don't wanna go anywhere near southwest. Not here. I bought date palms to be my preserved food in the trips, and signed a contract to board a caravan sandboat heading to the one of the most prosperous trade country among the western ones, Garlean Union. After hearing that caravan would embark tomorrow, I went back to the stall that served the superb fried rice earlier, but it was already vacated. Excuse me, when is the stall here going to open in the morning? Hey? The guy that was there just opened today. A Katkin and a Doggin brats came to pick him up. You think he's gonna open again tomorrow? Who knows? I purchased sand rate skewers from the stall of this indifference old man. Urg. Sand is gritting inside my mouth, looks like it's not well prepared. Nevertheless, I'm not going to throw them away like when I was in Japan. I crammed the skewers into my mouth while ignoring the taste and poor unrefined sake I bought on the other stall down my throat. And then, next day, I went back to the stall street to look for the stall that sold the fried rice yesterday, but I couldn't find any Moskin after all. His cousin's stall that sold date palms was also nowhere to be found. They probably belonged to some caravan troops and were only doing side jobs yesterday. I'm sure we'll meet again if fate allows. After muttering something I didn't believe myself, I joined the caravan I'd be riding on and left the town. What's that, so pretty? Forget about it. That kid doesn't understand Western countries' language. I look back at the dark brown beauties who are riding the caravan together with me. It's an orb. Orb. Oh? You can speak Western countries' language. One of the beauties said in admiration. The interpreter earrings I got yesterday appeared to be genuine. Therefore, this orb of appraisal is also highly likely to be genuine. However, I feel that I'd be better off using the money I'd get from selling this kind of orb. This is troubling. A sand pig is coming. Anyone who can use a bow, get ready. Our turn. You two come here. Pebbles vomited by a sand pig could easily break through a plank unless it's made of iron. I rolled behind the sand ship's iron plank while being hugged by a voluptuous beauty. That thing's sturdy. Arrows from a small bow won't work on it. Just shoot. It'll work as a diversion. Diversion is fine, hey. I don't want to leave this lucky situation where I'm being hugged by beauty, but this situation seems dangerous if it keeps up. I part myself from under the beauty's arm in grief. Hold on. My shotgun is perfect as a diversion. I unwrapped the cloth hiding my gun and loaded it with some bullets. Aim at the sand pig swimming in the sand. It won't reach at this range, though not like it'd be really damaging even if it did. But the roaring sound and the impact on the sand will be quite something, me think. I pull the trigger after narrowing down the timing on the shaking ship. It hit. Looks like a lucky hit grazed the sand pig's eyes. You're pretty good. I'm Miji, an archer and a dancer. Oh my, Miji sure works fast. I'm Rory, and you? Eyes of two beauties filled with admiration are turned at me. I'm John Smith. Just John Smith. I personally thought it was a cool self-introduction, but the two beauties didn't seem to get it. If I find myself in the same situation next time, I should try calling myself an adventure lover. I extolled Miji's bravery, thanked Rory's kindness when the sand pig appeared and presented them date palms from my knapsack. Looks like sweets are justice even in another world. While I'm getting surrounded by smiling beauties, the sand ship we're riding on is en route to Garlean Union. Would it be tranquility or stormy drama waiting for me there? The way to another world T looks so distant and steep. 15 Intermission 8. Rumor of Demon Lord Slayer. The intermission is chronologically timed after Satu and Hiro Hayato defeated the Demon Lords in Dejima Island, before the Divine Punishment Oracle. Bishtal Dukedom. Your Excellency! Your Excellency, my Duke! What's with the commotion? Duke Bishtil raised his voice in displeasure among heaps of documents inside his study room. The Duke's grandson, who's studying governmental affairs as a consul, rushed into the room. Duke Bishtil thought that he was one of the superior ones amongst his relatives, but he still lacked composure at times like this since he was still young. It's a wyvern mail from the royal capital. And it has the royal family sealing wax on it. The Duke, who was only lending his ears while reading a document, finally raised his head when he heard royal family sealing wax. The letter that came from the royal capital was stamped with the Shiga kingdom sealing wax. The use of this wax mainly brings news about birth or funeral of the royal family or a huge incident that shakes the very core of the kingdom. However, since emergency matters like an appearance of demons are notified through city core, the Duke retains his calm. Calm yourself, how unsightly! Duke Bishtil received the letter while reprimanding the consul. His other hands fetches a magic item to open the wax instead of a paper knife. Heating the royal sealing wax to remove it instead of cutting it has been a custom since ancestor King Yamato era. According to history, the practice began because the people who idolized ancestor King Yamato didn't want to cut the royal sealing wax. What? The wrinkle on Duke Bishtil's forehead deepened after he finished reading the letter. The consul was watching him while enduring his aching stomach. Impossible! The Duke was going to crush the letter out of rage, but he stopped when he saw the royal sealing wax on his desk. Your Excellency, what was written in the letter? The consul worked up his courage and asked the Duke, whose blood vessel seemed like it was going to rupture like Gununu. Pendragon. Duke Bishtil squeezed the name of his bitter enemy. The letter said that the youngster killed a demon lord with the hero. Since when did Pendragon become a hero's attendant? I haven't heard of one such rumor though. The Duke glared at the consul, who was unintentionally speaking in question. He wasn't acting as an attendant, it was a united front. United front. Duke Bishtil threw the letter onto his desk and jerked his chin to urge the consul to read it. Please excuse me. The Duke gulped down a glass of brandy the maid brought while the consul was reading. The transparent cubes inside the glass weren't ice cubes, but rock sugars, a native product of the sugar-producing area in Raragi Kingdom. Demon Lord Slayer. Duke Bishtil gulped down his second glass of brandy while watching the consul with a displeased expression. If this keeps up, his patrons, Oiagak and Dokuza's influence will grow stronger. Wasn't Pendragon under patronage of Earl Muno? Muno has always been Oiagak's string. Oiagak probably sent the youngster to Muno territory to solve the problem there in the first place. An old butler who was working quietly inside the study room reacts to Duke Bishtil. Demon Lord Slayer. The old butler's slit eyes narrowed further and he nodded. Yuri, very fortunate, master. Fortunate, you say? The old butler didn't flinch at the boiling Duke Bishtil and continued on. On the other hand, the consul's existence was forgotten like air as he trembled with the letter on his hands. Yes, fortunate. There might be some discord between the two of you in the beginning, but it was concluded peacefully, and Her Highness Tina has become Sir Pendragon's legal wife. Being the grandfather of his legal wife would be a huge advantage to you. People that are connected to Viscount Pendragon might insist that she's not his legal wife, but a candidate of legal wife. But from most nobles' point of view, having an unmarried woman traveling together abroad and with her parents approving it, they might as well already be a pair of wife and husband. Even if the person in question denied it, people would just talk in the back, what is it now after all this time, or they had some dispute and got divorced. I see, we have Tina. I thought she was good for nothing for declining the marriage into Earl Lesseru house, but it seems she's useful for something in the very end. He'd look like a garbage parent or maybe a garbage grandfather in modern Japan, but with this country's common sense, nobles see their daughter as a unit to tie houses of noble together, so he's not exactly a special case of garbage. At present, there's a discord between Sir Pendragon and Master, but now is the time to show the dignity of the elderly. Master might want to show your goodwill and concede here. Are you telling me to lower my head to him? No, there is no need to do such a foolish thing. The old butler slowly shook his head. Master can simply give the Viscount the things he wanted. You realize that the rumor said that he's a straight-laced guy who can't be flattered with money or women, right? Numerous nobles approached Viscount Pendragon with marriage proposals with their daughters, and many offered him positions in order to build connections, but not even one swayed him. There was even a rumor that he was into men, but even though many nobles brought handsome young men, old men, or men with muscles to him, none tugged his heartstrings. Few people know the fact that he also declined a position on Shiga 8 Swords. They failed because they approached with general taste as their standard and without investigating his preference. Ho! Duke Bishtel shakes his brandy glass and urges the butler to continue. The Viscount is a moderate ladies' man. The rumor says that his favorite is young girls that haven't come of age, but this is a fake info that Duke Oiagok faction spread. A lot of people swallowed that fake info whole because many of his retainers look young. In other words, he likes women with huge breasts and ass. The old butler shook his head at that question. No, he likes girls with poor figures. You're basing that on? After further investigation, we know that he takes good care of a maid retainer with poor figure more than Her Highness and the Duchy lady. The old butler replied full of confidence at Duke Bishtel's doubtful eyes. Also, he likes to help people in trouble, that is another fact. I think we should make use of that to send in honest people with poor figure from noble houses under your excellency's tutelage. The old butler explained that the Viscount could suspect their intention if they sent people with the same reasons, so they should hire a good director from some theatre to create the situation. Famu, just that won't be enough. Even if House of Duke Bishtel's influence grow after they manage to send people into Viscount Pendragon, they won't be able to make use of his power at critical times. Yes, therefore we should present the Viscount with things that he can't refuse under your excellency name. The old butler said that he wouldn't decline if they sent gifts to congratulate for the Demon Lord Slayer matter. Other nobles will probably send him gifts too. Stuff that can eclipse those gifts are likely only the Mithril Sword Rockbone King or Magic Sword Shaitan handed down in my duchy house. Those two are too precious, Duke Bishtel's frowned. No, we need not either. I have done an investigation on that matter too. Great as always, geezer. And what is it? The Duke praised the confident old butler and urged him to continue. Yes, it's rare spell scrolls, as well as chant and magic orbs. The old butler said that he acquired the information by using a huge amount of gold coins. His information is correct. No, to be more precise, it was correct. The fact that that info was old is the fatal point, but there is no one who could point that out in this place. He had an intimate relationship with Viscount Shimon, who supervises a scroll workshop in Oiagok Dukedom, and both Marquis Ashinan, the Viceroy of Labyrinth City, and Earl Syria bought up chant and magic orbs. Is there any point collecting more than one chant orb? That is only if he uses it for himself. There is a lot of promising explorers under his organization, Pendera. He probably uses the orbs to shape those children into magic swordsmen and the scrolls to assist the weak ones. The old butler gave the most reasonable explanation to Duke Bishtel's question. Then buy up those stuff. Understood. I will also give instructions to look for suitable girls. The old butler bowed and left the room. Kyousoukyoku, I'm really lucky to have excellent subordinates under me. The consul had a slight uneasiness as he was watching the back of Duke Bishtel, who went to the courtyard. He didn't open his mouth out of fear of the Duke's wrath, and he left the room like a shadow. Looks like he's decided to watch the Duke's plan to go smoothly from afar. Shiga Kingdom Royal Castle. Ancestor King Sama, pardon me for calling you. Hold on, I told you to stop with that Ancestor King Sama stuff. Just call me Duchess Mitsukuni Mito. The King, the Prime Minister and Duchess Mitsukuni are inside the King's private room. After the matter about Demon Lord Slayer the other day, many more nobles appealed for Viscount Pendragon to become a direct retainer of the royal family. Well, guess so. Mito couldn't hide her elated expression even though she sounded like she couldn't believe it. I am thinking of promoting him to be an earl, changing his master from Earl Muno to royal family and appointing him to be the viceroy of either Trade City or Labyrinth City. You can't. Mito rejected the idea of the king who carefully chose his words. Would you tell us the reason? Don't change his master. Ichiro Sir Pendragon told me that he became a noble because he was fond of Earl Muno. And it seems he agreed to be a viscount after hearing that it was a condition for Muno-san to be an earl. He might run away if you are being too forceful, you see. The king froze to the culture shock since the reason was too far apart from common nobles. Your Majesty. I think Ancestor Mito-sama is most likely right. The Viscount also only agreed to the position of Vice Minister of Tourism Ministry because the order was to investigate delicacy and tourist attractions. It's far too different from royal court nobles who compete every day for a position in the government. Only one who nodded in this place, Mito, who muttered, "That's so like Ichiro and I. If someone with an achievement as great as Demon Lord Slayer, that hasn't been seen since Ancestor King Yamato, run away, the dignity of royal family will be greatly shaken." The king stares at Mito like he's relying on her. However, we must bestow gifts to someone who has slain a demon lord. Then how about promoting Sir Pendragon to earldom and Muno-san to marquisate? Such thing is not possible, was what the king wanted to say, but he stopped since that wasn't the case. It's possible. It might be due to Mito-sama's Ikagoya firm's assistance and Sir Pendragon's enormous fund. Muno earldom is reviving at an impossible rate. It's only a matter of time before it's equal to the past Muno marquisate. The Prime Minister continued after offering an unusual Western snack to Mito. Persuading Bishtal and Kelton would be difficult, but once those two are curbed, there will be nothing that can stop it. Well then, I will do something about those two. Mito is delightfully biting a thin baked sweet while ignoring the two who are discussing seriously like it's none of her business. You'd get it even harder if Sir Pendragon did something even greater after his promotion this time. Hey. Mito's comment was absolutely improbable, but after leaving a feat as impossible as Demon Lord Slayer, the Prime Minister and the King couldn't laugh it off and had a miserable expression on their faces. Looks like even the King and the Prime Minister of a prominent kingdom on the continent find the existence of a retainer who's too excellent unmanageable. Shiga Kingdom Capital, Royal Academy. Shiro-kun, Crow-san, did you hear the news? What's wrong, Tina-sama? Good morning, Tina-sama. Tina Kelton, the daughter of Marquis Kelton, rushed into the room in excitement. At her rare state that's unlike her usual graceful behavior, line of sights inside the classroom are gathered to her. What is it about? Viscount Pendragon-sama's great achievement. Shiro and Crow look at each other when they heard great achievement. Since most of the two girls' masters' acts were great achievements, they didn't know which one it was about. However, other people don't know about that. Oh my, you haven't heard it? Tina said like she couldn't believe it. Which one? Viscount Pendragon-sama and Saga Empire hero Hayato-sama challenged the phantasmal labyrinth of Dejima Island together. Shiro thought, maybe it was about the time Masita became dungeon master. But she did the mouth zip pose, taught by Poki, in her mind and didn't spoke it out. He, Shiro, and Crow's master is Hiro-sama's acquaintance. Amazing. No wonder Tina-sama took them under her wings. Tina made a big gesture to silence the children's whispering. She's going to speak the best part. Viscount-sama and Hiro-sama went through many distress and confronted a demon lord at the deepest part of the labyrinth. The children cowered and muttered weakly, "Demon lord." Just like how Showa children hide their navel when they hear a thunder, the children in this world huddle together when they hear demon lord. There's nothing to fear. Viscount-sama and Hiro-sama cooperated together to fight the demon lord, and came out victorious. As if Tina's excitement was infectious, excitement and joy welled up in the children's face. It's the birth of Demon Lord Slayer since Ancestor King Yamato-sama. No, since Ancestor King Yamato was a hero, it's the first birth of Shiga Kingdom Demon Lord Slayer in history. Chorus of Demon Lord Slayer began inside the classroom. Shiro and Crow, who kept their calm, thought it was a bit scary. I will declare here. I, Tina Kelton, will become Viscount Pendragon-sama's wife. I will too. Me too. Me, Boku, too. With Tina's declaration, the little girls inside the classroom got swept up in the mood and declared their marriage proposals. There were some strange ones mixed in, but since it's not good to discriminate by gender, Shiro and Crow didn't interject and quietly clapped their hands while saying, Masita, so popular. The same thing happened in the classroom of Rumoko Kingdom's Princess Mania, and everywhere in the royal capital, nobles and citizens marched on toward Viscount Pendragon's mansion, compelling 10% of the guards stationed in the capital's garrison to organize the onlookers. Viscount Pendragon, who likes to tour around, probably never imagined that his own mansion would become a tourist attraction itself. Shiga Kingdom, monastery at the eastern end of the royal territory, viewpoint of a maid attendant of the third prince. Pen, Draguhohohohun. At an enclosed corner of the monastery, a man who looks like an elderly is shrieking at the dusty ceiling. I ran away outside the room out of fear of the man's frenzy. As his maid attendant, maybe I should have soothed him here, but scary thing is scary. Nuns who are running in the corridor from the courtyard direction call out to me. Hold on, what's happening with His Highness? It's more awful than the usual fit. I raised my eyebrow at the onlooker's curiosity. Geez. It's because you were talking about that in the courtyard. Courtyard? Nothing like that. The nun was going to say that they didn't talk about anything weird, but then she recalled a certain thing and put her hand on her mouth. Are you talking about the news of Viscount Pendragon-sama exterminating a demon lord? It's not exterminating, he slew a demon lord. Achman, exterminating is fine. I interrupted the two's lively chat and said, that's it, that's the one. His Highness flew into a rage because you two were gossiping about. He couldn't have heard it from that distance. He did. For some reason the noisy birds and insects that were usually chirping to the limit of their souls were silent today, so chatters from the courtyard that couldn't usually be heard could today. Ouch, sorry about that. It was a mistake, sorry. We'll share you some honey cake. Honey cake? Are you a god? Giving honey cake as an apology despite being in a monastery strict about sweets. I coughed to clear my throat and nodded. I've got no coys. I fumbled my word, but it couldn't be helped. I mean, it's honey cake. Ignoring the nun's laughing glances and His Highness's shrieks behind, I went to the nun's room in elation. Since His Highness still tried to escape when I came back, I told the monastery guards about it and got to enjoy a quiet night in a while. I thought His Highness would be brought back immediately, but he was nowhere to be found the next day. It seems that it would take a long time before I could hear the name of His Highness Third Prince Charlik again. In other words, my peaceful days will continue in the meantime. 15 Intermission 9. Divine Punishment Day, Front Line. Captain. There's someone in a forest nearby. Is it someone who hasn't taken refuge yet? I looked through the far sight pipe after hearing my subordinate's report. True enough, I could see a lizardkin and a catkin girls in the thicket near a forest. They probably didn't hear about the evacuation order since they were living deep in the mountain. I nod once and look at the surroundings. Looks like there's no one else. No choice, let's go help them. Yes, sire. Bring on additional 2 horses. The adjutant gave an order following mine. 4 horsemen descended the hill, heading to the forest. The glorious 7th Night Company babysitting lost children. Careful with your mouth. This is a royal order, just you know. After receiving the notice about divine punishment, we, the kingdom's 7th Night Company, have been encamped at the southern mountains. In order to evacuate the kingdom's populace and hold down the monster stampede here. Liza, night people are coming. That appears to be the case. From afar, the lizardkin and catkin girls stopped plucking grass and looked at us. They said something but we couldn't hear them from this distance. They're probably frightened from a sudden appearance of fully armed knights. You must be people from a nearby village. By the royal order, the populace is to evacuate to a nearby town. You two also have to evacuate, however we cannot send guards just to escort you to the bottom. Wait in the encampment until the army carriage goes to the town. I told the necessary info to the girls who couldn't say anything, all out of surprise. I don't know how much the ignorants are informed of, but we cannot take them away like criminals without telling them anything. Encampment. It's at the pass over there. I pointed at a mountain pass with a fort to show the lizardkin girl. If we go now, we should arrive just at the right time for meals. Meat? That's right, today we're having stew with meat. Oh, great! Ha ha ha, you'll get your shares too, eat and grow big. I heard my subordinates talking with the catkin kid. I saw the kid jumping in delight when she heard about the meat stew. She must be very happy about the meat. If they've been living deep in the mountain, I'm sure they never ate meat unless their village elder shared some from the hunters. I really understand the kid's joy. So what were you two doing in the forest? Master asked us to pick some medicinal herbs. Master? Are these girls slaves? However, they're wearing some good clothes for slaves. Since there's probably no one eccentric enough to have a lizardkin as a love slave, these girls must be a kind of freed slaves. There's many cases of freed slaves calling their former master, master, in the northern part of the kingdom. Looks like you haven't got much success in your herb gathering, however, we cannot allow you to go back to the forest now. I understand. The lizardkin girl nodded unwillingly. Judging from their small bags, they mustn't have gathered enough. What's this? Did you kidnap some demi-human kids? I heard a sarcastic voice when we entered the fort gate. 4 men wearing white armor. If the one saying that was a member of the knights, I would have dropped my fist on them, but I can't do that against these people. After all, Shiga 8 sword candidates Sama have quite the imagination. Their expressions turned sour when I emphasized the candidate part. In order to fill the vacant seats, I heard they were holding selections to be a Shiga 8 swords member among 4 candidates. The loudest rumor said that those seats would be quickly filled once Viscount Pendragon and his companions who enlivened the royal capital the other day returned. That's why these guys went to this dangerous front line in order to raise a meritorious deed. Since they currently only ever fought wolf packs and wyverns, they must be fretting now. You went out for a reconnaissance, right? Did you meet any monster? No, there was no monster around the forest. It was as if someone went ahead and swept them out. Humph, you're useless. Shiga 8 swords candidates went back into the fort after leaving an irritating line. Still, although I've heard that the monsters around this area are culled out once a year, this is the first time it's been so monster-less. What's wrong? Lizardkin and catkin girls averted their eyes while looking awkward. No, it's nothing. Ooh-I. Tama doesn't know no overhunting. Tama. Scolded by the lizardkin girl, the catkin girl made a strange move of hand moving over her lips. It's probably some kind of charm handed down in this area. Right after, the catkin girl's stomach growled and we went to the courtyard where the outdoor dining room was with smiles on our faces. Now, have a go at the 7th Night Company hodgepodge stew. Way. Thank you. They've started distributing food at the encampment just as I guessed. Since the inside of the fort is cramped, we, knights have arranged tables in the courtyard. Okay, today's meat is wyvern hay. I'm sorry for having raised the demi-human girl's expectation, but today's stew is an extremely rare miss in recent days. Head chef Koshin of this fort is quite a skillful cook, but there's nothing that can be done with the hopelessly tough wyvern meat. Delish. This is good. I heard those voices nearby. I thought they were being considerate to us, but I realized that they were being honest when I saw their expressions. Looks like they got an eating habit so horrible such that even this tough sinewy meat tasted good for them. Oi oi, you serious? This tough smelly meat, good. Too good. It has been prepared quite thoroughly. The one who cooks this must hold everyone here dear. The lizardkin girl had a way with words like she wasn't a freed slave. Ho, the girls brought by the third patrol sure said some good things. Jiike, old man Kojun. Head chef Kojun appeared. Looks like he's loitering around in the courtyard after he's done with the cooking. Who's your old man? You brat. But you know, no matter how thoroughly prepared it is, this gamey smell is just really bad. Try eating it along with this herb. It will weaken the smell. Ha? Like eating that grass wilga, for real. Really ooh. I tried the herb I got from the lizardkin girl. It's true. As someone who grew up in a gourmet house, I couldn't say that this is tasty, however, it smells better now. Now this isn't something not edible. But, you know, wyvern is still wyvern. One of my subordinates blurted out unnecessarily. Even if that's the truth, you shouldn't have said it here. Then, go and fetch a better tasting animal or monster next time. I'll go get it for you if there's a wild boar around. Someone reacts to the conversation between head chef Kojun and my subordinate. The lizardkin and catkin girls. No wild boars. Right, I saw a serpent dragon, naga, flying around, although it's a bit far away. That thing is tasty. Naga? If it's similar to snake, it should be good made into hodgepodge or stew. They're tastier grilled than stewed. The intestines are poisonous, please be careful. Ho, you sure know your stuff. Do you often eat them? It's not too often. Oi, wait. Wait a minute. She saw a naga? Naga hey, might as well have a taste on the legendary feathered serpent, Kukulkan. Tasty. Is that good? According to an old tale, it's so good that dragons scrambled for one and sank a continent. Oh, Jesus. That sounds promising. Fools, if a feathered serpent, Kukulkan, really comes out, all of us will be killed in an instant. No, not that. Now's not the time to retort that. Oi, you two. When did you saw that naga? This morning. From the summit of a mountain, we saw 3 of them in a mountain at the seaward side. I'm amazed you could see them. We have a far sight pipe. Then it's understandable. I said my thanks to the girls and went to the commander to report it. I don't know what kind of talk was held between the fort commanders, but after a while, a birdman scout flew to the eastern sky. Gale wolves have come out of the forest. A soldier at the watchtower shouted out loud. Those monsters came at last. Lower the gate. We're sorting out. Please wait. Our order is to repulse the monsters from the fort. Oh, shut it. What's the point of a knight being holed up in a fort? When the soldiers were busy trying to fortify the fort, Shiga 8 swords candidates who couldn't read the mood made a racket, demanding for the gate to be opened. Apparently, the fort commander intends to drive off these nuisances, as the candidates departed along with their accompanying holy knights. Even if they've got rotten personalities, their skills with swords are reliable. The intense light of magic edge surging out of the candidates' swords could be seen even from here. They skillfully cut off gale wolves that are faster than horses. It's dangerous. Yes, it's dangerous to fight in an open space when monsters can come from the sky. Sky. There. I saw a vague shape of something flapping wings. That's the birdman sent out for reconnaissance. Between clouds. The lizardkin girl pointed up. I looked up and saw thin black strings with clouds as the background. The watch at the watchtower probably found it too. He furiously beats the alarm bell, the fort's magic furnace growls. A transparent magic wall enclosed the fort before long. Aye, sir. Yes, I understand. We will go to confirm it. I faintly heard the catkin and lizardkin girls' voices between the alarm bells. Come to think of it, I forgot to evacuate those girls. This place will be full of danger. Evacuate underground while we still have time now. Good luck. After we've made sure that the catkin and lizardkin girls have left, we start the preparation to intercept the Nagas. Magic cannons, fire the first and the third. First magic cannon, fire. Third magic cannon, fire. The two magic cannons shot through the Nagas that were approaching the fort. According to personnels who had appraisal, they seemed to be weak level 10 monsters, but since they could spew flame like a dragon, they could bake us whole over the fort's magic wall if we were careless. There's no end to this. We've killed more than 30 Nagas, but more of them are still coming. We managed somehow since the monster's new reinforcement that came out from the other side of the mountain stopped all of a sudden, but this could get dangerous soon. Attention, all members! The magic furnace is nearing its limit. Don't waste the cannonballs. Use the heavy ballista and bows along with them. Smoke of dangerous-looking color came out of the chimney that led to the magic furnace. Looks like it's nearing its limit. Okay, those Shiga 8 Swords candidates Sama are coming back. I thought they came back to help us out, but instead they were being pursued by about 100 gale wolves and hopping bears, and even dangerous monsters like rock guns and bombardment frogs way behind them. I've had enough of this. Can't agree more. We'd have been spared of future trouble if they were killed in action during the chase, but guys like them tend to greedily cling to their life and survive. Open the gate! Open the gate! No one tried to open the gate, despite the demanding shouts of the Shiga 8 Swords candidate beyond. Opening and closing the gate take time. We cannot expose the whole fort to the risk of annihilation to save him alone. We will have him to fight the monsters like his holy knight's subordinates who died earlier. Plug your ears. I heard the catkin girl's voice clearly in my ears. I looked around, thinking that she might have jumped out of the shelter out of fear, but there were only soldiers around. It's coming. I had a bad feeling about it and blocked my ears with both my hands. Right after, my body felt like it got beaten all over. Soldiers who failed to plug their ears squirmed on the ground. This is bad, we've got to intercept the monsters even if we're the only one left. I slip into the magic archer seat and look for the enemy. What's going on? There is no monster, not even one? Fie. I chased after the faint carefree voice and turned my sight there. A golden-colored ball jumped about amongst the crawling monsters on the ground, finishing them off one after another. I know that. That's the Golden Knight who appeared in the royal capital during the Greater Demon attack. Golden Knights, the attendants of Hiro Nanashi, have come to the rescue. Now's the time, pull the idiot in front of the gate in. By the fort commander's order, the gate opened and the Shiga 8 sword candidate entered. Hurry up! A big one is coming. Bunshin no Jutsu. The golden ball, the small golden knight split into many, and finished the monsters all at once. A slightly taller golden knight is glaring at the south mountaintop with a white spear on their hand. Huge. Huge enough that you can see it with naked eyes even from here. It's too huge for a naga. Moreover, it has two heads. Be glad, pink. That is the feathered serpent, Kukulkan. Excellent. The small pink-mantled golden knight is dancing and jumping for joy with folding fans-like things on their hands. Don't tell me, they're going to fight that legendary monsters with just the two of them? I don't think we cannot beat it, but we have to be careful not to injure it badly and ruin the meat. It pains me to do this, but let us call Master. I heard those voices intermittently. The next moment, a door opened beside the two golden knights, and a white-robed boy with purple hair appeared. That's Hiro Nanashi. Hiro Nanashi waved back at the cheers from the fort and then he went toward the huge enemy along with his two attendants. There's not even speck of anxiety or fear oozing from him. Truly a hero. Hiro-sama. Don't lose. The soldiers and knights inside the fort stared at the back of Hiro Nanashi like praying. We are witnessing history in the making. Let us watch over Hiro Nanashi and Golden Knight's fierce battle against the legendary monster Feathered Serpent, Kukulkan, without missing even a section. That's the only thing the powerless like us could do. The Feathered Serpent, Kukulkan, glared at Hiro Nanashi and then flames overflew out of its two heads. Kukulkan's heads disappeared. The lifeless body of the falling Kukulkan also vanished. What just happened? Fini shed, mission complete. The fight is over. We will be taking half of the Nagas and the Gale Wolf's bodies. Two golden knights who appeared on the fort's wall before anyone knew it said that to us. You're free to have the rest. It'll be bad if the meat gets spoiled, make sure to drain the blood out as soon as possible. No, wait a moment. This wasn't a daily scene like worrying about spoiled meat or something, was it? What about the fierce battle? What about witnessing history? Somebody clapped my shoulder as I was getting confused. It's the head chef Kojun. We narrowly escaped death. Why yet? Right, that's right. The Golden Knights had disappeared when I looked up, and Hiro Nanashi had also vanished from the battlefield. Oh crap! I forgot to say my gratitude to our saviors. Let's get those meat and magic cores. This fort's emergency magic stones have decreased by half from the fight just now. You're right. Together with head chef Kojun, I went outside the fort with dismantling tools. Heaps of monsters were everywhere. Heroes are awesome. Yet, with this much difference, I can't even feel envious. I'm going to say my thanks the next time we meet. That's why, let me be glad to have survived, and actually feel my life while eating some good meat at least for today. I only realized that the Lizardkin and the Catkin girls who should have evacuated underground had gone when I was going to call them for dinner. I don't know where they've gone, but I'm sure they will be fine. That's the hunch I have. I'll treat them as many meals as my wallet allows the next time I see them again. 15 Intermission 10. Ruin Exploration. Not from Satu's POV either this time. People who aren't familiar with Yasaku the Explorer, please look at the afterword. This turned out oddly longer than planned, please excuse me as this is the last one before chapter 16. Drop dead, Ukraine fly. The arrow I shot hit the enemy right in the forehead. Yasaku, harpies aren't bugs, you know. To begin with, there's no bug called crane flyy. 10 The magic swordsman cuts down the incoming harpy, then priest Kyra's pole mace crushes the fallen harpy's head. Seriously? No, I'm sure it was in the line ancestor King Sama said when he shot down a flying wyvern in the legend. You guys don't know that. Crane fly must exist. As if reacting to me, several harpies perching on top of the cliff sing all at once. Lululurulu. Yasaku, charm incoming. OU. Blue magic bow. Blue magic bow in my hand shined red, and the arrow shot from it demolished the harpy's charming voice. Geez, I ain't gonna fight my charmed friends in this narrow path. The ruin should be around here according to the map. Stop fooling around and help, you. In this situation where we're being surrounded by a flock of harpies, lightning magician Iona nonchalantly unfolds the map. Ain't this the best time for your flashy magic to get to work? No, bud. Yasaku, you should properly listen to what others are saying. We told you that the rocks in this gorge are combustible, didn't we? The two women reproached me. Felt like even the harpies joined in to ridicule me. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I shot down the harpies one after another with superhuman speed. The flock finally ran away after I routed around 20 harpies. So tired. I lean my back on the ground, takes the water bag on my waist and moisten my mouth. Arid wind of the gorge quickly dried my sweat, but it was far from pleasant due to the weird bad odor it carried. I put my mana into desalinating magic tool and refill the water bag with water. It's an expensive magic tool, consumable goods, but it's indispensable when exploring desolate places. Geez, Mr. Kelton sure got us some pesky quest. I chew the salty hard-dried meat, chowing down the dull tasteless meal. We could have cooked harpy meat, but having a barbecue party at a place like this might invite some strong monster out of nowhere. Only eccentric nobles and careless beginners would do such a suicidal act. You're one to talk. Indeed. Yasaku, you were the one who jumped on this quest first thing first, weren't you? I push away my past memory to oblivion and gaze at the magnificent gorge. This place is a great canyon at the boundary of a territory under direct control of the king, far south-southwest from the labyrinth city. We came to this remote place by the request of Marquis Kelton in the royal capital. If we don't get back to the labyrinth city soon, people might think that we've kicked the bucket in the middle of this journey. Weird. The ruins entrance should be around here according to the map. You sure you're not missing any mark? Iona dropped the bag on her back, took out an ancient document and turned the pages. I peeked from her side, but since I couldn't read ancient language at all, I only reconfirmed once. Did you hear that? Tan muttered and dubiously looked around at the surroundings. I strained my ears and heard a faint goat cry-like sound, me. I peeked below the cliff and found a stranded goatling on a ledge far down. Since the wire I fitted on my arms can't reach it, I take out a rope from my knapsack and tie it to a mountainside rock. What a whimsical guy. Ain't it fine? We're free till we find a clue from the ancient document anyway, right? Besides, if I save it when it's still young, it might come back when it's ripe for eating. I wind the rope on my waist and get down the cliff. That happened when I got halfway through. The rock my right hand was grasping came off with a thud. Whoa! One bad thing after another, right at the same time, the foothold under my left leg collapsed. I desperately look around while sliding down the steep. Found a handy-looking dead tree slightly far away. There. I shoot the wire on my right hand at the dead tree. Missed. God damn it. I twist my body and shoot the wire on my left hand. Missed, again. The wire passed the dead tree in vain. Cube. I heard Tan's voice up above and then a transparent magical pedestal appeared below me. I landed on the magical pedestal and managed to cling to it somehow. You saved my ass, Tan. I can't keep it for long. Find a foothold quick. Looks like handsome men are also capable men. Just like me. Afterward, I got down the cliff without problem, and reached the panicking goatling. While taking a deep breath, I roll back the useless wires, and refill the launcher magic tool. Me. The goatling got scared when it saw me and edged back while crying feebly. It's about to fall off the ledge. Good boy. Don't move, okay? I approach it with coaxing voice, but there's no effect whatsoever. Whenever the goatling stepped back, pebbles and soils fell off the ledge. It stands to reason, Yasaku's face is that of a carnivore. He only ever eats meat in the city after all. I could hear Tan and Priest Kyra's interruption above the cliff. Oh, shut it! Me! I reflexively shouted. The goatling got scared and lost its footing on the ledge. Me! The goatling's scream that sounded like its last echoed in the gorge. Uh-oh! I shot the wire on my arm at once. Dash few dot. Third time's the charm as the wire gets the job done this time. I reel the wire while being careful not to break it and put the goatling back on top of the ledge. Me. Geez, you're one little trouble. I lie at the ledge while hugging the trembling goatling. The heck's that? I felt something odd from the rock face at the back. Yasaku. Did you find something? Wait a sec. I approach the rock cliff while holding the goatling. Branch growing out of a rock. My stretched hand slipped through the rock. Whoa! I pulled it back in a hurry, the hand under the glove was the same as always. It's an illusion. I readied myself and plunged into the rock face first. There's a shallow cave inside, with a hidden door even. Looks like this is the entrance we're looking for. I came back to the ledge and called my friends aloud. You think Gotsuke safely got back home to his parents? I muttered while shooting down a vampire bat swooping down from the ceiling. The ruined ceiling is so high that even Tan's force magic lamp's light can't reach it. He's fine. We drove away the goteating harp eyes. You're right. Gotsuke must be jumping up and down energetically in the mountain now. When I was talking with Priest Kyra while fighting, a point-blank electric shock ran through. Oi, watch it! When I complained to lightning magician Iona, she pointed behind me with a nice smile on her face. "K, wall slime. Geez, you two aren't beginners, don't lose your focus when exploring." I'm ashamed of myself. Sorry. I took out a Molotov out of my bag and hurled it at the slime, burning it. There's no way one bottle of this is enough to burn the resistant slime down, but as the fire-hating slime gets burned, it runs away into a crack in the wall. I thoroughly check the narrow passage while surmounting standard traps and poisonous scorpions. Suspended ceilings, pitfalls, filling the passage with electricity when you push a button. Can't believe this guy put all these. It seems like the designer of this place likes to make traps as a hobby. There's even chain reaction traps. Traps are nothing much. Yasaku will disarm them anyway. Like hell they are. Just how nerve-wracking do you think disarming even one of them is? The real problem is that this magic facility is functioning. According to the legend, this should have been a magic facility from 600 years ago. Simply maintaining the fixture magic is one thing, but normally, things that consume mana like electric traps should have been halted. It seems, the monsters invaded through the ventilations and settled down on their own. True, the monsters we met so far were all slimes or small ones. I can feel magic power from below. 10. Use detection magic. Acknowledged. Believing Shirayana's intuition, I asked Tan who could use force magic to inspect it closely. If there were someone who could use wind magic and the rare space magic, detecting things would be easier, but in a case like this, force magic that can be used to pull in mana isn't inferior to them. After finishing the chant, Tan concentrated with eyes closed. It's quite deep. Sweat ran down Tan's face. Strong magic power. Tan opened his eyes and wiped the sweat using his sleeve. There's a chance that there's a large magic furnace usually used in a fort or a large airship, or perhaps a powerful monster. You serious? The fact that the ruin hasn't died is a happy miscalculation, but in case of the latter, we might end up having to fight an unbelievably strong monster. What should we do, Yasaku? Go back. Course we're gonna see it to the end. We wouldn't have been explorers, if we turned tail and ran here. People like that would have bought a farmland and slaves with money from exploring labyrinths, and lived their life in ease and comfort. Omu, let's go. Toward the unknown. Tan spoke unenthusiastically. It doesn't sound like a sarcasm when a guy with a good face said that. Awesome. Theen, let's go. Shiri, which way I to the main AA? That way. We go toward where the magic power Iona sensed. It's wide, is that dark place a pitfall? While muttering, I put a fire on a torch I took from my waist and throw it at the darkness. The torch drew an arch, rebounded on the floor once and fell into the deep darkness. Seems quite deep. Will the rope be long enough? It appears we don't need it. Yasaku, look at that. Iona and Tan pointed at the ceiling, toward an elevator-like thing. We created footholds to reach the elevator using Tan's force magic cube, but for some reason I had to crawl into the elevator along those footholds. Geez, these guys sure are rough with their leader. The elevator's lever was a bit rusty, but I managed to make it work by putting a little power into it. I lower the elevator to where my friends are waiting and descend down while taking turn to operate the handle lever. It's clear now that we're down here. Yeah, even I know this. This vibration must be magic furnace. The lowest floor has 3 passages, we're advancing in one of them. This passage is also full of traps just like the one above. We're pressing forward with similar hardships like before. Since it was bothersome, except traps that activated by themselves, I only put marks on the places that became the switches for those traps while we passed them. There were several rooms along the way, but there wasn't even a hint of treasures at all. We arrived before a huge door before long. About time for something to appear. Yet, don't let your guard down. Just as we had guessed, there was a functioning magic furnace ahead. The wall on one side has been broken, revealing rocks of the same color as the valley rocks. Seems like there's no powerful monster we had feared. Weird. Yet. We nodded at Shirayana's word as we looked up at the buzzing magic furnace. The magic furnace here is a type that has a particularly high output. That's fine, since the majority of magic furnaces are of this type. However, in order to maintain this type of furnace, it needs to be fed with a large quantity of magic stones. Even if it has a magic stone silo and an automatic loading function, it isn't something that fits a desolate place old enough to be called ruin. It appears that it has only been restarted recently. Shirayana reported after checking the back of the installation. The magic stone silo connected to the automatic loading installation is huge. The current scale seems to be enough to operate the furnace for about 3 months. Additionally, it seems there's a ladder hidden behind it. It probably connects to the floor where we found the elevator. Then I guess the treasures have been taken away. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Shirayana spoke full of confidence to reply the dejected me. She tells me the answer when I look at her. The magic stones would have been taken away if that was the case. Right, that Maani magic stones would have fetched good money. Priest Kyra agreed with Shirayana. After taking a break, we choose the second passage. This time it's a direction with the lowest concentration of mana. It's a mishay. Yeah, I can see that. There were only debris and junks lying around inside a huge warehouse-like room. Judging from the neglected foundations, this was probably a port for large airships. The port gate at the ceiling is grown with tree branch-like things, leaving an impression that it hasn't been opened for a long time. There's a door for goods transport on the right, but it's warped and can't be opened, and the passage seen from a gap on it is buried with rock and sand. Not good. Let's go to the next one. Yes. I call out to my friends while wiping the rust on my hand. Judging from the direction, that goods transport door should be connected to the last passage. And at the last passage, there was a residential area beyond that, with brutal natives lying in wait. Kyra. Purification, turn undead. The wraiths inside the room received holy magic from Priest Kyra, who's holding a holy symbol, and they ascended. When it's Kyra that does it, the intonation sounds like slow to earn, undead. Can't believe the magic still works. We've searched more than 30 rooms, but every one of them was littered with undead. One thing they have in common is the old clothes they're wearing. Most are of skeletons, ghosts, wights, wraiths, and mummies. I run out of Maine. Shirayana's attack magic smashes a crowd of white in the passage. Ten's force magic isn't well suited against undead, so he's opting to cut them down using a magic edge-coated magic sword. Yasakyu, any potion and left? I've got 1 mana recovery potion. I hand over the last mid-mana recovery potion to her. I'm also running out of mana, but Kyra's holy magic is our top priority to pass through this den of undead. Afterward, we passed through 12 rooms, and arrived in a hall with a huge door right when the 4 of us had run out of mana recovery potion. The door screams that the Ruin Master is waiting inside. Yeah, it really does. I look at my friends' faces one by one. Nice expressions they have there. No one is thinking of retreating here. Let's go. Gimme a hand, Tan. Tan and I push the huge door. Dash, there it is. That thing is inside a place that's even wider than the warehouse earlier. That's the legendary. Tan's voice, who usually sounds aloof, is shaking. Holy living armor. Iona muttered while looking dumbfounded. It looks the same as the statue of ancestor King Sama in the royal capital's plaza. It's huge. Kyra spoke like usual. This girl might be the real big shot. Ah, it's huge all right. It's 10 times as big as me, 3 times bigger than the kingdom's giant golem. In the ancestor King Sama's legend, it was sometimes depicted to be only twice as big as me, and sometimes it towered over the super-huge heavenly dragon's head as it commanded the army. Deciding which one is true was a source of debate among scholars, but it seems that dispute will be over now. I wonder if the magic furnace earlier was for that thing. Yeah, you're probably right. The holy living armor is surrounded by metal scaffoldings. Pulsing pipes clad with monolight coming from the ceilings are attached to the holy living armor. Kyra's nonchalant voice reached my ears. Thoughts, strange. Kyra stared at a space on the right side of the holy living armor. Yeah, what's that space? It is strange. Just as Tan and Iona said, there's a vacant space where another holy living armor could have been put. It's as if there was another holy living armor on that place. Now then, what to do, Yasaku? Well, not like we have. I look at the surroundings to answer Tan. This huge maintenance warehouse blows through 4 underground floors, and we're currently on the 3rd floor. Of course, that holy living armor is on the lowest 1st floor. I looked around and found a suspicious protrusion on the 2nd floor. Tan, don't you think that magic device over there looks suspicious? You're right. That looks like it's asking to be fiddled. There's a floating light globe, control panels, and chairs surround it. Fortunately, there's no one here. Looks like we can get down there. Let's take a look. We get down the maintenance ladder toward the floor below. Don't dawdle and get down. Hey! Don't look up. Don't speak like a maiden you. No matter how old they are, women are all maiden you now. Don't speak like I'm an elderly. We might have been too careless. With clattering noises, the floorboards in the passage between us and the control panel peeled off and formed into angular crab golems. What the heck are those? History book states that holy living armor commanded countless golems. Why are you so calm? As we were joking around, the floorboard golem's number keeps increasing. Our retreat? Like hell we're fighting dozens of golems and increasing. Shirayana's huge ass obstructed when I tried to climb the ladder. We should manage to climb the ladder to the end as Tan's force magic flexible shield prevented the golems from climbing it. Hold it, don't touch my butt. Fool. Now's not the time for that. I gave up pushing her from behind and decided to support Tan with blue magic bow. Tan, make an opening with flexible shield blue magic bow. While resounding like a whistling arrow, the arrow shot from the blue magic bow cut across the golems. Golems whose mana got disturbed from the inside twitched, shook, and fell off the ladder. Haha, good things that they were construct-type monsters. Yasaku, let's climb up while we can. Course. It could only buy us some time, but it bought us enough time to flee from the ladder where we couldn't fight freely. Yasaku, they're catching up. Geez, stubborn bastards. They caught up to us as we passed through the undead residential area. For some reason, the elevator couldn't be used to go up, so we went to the magic furnace room to use the hidden ladder. HAAA, I can't. Me too, I can't, anymore. Putting me and Tan aside, Iona the magician and Kyra the priest ran out of breath. If this keeps up, they won't be able to use magic when the golems catch up. A certain thing caught my eyes at that time. Yasaku. Go ahead of me. I urged my friends to go ahead and glared at the clacking incoming wood golems. Eat this, damn you. I hit the mark of trap on the wall. The falling ceilings crush the golems. Humph, don't underestimate human Sama's wisdom. The thick ceiling that hit the floorboard golems shook. Looks like they aren't broken yet even after getting crushed. Are you for real? Moreover, the second wave of floorboard golems are coming from the passage. CYA. I shot a blue magic bow's arrow at the passage and chased after my friends. Yasaku. Here. I could hear their voice from above the magic furnace room. They're waving their hands in front of a hidden door above the ladder. Looks like they're waiting for me above the ladder. I jump onto the rusted ladder as I desperately run from the floorboard golems. K. The ladder cracked and broke right in front of my eyes. I desperately climbed up as the ladder fell and fired the wire on my hand at the remaining ladder on the wall. Ah yeah yeah yeah. The wire splendidly entwined the ladder on the wall as the falling ladder hit the wriggling floorboard golems below. I'm man who can do it at times of need. Yasaku, hurry up. I looked back as prompted by Tan and saw the floorboard golems climbing up using themselves as the scaffold. I frantically move my limbs to climb the ladder. This is bad, they will catch up to us at this rate. Can't you clamp down the door with your force magic, Tan? Bad idea. They'll just destroy the wall with number. Unu. I look around inside the magic furnace room. As long as you don't give up, the thing needed to reverse the situation is everywhere. Shiri, how about making that magic furnace explode with your magic? We'll die too if we do that. What if we use Tan's magic to clamp down the hidden door? Won't make it in time. Then, we should use something to induce secondary explosion, that's it. Shiri, shoot your magic at the rock. Rogue. Yasaku. Looks like even the quick-witted guys can't catch on. This rock is the same as the valley's rock. I see. It's combustible. Yasaku, you're being unusual. Smart. Unusually is one word too many. After getting it, Shiri chants an attack magic, Tan also chants force magic and remains on standby. Snake-like lightning falls on the rock. With a small spark, the magic furnace room is filled with flash and roaring sounds. I quickly closed the hidden door and Tan locked it with fixture magic. In addition, Kyra the priest reinforced the hidden door with a strong defensive magic. Ear-splitting thunderous sounds and vibrations assaulted us. Dust pours down the ceiling, creaking sounds echo from the passage joints. Intermittent roaring sounds continued on, and just when the ceilings looked like they were about to fall down, silence finally came. Since we couldn't touch the hidden door due to heat, we advanced on the hidden passage and went back to the first floor. We sent a pigeon golem to Marquis Kelton to report our finding of the ruin, and waited until next morning to recover our mana. Afterward, we went inside the ruin once again. Amazing! It's a heap of wreckage. Since the elevator broke down, we looked for another passage and came to the lowest floor. Just as magician Shiri and priest Kyra said, the underground passage is littered with wreckage of floorboard golems and walls that there's no place to put your foot on. There were some golems that had little damage among them, so Tan and I broke their limbs just in case. Looks like it's fine. Seems about right. We went back to the Holy Living Armor room and went to where the control unit was. It didn't look like there would be any more floorboard golem appearing. Since the magic furnace is destroyed, the Holy Living Armor and the warehouse automatic defense function probably have been halted. So, how are we going to carry the Holy Living Armor out? Shiri points at the ceiling. Looks like the ceiling can be opened. How? Isn't it working by the mana supplied from the magic furnace? Ah! I noticed it from that reply. We had to destroy the magic furnace in order to eliminate the floorboard golems. Checkmate. We've got no choice but to report to Marquis Kelton and ask him to transport this thing. We went back to above ground in order to send the spare pigeon golem. Me. Gotsuk, who was eating grass with his parents on top of the cliff, sounded happy when he saw me. That Gotsuk and his parents suddenly looked up at the sky. Lured by them, I also looked above. Several beautiful sunlights pierced through the thick clouds. I wonder what is this sound? It sounds so nice. Where is it from? We heard mystical bell sounds from the rift between clouds. Take heed. Overpowering voice fell from the sky. I instinctively went down on my knees and lowered my head. Looks like it's not just me, my friends are doing the same too. I listened carefully to the voice falling from the sky. It was the voice of God, informing people about the divine punishment. Looks like the age of turmoil is upon us. Yes, that appears to be the case. If it use, no matter the plas, no matter the age, we will be fine. Looks like the dream of spending the days in ease and comfort at the capital for having discovered ancestor King Sama's relic has to be postponed. Really? Geez. I muttered and released the second pigeon golem into the sky.